makes the
sky,
light. Okay.
yeah, but I think the whole sky is representing us. That's my opinion. I'm out there on that, whatever. But I think we have two sides. I think the sky has two sides. It has a light and a dark. And
So
the eclipses are when they come together in balance.
that makes sense, right? Are they like
Yeah,
canceling each other out or something like that? Something's
yeah,
going on here.
yeah. But they're
So
showing us. They're teaching. They're the sky is teaching us things about ourselves. Is the
so
way
that
I kind of look at it.
makes like the moon like an image, not really a thing,
Well, I don't think
not
you can land on it.
not extraterrestrial terra firma.
No.
Okay, and then what does that make the sun? Some sort of energetic super projector reactor?
I would have no idea what the sun is. I just think
But it
it's
would have
the
to. But it wouldn't.
energy. Like we all have energy
If
within
any,
us, right? We
if
have
any,
positive energy and negative energy,
hold on.
right?
But the image is coming back down. It's bouncing down here to look like the moon. So that means that the thing that is the sun must imprint an image onto it that looks like the moon. Like the bat signal must have the bat.
Sophisticated man doesn't want
Yeah,
to
yeah. I
know
mean,
simple answers.
Do you
yeah,
understand
I
what
think
I'm
this
saying?
place is a mystery. And I think if anybody thinks they know all about it, I think they're wrong.
Okay. No,
Sophisticated men's like cartoons and cool stories.
oh, I'm sorry, but Clay, like, we need some sort of like way that we think that the sun might be,
Yeah, I know.
you know, and like, but it's got to be
Well,
able to do this.
so if
This
you
moon
want to,
bounce
I can
thing.
tell you there's this one story where they say it's 93 million miles away. It's like a giant gas
I don't give a
ball.
fuck. I give a fuck. Stop. You
Is that
triggered
a
me.
cool story?
I don't like that cool story. That's not a
Oh,
cool story
okay.
at all.
Yo,
Right?
can we just come to a reasonable matter of the fact, I guess, agreement that the sun goes around all the Earth and heats up all the spots on Earth, and what else? You put some hide out in the sun, and it turns to leather. You put something in front of the sun, it casts shadows. Like, let's talk about the matter of the fact, not fucking imaginations. Let's talk about real things that occur in real life. Like our notion of east, north, west, and south are based off of the sun, i.e., rising in the east. Maybe the sun changes position over 365 days. Like, let's just talk about the real shit instead of surmising and theorizing. Because if I wanted to surmise and theorize, I could just go to the Glober servers and hear them
Cool
talk
story, bro.
bullshit.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah,
It wasn't a story; it was a statement. So
Well,
yeah,
you know what? I don't know if like that's in the servers. That's what we're supposed to do. Shut down the thinking. Gotcha. That's cool. We'll let Pete do it, but then any other talk about it, we'll just shut that shit
I
down.
didn't shut down
Gotcha.
anything anyone said. I
No,
had
it
it in.
sounds good, bro.
I had it in my input,
I like the way
and then
you're
and
steering it.
then you insulted my input by saying "cool story, bro."
Oh,
So
okay. So you basically
so
refuted anybody being able to add to that and just close the conversation off. So my critique of that is not valid. Okay, got you, man.
that wasn't a
That's
critique.
good.
Saying "cool story, bro" was not a critique. It's just an
It
insult.
it is. It's not an insult. What's the insult?
Yeah, it
How am
insults
I
our time.
insulting it? You're saying that you don't give a fuck about anybody's fucking idea, and you would just go to some other server if anybody here wanted to fucking talk about it. Is basically what you said. So is that insulting anybody, or are you wasting time, or are you just like
I
insulting
thought
anybody's
this
opinion
server
on it?
was open to all discussions. I mean,
No, apparently
that's
not.
been my
We can
opinion.
look at stuff.
I
Saying
don't know. I'm new here, so I
stuff.
don't know everything. So
I'm saying we can look at stuff, but I'm
right,
saying like
I'm new
only
here.
goes so far because at the end of the day, there's the facts, and that's all we
No, this is what
can
we
actually
argue
know.
here on this server is science facts because they're not all facts.
That's all right. No,
think
he knows about science better, so like he'll tell us what to think. It's cool. I like that.
Noah,
Yeah, bro. It's not
I think Noah. Go ahead.
That's ridiculous. No, all he's doing is just attacking me emotionally, not saying anything of substance. He got butthurt, and
No, let's
he could literally just
Me.
brush off whatever
I
I
did
said and
that.
say what he's gonna say.
My bad.
I didn't
But
hear
instead,
any attacks. Sorry.
Sometimes I invert things that really happen. And, yeah,
emotionally sling shit at me, and it's like, dude, like
that's what I'm
nobody
doing.
cares
Yeah,
about emotional bullshit.
that's,
All right, let's just
that's
move
probably
on.
what
Let's
happened.
move on. Okay,
Yeah,
let's just
sometimes
move on.
I get things inside. I'm sorry, Jeremy. Jeremy, I get things inside out, and nobody else, can help me understand that, But yeah,
Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on.
Okay,
All right,
okay,
all right.
you can help obfuscate it then. Oh, cool.
Let's move on. I just want to move on to some real shit.
I like it. Yeah,
Uh,
I won't even be
that's
here.
good. Good shit.
let's move on to some real shit. I figured out those things last night. Remember the latitude lines and the longitude lines at 90 degrees? Were you guys in the middle of something here? I don't know. It didn't sound like it was. I don't want to like derail it.
Yep, you got it. Good job.
Was there like a real topic going? It
Oh,
sounded like you guys were like,
We were talking about what the sun and moon might be, but yeah, it got
That's cool.
interrupted.
oh, we can.
So,
You guys can carry
whatever.
on with that.
it's not
Nah,
important.
that's fine.
It's just a side topic. You know what I mean? But Noah doesn't want us to talk about it, so that's why I was like trying to shut it down. And Noah got a little miscommunication with me. But I'm glad you're here to clear it up, shut it down properly. Let's move on. Definitely, that's good. I feel good about this.
Also, they're referred to as the night sun and the day moon. So keep that in mind. But yeah, no, I figured out the longitude and latitude thing. Zanuck came and cleared it up. He said only at the equator because you need 2 great circle routes, and the longitude latitude lines aren't 90. Also, to back Zanuck up, Jaronism did a video a long time ago. Everyone's seen it where he drew 90 degrees, and it lands you at the equator. Right, you're on a longitude line. You go 90 or 270, and it brings you to the equator. So 90 degrees off that longitude line is not a latitude line. So that's all cleared up. Maybe. I don't know though, because there's a lot of people saying they are 90. I don't know. That's neat. All right.
Any actual
What
shit they
else?
want to talk about, or just Jeremy wanted to fucking talk?
What's up?
Did anybody have any actual shit they wanted to talk about? Or
Yeah, have we got any topics?
Exactly.
Or we can get back to that sun and moon thing.
that's cool.
What were your thoughts on that, Snacks? We're
I
not
just
shutting no
wanted
one
to.
down. What do you got?
I'm trying to shut it down, basically. Yeah, that's what
No.
I'm. No, I
We don't
get
have to
it.
shut anyone down.
Dude, real, recognize real. Like, was trying to shut it down. But yeah, is there anything else anybody want to talk about?
Well, I mean, I came in. It sounded like you guys were kind of like bickering a little bit, so I was just trying to like move on or something. I don't know. If there was something real we were talking about, we talk about the moon.
No, well, Pete obfuscate the concept first. Then I tried to reopen it to unobfuscate what the fuck Pete said. Then Noah's like, yeah, don't fuck. And I'm like, hey, let's just like open it up, sketch it out. You know what I mean? Like, let's get a fucking bearing on what we think fucking might happen. But anyway, no, then we get it shut down. You come to shut down. I'm re-shutting it down. Let's just shut the fucking thing down. We can't talk about it, obviously.
No, we can definitely talk about the sun and the moon. Yeah, you just about what you think it is. I mean, or if we have any kind. I don't know. I think there's a Fresnel lens somewhere up there. I don't know. I'd love to do. There's a test we could do with the moon that Ranty actually thought up right before he left, which was to get a camera, take a picture of the moon on the ground, send the same camera, same settings up in a high altitude balloon, let it get another picture of the moon, right? And then see about if we can measure, get some pixel measurers in there or something, and see how the angular size changed if it did. That might be neat. But that was a good idea. All right, you guys are lively now. What were you thinking the moon is, Snacks, or the sun, or whatever?
In order for
Sun.
okay, you go.
Sun.
That's
yeah.
great. No,
Okay.
your name's Snacks
Yeah.
too. Sometimes it's fine.
Oh, sorry.
I'll
So
go back to
this-
cutting onions. It's fine.
The sun is a beautiful light that gives life to almost everything, and it's made by the hands of the creator of all things. And it's I think it's electrical. Like everything that we live upon is like magnetic / electric. Everything somehow goes back to electrostatics.
Unleash your inner magnetism.
Anyways, I'm a very
So the
simple
real
man.
snacks. Oh, my bad.
Sorry, man. I just want to say I'm a very simple man, so I don't need all these great stories about how the sun is supposed to be 93 million miles away, a gas ball, and something like that. That doesn't make any sense when I observe the sun. The sun, obviously, naturally observed in its circuit above the plane, is 100% from my observation not adding up to a giant gas ball 93 million miles away. That's all. No matter how much I want to believe this is the case, but it's literally not what I see in reality. It flies over my head and goes away from me. It's so simple a child can understand it. But man has become very sophisticated, and grown men will not think like a child, so they will never accept like a child does. And that's why the Bible says that we need to become as children and understand the simple things that we have been taught or that we can observe. But yeah,
But actually,
anyways,
how do you know that
Yeah.
it's getting
Shit,
away from
bruh.
you?
I think, yeah, basically, and
Clean shit.
Jace is here right in time to strawman the globe, or
Yo, yo, yo.
steelman the globe, or the sun.
No, I
Let's
was
figure
just
it out.
applauding his. No, I was just cheering him on.
Well, okay,
So
all right.
real snacks. What was your center story thing that you had going on?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it seems like, well, the texture that we would see on what we call the moon, it's got to be sort of imparted by the maker of the signal. Let's say that would just be one logical thing I was thinking, throwing it out there. You know, would you, does that make sense to you, or
The pattern on the moon is a cymatic sound thing.
climatic sound? It doesn't change. You know, so no, it's got to be like a material, like formation of the emitter of the light, like.
How about you,
That's a lot of
Jeremy?
gymnastics just not to say that it's a rock.
What's your
That's as
opinion
far as we can get.
of them?
That's as far.
What's anyone's opinion of Elon Musk firing a Tesla
Let's just
car into
change it up,
space?
donut. Fine,
It's
whatever.
a
Fucking change it up.
standard car.
What, Rainbow Sprinkles?
Yeah, man. Let's.
Fucking
I
great.
was.
Awesome.
Yeah, last night I was going over some old classic videos, and it was a whole mismatch of like everybody and a compilation, and this thing about Tesla going to space with a car, just a standard old car.
but I
Great.
agree with the guy who put it there, with his own words. It looks so fake that dude, I mean, I haven't said this for a long time, man. I already forgot. It
Yeah, because
it looks,
he came up with
dude.
his own vocabulary. It was what was it? Something
Legend.
occlusion.
Ambient occlusion, which is a.
It must be real because it looks so fake. Honestly, we had way better CGI if it was fake.
Oh, goodness.
Sorry. So that's
Just quickly,
what I think
just to
about
cut in, Snacks, and anybody else who wants to talk about the sun on the moon should just go to the second room because it's sort of like a different vibe. It'd be lovely to talk about the sun and the moon and shoot that conversation. Just jump to another room. I'm going to go there.
No, we're doing that right here. We're doing that right here. Carlos, we can talk about your thing after, but we're right in the middle of this sun moon thing. So
We're obfuscating the sun and moon thing properly. Somebody else bring up another topic. You guys like Chinese ping pong? I think it's pretty good. It's a great sport. I would like to compete in
Chinese
it one
ping
day.
pong. Yeah,
Because
let's
we
play
need to
that.
defeat these communists. Do you guys know communists and gun rights? What about that? And liquor stores? What do you think, you guys? Let's talk about sun and moon. I'm up for it. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You guys hear about
Does
Trump?
anyone
Uh,
put your
submarines?
hand up if you know what it
Yeah.
is?
No, there's no psyops or obfuscation anywhere. We're good. I'm
What do you
cool. I'm
think
gonna
about
just take. I'm gonna
Biden
take a.
eating so
I'm
much
probably too
ice cream all
hyper.
the
I'm
time?
too. I probably had too much coffee or some shit. I'm gonna
Yeah,
take
he
a.
drinks too much.
That must be what it is.
Why is Biden eating ice cream all the time? Is he
So,
secretly hungry?
guy that piped up. What was your thoughts on the sun and the moon?
Am I the guy that piped up? I'm not sure.
Yeah, the one that wanted to drop down to another live stream, which was a good idea. I like where your head's at, but what are your thoughts on the sun and the moon?
Well, it's been a really convoluted last half an hour. Like people basically talking about a conversation about talking about the moon and the sun. I have no fixed bearings on what they are. I agree with a few of the things different people have said in terms of practically what they are and what they mean to us, and then philosophically whether we need to know what they are. And then I really like the inquiry about that there's a clue in the way the moon looks, like the shape of it. There's a beauty in the way it's formed and whether that has any bearing. And I've not looked into the thing about the reflection of the land, but again, that's a beautiful thing. Whether that can be proved, who knows? So in terms of what it is, I just want to hear other people's views on it. And it's just really nice when people can go and be honest about what they think it might be, and just think, oh, maybe, I came up with, oh, maybe the moon is the back end of the sun. Like you say, just one goes in one way, one comes out the other, and that's the way it has to be. Because it seems like in life, all these things have to work, otherwise life doesn't work. So my big question was, how could you change any of it?
I would have to say my thoughts on the sun and the moon are, I don't know if you know the math behind it, but and I'm probably gonna get some of these wrong. I'm not sure, but I think 108 Earths fit in the diameter of the sun, and then
More.
there's 108 moons in between the Earth and the moon, and there's a whole bunch of 108s. I got the TikTok link somewhere I can post it, but I think it's too coincidental mathematically for that to just. I mean, that's a hell of a freaking coincidence. All these 108s that are popping up in the sun, moon, Earth thing.
Well, the supposed diameter of the moon was 1,080, and that's why they had the sizes of the pyramids. When you square the circle, when you put the moon on top of the supposed Earth, and you square the circle, that geometry works out perfectly, and that's how we ended up with the size of a mile.
Well, that's 273. That's the 273 number. You don't want to get me going on 273. I'm not even a numbers guy, but there's these two numbers, 108 and 273, that are pretty prolific. But I would just, on the sun and the moon thing, I would just say that I think mathematically, there's no way this was just happened by chance for that to happen.
None of it's by chance. It's impossible. Unless clear parameters was put out and it grew this way.
8 nautical miles is 200 kilometers. If you take 108 and you multiply it by 20, then you get the radius and or circumference in nautical miles.
It's 109.72 kilometers.
You would say such a thing.
Well, if you do it in kilometers, right? So it's not really 108.
It's 108.
What's not 108?
It's 109.72 kilometers.
What
if
is?
you do the calculations in kilometers. The amount of Earths that would fit into the sun, it's 109.72 kilometers.
Well,
it's in kilometers.
There's varying numbers on the sun's diameter. It's not like a fixed number, I don't think, is it?
That's
It's not
probably a
even the number they're
range.
giving. It's just one.
I've seen it off by 100,000 miles. I think.
Yeah, it's like
Maybe
a
10,000.
range, depending on what you're defining as like the end point of the sun's different spheres
Yeah,
and whatnot.
what about the other 108?
What was the other one?
I think it's 108 moons or Earths in between the Earth and the Moon. I think it's moons. You fit 108 moons in between the Earth and the Moon. And the moon's distance varies. So, I mean, if you come up with something even close to 108, I would just count it, just like that sun thing. I would just count that as 108. 273 is a crazy number when it comes to this whole heliocentric model and shit. We should do a number. I don't know. I should do a presentation. I got time, man. There's so many presentations I want to do.
Why can we not just start lying to ourselves and say the Earth is a spinning, tilted, wobbling, pear-shaped ball?
Because you're lying to yourself saying that everything was magically created. You already have your little thing you're doing.
Hmm. Interesting.
So I don't know
Isn't
is
it?
magic. I don't know is magic.
Well,
Apparently.
Clay before was speaking of, the magic creator and all that. So that's what I was referring to.
No, I was talking about how that as a story in itself is unsophisticated for a sophisticated man that is grown up, because only the children would believe such simplistic story of one being that made all things,
Yeah, it
So
has
that's
no
the down
depth.
that's the downfall and the pit of most people because they think to be wise in this current time, that is just a grain of dust compared to the ever expanding timeline of what has already happened and is about to happen still. And yeah, it's the downfall of man, And that's why the Bible says we need to become as children, otherwise we just don't have any wisdom actually.
Well,
It's just, it
I
has
think
no
that,
depth.
yeah, I think that you're exchanging the desire to understand your reality around you by just saying God did it, and we shouldn't become like children necessarily. We need to act like grown men and figure shit out, right?
Yeah, that viewpoint has like no depth. As soon as you start examining things critically, it all just starts to fall apart.
Okay. Well,
So
if
you're
I
saying,
observe the sun going over my head and
randomly it
going away.
came. You're saying it randomly came to be. That's a better answer. It just randomly came to be that way, but that's not magic.
Wonder if you
It
go
needs to
back
be a
and
very
listen.
complicated story.
Go back and listen 45 seconds ago. If that was what I said, I wonder.
Well, you said magically if it was created. Like if it's created, it's magic. But if it's random, it's not magic. Is that the idea?
Is that? I'll give you a minute and 30 seconds now, maybe. See if that's what I said.
I'm kind of inferring what you were saying, but maybe not. You could clarify. I mean, it's one thing to say that you can be a man and theorize about things. That's fine. Yeah, trying to figure it out, all good. Yeah, for sure. But then saying you figured it out when you don't really know, that's not really manly, very, very much. Saying you know for sure when you don't really know for sure, and you just theorize mathematically how it could be, and then declare that as such.
It's more
That's
chemically. You're experimenting chemically rather than mathematics in the case of the sun
there's a
or the
chemical reason.
moon.
So chemically,
Yeah, most of the conclusions are driven from chemical observations.
So you know what the sun is because of chemical results that you've got from starters.
Like you're trying to obfuscate. But what I had originally said was because Let's Lane and Clay were talking about, everything just being created and, how are we going to know what it is? Because it's, basically magic, right? That position has no depth, right? It doesn't even allow for you to start to
Okay, I agree.
examining and trying to figure things out because you're just told by the scriptures what to believe, right? But the second you start to actually physically examine, experiment, and hypothesize, and other forms of scientific inquiry, those stories start to fall apart. They don't make sense with the observations that you're making.
Well, then you also have to agree, like, if what we're saying is that you're reading from a text that is using pseudoscience, let's just say it is pseudoscience that's claiming what the sun is, how far away it is, and all of that. If that's also pseudoscience, you'd have to agree it's similar to what the Bible's saying, right?
Sure, but right, the
Yeah.
onus is on you to show that it's actually pseudoscience. It's a big
Well, it doesn't match the observation.
undertaking to.
Right. We see the sun move across the sky, but you're saying that's not what's happening. We're actually moving around the sun. So that doesn't match our observation.
Again, you're just obfuscating.
Yeah, but observations is never going to tell you what the sun is made of. I mean, nobody's ever went there and took samples.
Yeah, and nobody's ever gone down to the nuclear scale and took samples of the nuclei of the atoms that are composing the things around us either, right? That's not a requirement of, you don't have to perform superhuman feats to understand things.
Again, though, just a theory, right?
The same methods, right, that are used to verify the materials and like the road that I'm walking on, the phone that I'm holding, the clothes that I'm wearing, right? Those same exact methods are used to determine what's in the sun, right?
No,
There's literally no difference.
they're not the same methods because you can't physically touch the sun. You can
You're
physically
not
touch your clothes.
physically,
You can.
yeah, but I'm not determining the elemental composition by touching my clothes, right? I have to use a method that can determine that. And it's that same method is used on all the items I listed and the sun to determine their composition.
This is funny.
Why?
I feel like I'm being preached to.
No, I mean, let's
Yeah.
go deeper in it.
Yeah, I mean,
Talk about it more
I'm not
detail.
scientific.
detail.
I didn't take all the shit that Jens did in school or
Hey,
whatever.
can I ask a
But
question?
that doesn't mean that I can't comprehend that you can't measure or determine what the sun is compared to your fucking genes. I mean, that's insane.
It's literally the same method, like literally the same thing. It's
Is the sun tangible?
You
Yeah,
use UV vis, you use IR, you use NMR, all different forms of spectroscopy. I can't tell what your genes are made of on the elemental level just by looking at it or touching it. I have to use specific types of methods to figure that out. Those same methods are applied for things like the sun and the moon, etc.
yeah, but you could agree, like, let's say, like, with your pair of jeans or something like that. Like, you have also like the ability to be up close and pick where your machine is gonna try to decipher what it is, and you can back it up by, let's say, touching and stuff. But you would agree that like our measurements of what we think the sun are could be incomplete, right?
Could be.
Sure, they can definitely be incomplete, but that doesn't
Right
mean
on.
you can just throw out what
I
they
no,
are.
I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly. And my only point of contention is that people would say that it is complete. Do you know what I mean? Because there are people that would say it's complete.
Yeah, And right there's a big difference between like touching something, right? I'm touching the grass right now, but like that doesn't tell me the molecular composition of the grass, right?
Right, but you
Like,
can
so just
verify.
saying that
Right,
you
but you
can
could
touch
verify.
it doesn't mean anything.
Well, hold on. Let's say like if you get like let's say you formulate the structure of whatever the plant is, and it says that it's going to be this particular way. You could confirm it with your, you know what I mean, with your senses or your another sense other than optically. So like that's the only distinction is that like you have that option with, and I think that's the point of a lot of flat earthers is that you have that option with something that's tangible like that. Whereas, as we've just agreed, that there's the potential to be complete using spectroscopy.
Well, there is one thing that you can feel the sun is fucking hot, and the only thing that we know that's hot is fire. So it's got to be something similar to that, yeah.
Well, not
No,
necessarily.
there are more things that are hot except for the fire.
That's the point. Is it's not like there is no way to like. I mean, if I don't know, I think that's the interesting part about it is there is no way to verify it. It's the nut jobs that think that they have verified it completely, anyway.
Yeah, well,
Or even remotely.
I was just still manning Jesse because you were saying, or someone was saying, you can't touch it. Therefore, how do you know what it is? How do you analyze it? Well, you can feel the heat coming from it.
Yeah, but right, like my argument is the way that material composition is verified is not through any of these methods of like touching it, tasting it, smelling it, things like that. That's not how the materials around you are confirmed to actually be those materials. You have to use very specific methods to actually verify them with any level of confidence, right? And those same methods are applied to astronomical bodies as well. That doesn't mean we 100% have it all figured out, but it means we know some things about it.
Right, but you could agree, like let's say, like we don't necessarily know the weight of Polaris. We could estimate it. You know what I mean? But we don't know the weight of Polaris. Or would you take that stance?
Yeah, of course, those are estimations.
Right,
Yeah,
because
but
I've had
do
the
we even know that Polaris has a weight? Because it's floating
Yeah,
in the sky, right?
they're
Yeah,
on
but it's
well,
floating.
not
that's where you get
just
its
floating
mass.
in the
You would just
sky.
get that's a different argument because but the idea is like some people do think that they would know the weight of let's say something or the mass of something based on spectroscopy.
You could estimate the weight, but
Which
you
if
wouldn't know it.
I think most professionals who do this would not say that they know for sure. I think they would
yes,
say that
sir.
they can estimate what the weight is, the mass.
It's
Well,
basically the same with everything that we measure in
that's
the
what's
sky. We
fascinating.
roughly know, but we aren't 100% sure.
That's why I've always felt like there's like this like if you read scientific papers, it's always like it appears to be that the data suggests. Do you know what I mean? Like it's always this, and then you get the people who've read those reports or read some article about those reports that are diehard. This is what happened, man.
Well,
You
all
know,
right. So in a lab, I can figure out the mass of something in a solution, right? By using Bayer's law, which is a spectrographic law, right? The path length, the molar constant, and the light, right? That will tell me the molar volume of the substance in the solution, and then I can use the packing, the symmetric unit or the asymmetric unit of the crystal of that substance to figure out its density, and with those two things I can then figure out what the total mass of that substance is in that solution, right? And those same that's like how chemists figure out concentrations and stuff, and those same methods are applied to things like the sun, like I had said, right? So they're using the same exact methods that chemists are using to build all the materials around us on the Earth. But you're saying somehow that that's invalid. It just doesn't make any sense. All the stuff around us confirms the validity of those methods.
You still can't get a piece of the sun and confirm it
Yeah.
like you would of something in the lab. That's the difference.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
what I was going to say.
what
But if you
what
get
you're
a piece
saying
of the
is
sun, you
true,
still have
Jace.
to use the same methods.
But I'm describing the method of how it's confirmed, right? The
But you can't do
method
that.
of confirming it is not like touching it, smelling it, tasting it, having it in my hand. The method of confirming it is using Beer's law and spectroscopy and the atomic packing crystal and the density and stuff. That's how the material is confirmed, the concentration and the amount of material that's in the solution.
Yeah,
That's
but
how it's
But
confirmed.
what
Now, you
material
don't
of the
have
sun
to
are you
have
using?
the sun itself, right? You can break it down. You would have to match the spectral lines to figure out the elements, and you can break it down which element one at a time that you want to analyze to figure out either the concentration or the density, the different types of observations that can be made.
You take something in a lab and you analyze it using the different chemicals or whatever, you use certain laws and all those things, and you can confirm that that thing is something. You know, if it's a pair of Levi's, you confirm that it's made out of cotton, whatever. I'm not saying that just because you can touch something on the sun or you can't touch something. What I'm saying is you can't take a piece of the sun and put it in that same analytical situation in your lab.
But
That's
then
where
you're
the
just doing
difference
the
is.
same thing, but with
It
smaller
doesn't
pieces.
matter. Even if I
It
couldn't
does.
even if I couldn't physically go and touch your genes, as long as I can see them, as long as light is coming off of them that reaches where I'm at, I can set up methods with instruments that can figure out the composition of those genes. They don't have to be in like this right in front of me in my lab. That I don't need that. You can figure it out as long as light is getting to you from that object. You can figure out what it's made of. That's what chemists are doing. They're not like touching the material and figuring out what it is. They're just analyzing the light that comes from it.
You're kind of red herring. You're kind of doing anyway, what I wanted to say was you don't know what's between you and the sun. Light that you're looking at has passed through what you call 93
Yeah,
million
he's admitted that.
miles.
Hey man,
Right,
he's
right. He
admitted all
already
that.
admitted that to you.
Yeah, no, he's
That
admitted it,
there
and
are
he's
other
making a great
variables.
point. He's making a
Right,
great
there are
point,
other
though.
variables. There's other variables could happen that you're not aware of between you and the sun. Whereas a pair of Levi's in the lab don't have that problem. You can put them
Oh, of
through all
course they
kinds of
do.
experiments.
I'd have to do the same kind of calibration methods, right? If I couldn't stick your Levi's into like a cuvette or some kind of sample vial and I just had to do it with them out in the open, right? I'd have to do the same kind of calibration methods that you have to do with something like an astronomical body, right? I'd have to get a blank of what the environment looks like just without your genes present, right? I need to figure out what's going on with all of that, right? And astronomers can do that by looking at different regions of the sky, some that are dark, some that aren't. Right, you can figure out the blank or the controls, and then you subtract those from the when you do your observation of the actual object. You subtract out the environment. It's not really that difficult a thing to do.
But you don't know for sure what that environment is.
The
Did you listen to
spectrograph
JS or
tells
no?
you what it
Hold on,
is.
Jace. Are you saying you could take the light coming off a pair of blue jeans and tell me what the blue jeans are made of?
Yes.
Whoa,
And
that's fucking intense.
it would take a lot of analysis, but yes, it could eventually tell you what they're made of.
And eventually they might know what the sun is. I mean, if you're confident with genes, but you're not confident, how are you confident with the sun, which is 93 million miles away?
Well, what I'm saying is we have, right, it's the same methods, so you have about the same level of confidence.
It would be the same analysis if it was 3,000 miles away, wouldn't it, Chase?
Yeah, because what I'm getting at is the distance doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Why?
How?
Because you don't know what's between you and the sun.
That's why you're
You
doing the
don't know.
calibration measurements.
You're speculating on what is between you and the sun.
Right there. That's why you're doing the calibration measurements. You take measurements from the environment, and then you take a measurement of the object that you want to see what it is. So then you can subtract the measurement of the environment from the measurement from the object. So then you can just cancel out the environment.
Anything we know of, I think your name's Dan. Dan, anything we know of that can be in between us and the sun is going to give off a spectral signal, right? All matter, all elements, all molecules, all atoms give off spectral lines, be it whether they're emission or absorption lines, depending on the method you're using. They all give off lines, right? So when you're doing your calibration, you're looking for those lines so you know what to subtract out of the lines that you get from the object you're actually wanting to analyze, right? You take the lines of these other elements that are just present in the environment, or the in-between, as you're calling it, and you take them out of the spectra of the actual object so that you're not having the in-between things in the actual object you're analyzing.
It just doesn't make sense to me. Sounds really good when you say it like that. And I know if I come up with some retort, no, you still don't know what's between you and the sun. You're just going to repeat that over again. And I'm going to repeat, no,
So,
you don't know what's between you and the sun. And you don't know how that would affect your tests. You can say all these things that you eliminate this and you eliminate that, but I'm not sure that that's possible. In a lab, you could definitely do that. When you're looking at something that's 93 million miles away and you've never been there, you don't know what it's about. There are certain laws that apply here on the Earth, physics. We don't know what's out in outer space. We can't apply the same laws to those places as we have here because we haven't been there.
All right, Dan. So say
they're not in a lab.
I'm
They're not
in.
in a lab. Go ahead.
Okay, but hold on. Say,
That's not
Dan,
Dan,
that
by the way.
I'm in the lab.
It's not Dan.
Right. I thought it was. Sorry if I'm calling you the wrong name, man. I apologize.
Sparrow Rider.
But say if I'm in a lab and I'm Sparrow Rider. So I'm doing an analysis on a sample in a lab. There's a bunch of CO2. My lab happens to have all this CO2 gas in there. It's in between the sample and my detector, right? So I take a blank, a calibration blank or a control to see just what's in the environment. Okay, I get the spectrum of CO2, right? So now I measure my sample. It's in the instrument or whatever, right? So now I know there's CO2 in between the detector and the sample. So the CO2 is not present in the sample. So I have to remove that from the spectrum that I get of the sample, or else I'm going to be getting faulty information. What is the difference between that and say there's a bunch of CO2 gas in between the sun and the detectors here on Earth, and removing that CO2 spectrum from in between the sun and the detectors here on Earth? What is the difference?
Well,
How are you going to measure all the gases between you and the sun? I mean, how is that even possible?
The same way. They all give off a spectrum.
But in the lab, if you have that CO2 in the lab, you can confirm that you're not looking through 93 million miles of an environment that you don't even know what it is. You're looking at it through the eyes of some spectrometer is seems to be accurate at close distances within a lab or something, but I don't know how you can, you can't go out into that environment and bring that stuff back to the lab and say, oh yeah, look, it is CO2. You can't do that. You don't know what kind of effect those things
It's not
out in outer
required.
space.
All right, Dan. So,
I mean,
so
I'm
do
just
you
curious
think
how
this
you can
is
see what a.
invalid?
It's barrel. It's
I'm
barrel
just
wire.
curious for what. I'm just curious as to how you can even tell, like, if you get light off of blue jeans. You're saying the light is being absorbed by the blue jeans and then re-emitted.
No. But for
Well,
someone
then
who
why are you
has
not getting a reading of what
Sparrow,
the? If that's not the case, then why are you not just getting a reading of what the light is?
Jace,
what
you
do you
don't
mean?
have to really respond to me. I know what your response is going to be, and I just
You
leave it from
don't.
there. If you want to say that, I know what you're going to say. I understand what your model is saying right now. I understand what you're saying.
It's not
I
a
don't agree
model.
with it. Whatever it is, the theories that you're using, the reasoning that you're using, I understand it.
It's
I could repeat it back to
experimental
you.
observations.
Right.
You
And
don't, though.
I could repeat that observation back to you, but I don't want
You
to
don't
do that
know what
anymore.
I was
I'm
about
not going
to
to
say.
argue. You win. You win.
Okay.
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 Well,
So if the object
trying to
isn't
win. Oh, yeah. Can I just get the point out? Right? When undergrad chemists are doing labs, they have a material, they don't know what the material is. They do spectral analysis on the material to figure out, right? They match it to known samples, right? So if you have CO2 gas and all these gases in your lab that you can take the spectrum of, and then you take the spectrum of in between the sun and the earth, or just, the dark part of the sky, right? You can match the lines that you get to spectrums that you can get in the lab to figure out what that material is with different confidence levels.
okay, great.
You win.
You go. Oh, you still going? Go ahead, Beryl. All right.
I'm done.
Go ahead, Jeremy. You want to know how you would figure out the composition of genes?
Yeah, if you have a ray of like sunlight or something bouncing off a pair of jeans, and if it's only reflecting, that ray gets reflected off of the thing. I mean, at best you could tell what color it was, maybe what color the object was, but I don't know about telling what material it's made out of. That sounds that they're really doing that.
Yeah, you would need to. Well, it's not done in this weird way that I'm talking about because I'm just making an analogy. But you would need the absorption and the emission spectrum, right? You have a source of light that's hitting the genes, so getting the what light is taken out, right? That would be one indicator of its composition, what's being absorbed. Then also that absorbed energy causes emission from the genes. The materials composing the genes give off a characteristic emission spectrum, so you would need that half.
Okay, so if me and Barrel Rider go out into a field, I hold up a thing of cardboard, and he hangs up a thing of silk, and someone else has a metal thing. You're going to be able to tell what all those materials are just without ever, just by the sunlight, these readings of what's coming off them from before and after with your blank, and then afterwards you see what these two
Yeah,
gases
we'd have
that.
to measure the environment. We'd have to measure the environment, all that for every method that we're using, right? And then we can make determinations.
Oh, that's neat. How do you get a blank with the sun now? Said they were doing this for the sun.
It depends, right? Are we talking about like using the sunlight to reflect off of objects, or like taking measurements of the sun? The blank would be for taking measurements of the sun, is doing it at night or in a region where the sun, you can see where the sun is shining, where it's located. you do the blank. I would do two. I would do one during the day from the opposite direction of the sun, and then I would do one at night.
Is that how they actually do it though, or?
No, nowadays they have things like the telluric spectrum and the Fraunhofer spectrum and stuff. You can look up those methods. I'm not, I don't know the exact details of all that, but
Okay, what if I had a light bulb instead of the metals and the silk and cardboard? We're out in a field. There's me, Barrel Rider, and a couple other people. I got an LED light. He's got a fucking Edison light. Somebody else has a candle. Somebody else has whatever, a whole bunch of different types of lights. You're telling me you're gonna be able to tell me what the Edison bulb's made of?
yes.
Like, yo, there's metal in that, there's glass, there's all this stuff in that. You'd be
Yeah,
able
if
to tell
it's
that just from the
if
light.
it's like a tungsten filament, right? Tungsten has a characteristic spectrum, so I know that if I see the and it's not just one line, it'll be like 10 different spectral lines at a specific location, right? So if I see those, I can conclude with high confidence that the filament in the bulb is tungsten.
And you'll know that there's glass there. Will you get a reading for the glass? And what about isn't there gas inside the gas and the glass?
Well, it depends on what kind of bulb you're using. If you're using like a noble gas emitting kind of bulb, then yeah, there'll be gas inside the bulb. You'll get the measurement of just the glass blank, all that stuff.
You'll be able to tell, like, oh, this is made of glass and this gas and this metal, all with just these spectral lines and your blank or
Yeah.
whatever.
That's how the chemists that made the glass and the bulbs and stuff, the filaments, that all they did was like NMR spectroscopy or crystallography to figure out that they made the right thing.
Saying that's how bulbs were made, with crystallography. Bro, honestly, that sounds like something a hippie chick thinks of. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure it's very technical.
There's multiple methods depending on the material. If you're using polymers, then crystallography is the way to go. If you're using inorganic complexes, then UV vis and IR are the way to go. If you're using organic molecules, organic materials, then NMR spectroscopy is the way to go. So it depends on the kind of material that you're using.
I think we went through this before. You said they did it on sonoluminescence.
Yeah, there's different things that you can do with sonoluminescence.
And they point this at the sun and they get what's the sun made out of? Hydrogen, you think?
No, I think the composition of the sun, right? The first real, because in like the 1800s and stuff, the ideas were that the sun was made of the exact same thing as the Earth, the same materials as the Earth, but just at a higher temperature. Then Cecilia Payne and Edison, or not Edison, the guy who did the star observation, confirmed general relativity, the stars behind the sun during the eclipse, Eddington, him and there was another guy who started with E, but they came along and they did these kind of spectral analysis on the sun, and people like Lyman and Balmer, right? They got all these lines from the sun and they matched them to hydrogen. Right, so they concluded that there must be hydrogen in the sun because it's giving off the exact spectrum that hydrogen in a lab gives off. And then Cecilia Payne did stuff with like ions to kind of determine in a semi sort of way of temperatures and stuff that are going on. She did like ions of calcium and potassium and all these things.
Okay, how about this? We're in a field instead of the light bulbs and shit. This time we got torches. Me, Barrel Rider, Left Lane, Geo's out. We got all different torches, right? My torch is made out of pine. barrels is made out of maple. Somebody else is made out of oak. Whatever kind of fucking wood there, right? Can you tell what type of wood?
I mean, I don't know enough about wood to say how that would react in that kind of situation. Probably not. I mean, I could probably, get enough evidence to have semi-confidence that it's at least wood, but to tell you like the type of wood, I think would require different, more like crystallograph type of methods, because wood is a polymer.
You would most likely just get the elements that the wood is made of, and all types of wood are made similar elements.
That guy's
So it
real.
would be
You're
actually
real
hard
low.
to.
Yo, your mic's low. It might have been me. I was near a giant heat pump. Just try it again. Say it with your chest. Who was the guy that just talked? Try it again, bud.
Who, me?
Yeah, your
Yeah,
mic
what
was
did you
real
just
quiet.
say?
We just couldn't hear you very well.
So with the wood, you'd probably get the lines from the elements that the wood is made of, but all woods are made of similar elements. So you would need probably to know the exact composition and amount of different elements in the wood to confirm what type of the wood is. But I think it would be really hard to do and wouldn't be worth.
Yeah, especially if you're talking about polymers, a lot of that, right, those kind of determinations are done with crystallography and like electron microscopy, because they're such big molecules that the normal regular just spectrographic methods become really convoluted to tell what's going on the spectrum. So I wouldn't turn to spectroscopy to figure out what type of wood you have.
Have you ever made a homunculus
Well-
in the lab?
Hold on. So,
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
when you do this, do you want to answer snacks or?
I think he was joking.
Use
does it tell you
use
what?
a homunculator.
Does it tell you what
Yeah.
type of? Does it tell you what type of hydrogen it is?
What do you mean?
Like
What type of hydrogen?
Huh? What type?
What do you mean? Hydrogen, it's an element. It's just hydrogen.
Well, how many types of hydrogen are there?
I don't know what you mean by type. You mean isotopes?
Hold on. It's all different colors and shit. Like you got green, blue, pink.
I'm not. I don't know what
Is that not a
what you
thing?
mean, Jeremy.
Gray,
Hydrogen
blue,
is just
green.
one. There's one type of hydrogen, and it's hydrogen.
Oh, this has something to do with gas companies. Hold on.
Where
Oh,
in,
this looks
where
like
can
some
I
nerd
find?
shit. All right, go ahead,
Sorry.
Snacks.
Yeah, just about. I can no longer find the detail in which they had to add calcium into the signal to be able to recreate the spectral lines from sunlight. I'm not even
Yeah,
sure
You
where
see the
that
calcium
stuff
in the
was.
sun.
it's Cecilia Payne's graduate thesis, right? If you read through that, she did a lot of that work.
And you can also see that the sun has calcium with a calcium K filter. You can
Right.
look at the sun and see that it is actually there, similar to H alpha filter.
Right. I was seeing that. So that's what it says in terms of yeah, it just says C, and that's equivalent to hydrogen alpha's spectral lines.
The work she did, though, was on the ions, right? Because she was trying to dispel the notion that the sun was just hotter than the Earth, but made of the same thing. So she was showing that, yes, it's much hotter than the Earth because there's all these ions, but it's like way hotter than what people were suggesting. And the composition of these ions are nothing close to what the Earth's composition is.
Well, for instance, the different types of hydrogen. I don't know. Were you on something else now, or?
No, go ahead, Jaron. There's different types of hydrogen, like spectral lines. There's the Lyman series, the Balmer series, and those have like an alpha and a beta, gamma series within them. But hydrogen itself is just one element. There's only one type of hydrogen.
Well, that's not what Google's telling me. So
Well, read the
there's
thing.
hydrogen three. There's hydrogen 3 or tritium.
Isotopes.
Hydrogen 3,
It's
though, they're calling it.
It's
Yeah,
made
so-
out of hydrogen, but it isn't the hydrogen alone. It's thing that is made out of hydrogen.
That should be what the top of our atmosphere is. Hydrogen 3 should be.
Yeah, an element's defined by its proton number, but it can have a different amount of neutrons.
Hold on a second, Chase. Hold
Yeah,
on. Left lane. Is that left lane? Yeah, hang on. All right. Go ahead.
They're just saying elements are defined by their proton number, but they can have different numbers of neutrons. And when they do, they're still that element, but they're a different isotope of that element. So like one proton is hydrogen, one proton and one neutron is deuterium, one proton, two neutrons is tritium. But they're still...
And you can spot the difference in this in your spectral lines?
By NMR, that would be what I would go to, yes, because some of...
But you can tell the difference? Okay.
So, yeah, some isotopes are NMR active while some aren't.
Like we don't get stable O3 here near the ground. Up in the air, the ozone layer is O3. Hydrogen wouldn't be H3 here, but it does up there. So I don't know.
The three though, right? The three in the hydrogen case doesn't mean three hydrogen atoms like it does in the ozone or the O3. O3 in that context means there's three oxygen atoms. The three in the hydrogen case means there's one proton and two neutrons in the same atom.
It's because of its temperature and because of the pressure that it equilibrates and wants to be H3, just like ozone wants to be O3. Things want to be in triples, seems like.
No, again, you're conflating three ozone, which is three different oxygen atoms covalently bonded together, and tritium, which is one atom with one proton and two neutrons in its nucleus. Those are two different things.
Okay.
Yes.
You can have your opinion, Chase.
It's not an opinion, dude.
Anyway, what are the qualities and characteristics of this material, regardless of its micro composition and shape?
Of what material?
And tendency. Tritium. If it's a gas, right? If it's going to be hydrogen, floating above.
Yeah,
above,
I
way
believe
high.
so. I believe so. There's
Right.
not a lot of stuff that I use tritium for, so.
Just a tiny bit of it at the outside, right? But it would be, do you know the characteristics of the material? What it would be like if you introduced anything like an electromagnetic field to it, or put any kind of statics or any kind of energy to it. Like, what is its ability to disperse current? Is it high? Does it react to it?
I would say, right, the general trend with isotopes is that the higher number isotope means it has a larger mass, so tritium, which is 3H. So that's going to require more energy, at least in terms of chemical bonding. So for that to form something like water, like T2O, right, you're going to have more energy input to make that molecule form. than you would with just regular 1H, just hydrogen, just a lone proton.
Yeah, I'm
Right, so
asking a
I would
different
think
question.
the same thing would apply for like electrical situations, that it's going to require more energy because there's more mass there. There's 2 more neutrons.
It's like
Yo,
an
real quick,
go
I
ahead.
posted that video on the Earth and the Moon and the suns and shit. TikTok.
Cool, cool.
Go ahead.
To have the same effect, I think you're going to have to input more energy, right, with this electric stuff too. I
It's
think the
just like
trend would be the same.
no, it's highly it's said to be highly reactive to any kind of energies, and what it does is it emits light when that happens, almost like a great gas for a light bulb. Do you know what I mean? That's what this gas is said to do. There, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't make it give off the light. I'm just saying if you were to take just the regular lone proton hydrogen isotope
It's the
compared
whole
to
spectrum, right?
tritium,
It would be if you
compared to
trigger.
tritium, you would have to have a different electrical input to cause the light to be given off
You just
because
need
it's
like some kind of
more
any kind of
mass.
wow.
You
Um,
can't let me finish ever, man.
I guess it's because I just feel like you're done talking, and then you
Yeah,
just have
right in
to.
the middle of my sentence, I'm done talking. Yep.
Yeah, because the point's kind of finished. It's just you need to reiterate it again, I guess.
Nope.
So do you work with tritium, hydrogen 3? Is that
Not
something many
very
people would be
often.
working? What type of people would be working with such a such a substance?
It's more of a nuclear kind of thing.
Does Nate mess around with that kind of stuff? You think, or no?
I don't know. What does Nate do?
I don't know. He works. He says he makes bosons and stuff.
Yeah, it's used in certain things in like particle accelerators.
Okay. So I only have Wikipedia to go from,
I
But
use
what?
deuterium a lot. The 2H isotope
All right. Is
because
that like more stable?
it's not NMR active. So when you use chloroform, which is it's hydrogen, carbon, and 3 chlorine atoms, but we put a deuterium on there because the 1H, the normal isotope of hydrogen, is NMR active, so it'll mess up your spectrum. Like that's all you'll see is just the chloroform. But deuterium, that isotope, is not NMR active. So if you put a deuterium atom in its place, then you don't get this huge hydrogen signal messing up your spectrum.
Temperatures like in the range of like what might be considered outer space for your experiments, or do them at room temperature or at higher temperatures?
They're done
Sort of.
at vacuum with like liquid helium cooling.
Okay. So very cold.
Yeah, pretty
That's
cold.
just that's like a cryo temperatures.
Yeah.
And you're not like applying like electric fields to these or magnetic fields to these materials, right?
Yeah, and NMR, it's nuclear magnetic resonance. So
Oh,
yes, you're using
okay. Sorry,
magnetic fields,
you're talking about
the
some chemicals.
LARMR
You're right.
frequency of the nucleus causes it to process to give a signal.
What are you doing with that stuff?
Like I said, NMR is a good way to determine the structure of organic molecules, the atomic, how they're connected together.
You're taking a picture.
No, like I said, right, you use a magnetic field. It's usually like 8 to 15 Tesla, depending on the type of spectrometer you're using, to cause the nuclei to process at the Lamarr frequency. Then you send some radio pulses at like 200 or 400 or 600 or 800 megahertz, right? And they fall out of alignment and then back into alignment. And as they do that, they give off a signal as a radio photon that's measured by the detector. Those signals are characteristic for different atoms in different chemical environments. And thus you can connect the atoms together on your molecule and figure out what it looks like.
You get any neutrons out of that?
Nope.
Nope. Are neutrons part of any of the stuff you're doing?
Not for NMR, no.
I'm just interested in that because we're getting some of that through the moon, right? We're able to detect neutron emission from that, and I think also there's like neutron filtration that goes on with the sun, and then there's like, I don't know, is that like something of the what the cosmic rays are doing? Because there's some elements that are apparently just like made out in space, just with cosmic rays just bombarding them. They percolate in some kind of matter. I don't know. I don't know if you believe all that stuff, but that's what science says.
Well, cosmic rays are just like a generic term for
Yeah, I
a
guess specifically.
collection of things, including protons, neutrons, electrons, photons, etc.
Okay, so just regular ons. Okay.
All the ions.
Well, so but when we're talking about neutrons from the moon or neutron radiation from the sun, like those are the real deal, real McCoy neutrons, right? Those aren't some other kind of ons pretending to be neutrons. They're not like cosmic rays.
Yeah.
Cosmic rays are just
Well, like I said, cosmic rays it's just a generic term for a collective of things, which include neutrons, but they also include protons and electrons, muons and stuff. It just depends on the type of interaction that's occurring.
so it's safe to say like a lot of stuff could be going on within, I don't know, just what we're talking about, a sea of like ozone, a sea of H3, if they're stacked on top of each other, and then some kind of very, very cold, you know, energetic kind of space around there. Like a lot of these processes could be going on. We don't really know how they work. Um, I mean, maybe some of what you're doing is actually like, using certain types of materials like that are similar to what we might find up there. That maybe some of what you might find that happens on the small scale is happening on the larger scale too. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just shit I wonder about, Chase.
But like what you're the thing you're trying
Oh, you got to be real quiet. Silent.
sea of ozone, right?
You went inside the fishbowl, people.
You can take the ozone to your lab.
Jace, your mic went out, man. We can't hear you.
Is it better?
No, it's like real muffled and quiet.
2, 1. And we're back. No, let me tell you about TurboTax, guys. I'll just break in with a commercial.
There's about to be a huge thing with this longitude latitude line things. I'm just saying this is going to be big right here.
Write this down. Which you think they're just the same line?
What's that?
Well, what's the deal?
No, people are saying that all the longitude lines and latitude lines are 90 degrees.
Oh, yeah, like a grid.
Don't say it like Karl Monk.
Eh.
Did you try to just say that like Karl Monk?
No.
Saying Carl's my boy, but I could picture him saying that. Anyways, no, they just say they're 90 degrees. But I mean, we know 90 degrees. If you draw 90 degrees on a globe, it don't. That's not that line.
Need a square globe.
Like 90 degrees will bring you to the equator. So there's that. Let's not slide into the huge which way does the East bring you on a globe war of 2022?
Circular debate.
Literally.
So yeah, left lane. Did you hear Zanuck earlier? Be there.
Oh, what about?
He said they're not 90 degrees longitude and latitude.
Okay.
And my wife said no one gives a fuck about Zanuck. I actually second that.
That's in contention, isn't it?
No, they're just not 90 degrees. You can go on Google Earth and check it. Who's saying they're 90? Because they're just not. I mean, if someone said that, they're just completely wrong.
Bro, I got. First of all, this all popped off. Charles Flat Earth Matt was talking about it, and then I was like, oh, let me investigate this more. So I started asking around, and a lot of the Globers are saying yes, they're 90 degrees. They're just wrong, right, Gio? I know.
Well, unless they're talking about where it intersects the equator. If they're talking about where longitude line hits the equator, then yeah, but not anywhere else.
That's the only one. That's the only one exactly. Equator and any longitude line on the equator will be 90 degrees. Other than that, no bueno. Shit is on. Let me see your war face. Yeah, because if you go to Google Earth and draw 90 degrees, it's not. No, it's not bring. It's not the same line. This is where This is where you guys are really wilding with the perpendicular shit. All right, I knew that you guys were wilding with it, but this is where it really went crazy because the latitude lines are actually curving in two axes now, not just one. Like a great circle route, it's curving in one axis. Okay, fine. The latitude line, no, it's two. So
Yeah, right. It depends on the map.
hold on, whoever that is, you're the lowest out of anyone who's been low in the last like 10 minutes. So maybe get closer to your mic.
It sounds like something is covering your mic, Jace.
Oh, that was Jason. I didn't even know who the fuck it was.
The layer of obfuscate. Something's obfuscating your audio signal.
It's so bad.
Yep.
Yeah, it's still bad. If you said, "Is it still bad?" Yes.
Been like black bagged. That's just put a bag over put them in a van.
I wonder how who Kosho's gonna side with on this. This is
I put
exciting,
I put
guys.
money that Kocho will know the answer instantly.
Oh, instantly, right? But yeah, but who do you think he's gonna go with though? Is he gonna go with the Google Earth, or is he gonna go with all the Globers saying the other thing? What do you think?
Well, I don't know who all the Globers are. I don't know who's saying that.
I mean, Charles, Flat Earth Math, everyone over at Gems, pretty much.
Saying that all
I
of them,
think,
all latitude and longitudes are all 90 across the entire fake globe.
yeah.
Well, I don't know why they're saying that. It's just profoundly false. I mean, even on a sphere, even if just outside of a globe, if you were to take a sphere, any sphere, and put latitude and longitude lines on it like that, they still would not be 90 other than at the equator.
I know.
So it's just
I
like
feel you. I'm on.
it's like false geometrically and false in their globe model too.
I know. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know why there's so many of them saying this. So, I mean, we're gonna get to the bottom of this. They're out of control. I think Zanuck put it spot on this morning. You need 2 great circle routes, and then you got a 90 on a sphere or whatever. Like the equator is a great circle route, but all the other latitude lines aren't. That's why it only happens at 90 at the equator, even if you believe in that curving lines 90 thing. So
That's why I said the equator and the meridian.
well, all the longitude lines, they're all great circles.
Yeah, I'm just saying if you wanted one as an example, since the meridian is
Yeah.
kind of the center
Yeah,
point.
no doubt. No, this is gonna be good. Should be interesting. Because you know how nobody wants to back down ever, but somebody's gonna have to. I don't know. Somebody's gonna have to back down because it's all the guys on their own sides. Zanuck's the only one so far that actually sided with us on this not being 90 thing. It could have been the way I walked him through it. Were you listening earlier? Was I like leading? Was I like leading him with it? We'll see. Isn't that crazy about the sun and the moon? Oh, you guys watch that with the 108? Come on, bro. That's too much of a coincidence right there. All those 108s. What are the chances? The Globers are just dismissed. They're like, oh, it's 108.9 or something, whatever Jay said earlier. I mean, you guys know I don't go off on that whole numerology, gematria thing, really, but there was like a couple things where it's too crazy.
What do you mean?
Well, the number 273 is one of them, and the number 108 is another one.
Mm-hmm.
Or they just pop up everywhere, and like especially when he was talking about heliocentrism,
Mm-hmm.
those numbers pop up crazy in heliocentrism.
Oh yeah.
The 273 is even in it if you even disregard heliocentrism altogether, and 273 is in there wild. Yeah, 273 is way more fun than 108 one.
Have you come across holy shit, how are English numbers pronounced?
30 is it 37 or
Yes,
137?
yes.
This is a physics one, yeah. Interestingly enough, on that 137 number, if that's even it, I don't even know if that's it. It could be 134. I don't know. But whatever
it's
that number is,
yeah, it's right.
it's 130. It's 137, right?
Yes.
So guess how many sarcophagus will fit inside the king's chamber in the Great Pyramid? 137, bro. It's that same number. I've been on the lookout for that number more recently. Definitely interesting. Like I said, I'm not over here just plugging everyone's screen name into gematria calculators or whatever the fuck they do.
No.
But some of these number things are too much.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there are certainly complete mystery traditions which are based around the number and letter correspondence, right? For example, Kabbalah and a lot of Jewish mystery tradition, right?
I don't know. I don't do that whole gematria thing. There may be something to it. I'm not saying there's nothing to it. I've never forgotten.
You know what a prime is, Jeremy? A prime number?
Numbers that only divide by one in themselves.
Right. And if you count them, right? So if you start by, I don't think that is one a prime?
I don't. Yeah.
It isn't a prime because it only divides
Definitionally.
by one.
Yeah. So one is not a prime.
Definitionally, it would be.
And if you then start
No,
counting,
it is prime. One is prime.
I don't think it counts as a prime officially. It's like that 2 is the first prime. Like the
Yes.
gentleman before just said that it's because it's only divisible by 1. It violates kinda the rule for primes that they have 2 divisors, right? Usually a prime can be divided by itself and the number 1, and the number 1 only has it for 1 divisor, which might be a factor why it's not a prime, but I'm not sure. But so if we start counting the primes, starting with the number 2, which would be the first prime, and we count the primes until the number 137. Jeremy, give me a guess. Which prime is 137?
I don't know. What is it?
It's the 33rd prime.
Oh, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. I like that one.
That's a good one. I like that. We got to write this down. Snacks, write that down.
It's easy to remember, I think.
When is the 33rd prime? Got it tattooed on my chest already.
Ayo. And Jeremy, do you know about this this notorious Freemasonry symbol, like the square and the compass, right?
Yep. Yeah.
yeah, follow me on that one. The square would make 90 degrees, right? So if you just open up the square enough from its angle, and you then like add up the angles from 90, you would need like a 47-degree angle of the compass to elude in a way from this symbolism to the number 137, which is also in Jewish gematria the numerical value of the word Kabbalah, which is very, very interesting, man. I don't know if you could follow what I just said.
No, you kind of lost me.
Mm-hmm.
You get the square and the compass. Then what?
Yeah, and the square is like the square has 90 degrees, right? It's a right angle.
Okay. Okay.
And so we have 90 degrees. And we could also measure the angular value, the compass which crosses the square is opened up, right?
All right.
So if we really dwell deep into symbolism, one could assume that from such a brotherhood like the Masons, who seem to be really fit on symbolism, someone could just open up the compass by 47 degrees, which would allude to the number 137 if you add the angles from the compass and the square, right?
Well, how big is the compass open on the symbol? Does it show you, or is it just
Yeah.
guess?
It differs. It differs. There are many different depictions of that.
Okay.
Sometimes it's 60. Sometimes it's really sometimes around 47. I have a documentation where it's open 47, but it differs. It's not always 47. But I find that pretty interesting because the degrees and the honorary 33rd degree, and if you would allude to the number 137 in your symbol, which is the 33rd prime, there's a lot of interwoven stuff,
Yeah. I'll see.
Yeah.
What else we got, guys? What else? Solaris is a glober. Solaris, you there?
Yeah.
Do you think longitude and latitude lines meet at 90 degrees?
Do I think they meet at 90 degrees?
Are longitude and latitude lines perpendicular? 90 degrees.
Only in one spot.
What do you mean only in one spot?
At the equator.
Only at the equator? Okay. That makes
Why?
sense. The second.
Okay, that's an odd question, but all right.
Well, there's been some differing of opinions on whether they're perpendicular or not.
Well, people have the right to be wrong.
Yeah. I'm on your side, yeah. Only at the equator.
Even at that, though, it's still not really 90-degree angle because you need two straight lines to make a perfect 90-degree angle. And on a sphere, you don't have straight lines, so it's technically not even really an angle. Even
I
calling
know this is giving them. This is giving them a lot. I know. But even in spherical,
if you want to call it close enough or whatever, it's it's within the range, I guess. Just depends on how technical you want to be.
all right. Here's this one. This is from Thought Call. It says on a map diagram parentheses. Lines of longitude are the vertical lines running from the North Pole to South Pole and are perpendicular to lines of latitude. There's another one from World Atlas. All circles of latitude are parallel to the equator and perpendicular to all longitude lines at the intersect points. Lines here's from Vigus. Lines of longitude called meridians run perpendicular to lines of latitude. I'm calling dibs on the next lower that comes in here. I wish Charles would come in. He's the one that was saying it. So
About the 90 degrees.
sorry, what was that?
What are you waiting for?
Flat Earth math to come in. Charles.
This guy's a globe earther, technical French cat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Do you think lines of longitude and lines of latitude are perpendicular?
I think they are on the equator.
Just the equator, okay. Everyone's story has changed from yesterday. Not yours, but
they wouldn't even be on the equator because those lines are curved. But if you flatten them out, then yeah, technically on the equator.
Just the equator, yeah. If you were to do tangent lines and shit, yeah. Well,
Is
all
someone saying
right.
differently?
I mean, yeah. A lot of people were.
That's weird.
I went into gems last night to get this squared away in my mind. That didn't really help, but maybe a little.
Where else would they be 90 degrees?
Well, there was people saying they were 90 degrees everywhere they meet. Anywhere a longitude line meets a latitude line, 90 degrees.
But they have to think about it. Maybe they are.
I don't know, because if you go to Google Earth and you draw a 90-degree line, like that's something you could do on Google Earth. Draw a 90-degree line off a longitude line, and
But visualize
it's
like 2 circles, and they meet together. It doesn't matter where they meet. It should be 90-degree angle if they are sway. But
I'm just saying you could go on Google Earth and draw a 90-degree line right on the globe, and
yeah, I'll
it's
do that.
not a latitude line. Because that was my argument. Remember, for which direction does east bring you? That war of 2022 we had. That was big. So yeah, I mean, if you go on Google Earth and draw a 90-degree line, I mean, it's not a latitude line.
I mean, I think the equator would be
It's not even close.
closest.
Yeah, the equator would be the only one in my mind. Yeah, exactly. Because that is where, if you were on the equator and you were to do that 90-degree line, it would follow the equator on a globe. All right, well, we'll see how this plays out. I mean, so far everyone's pretty much getting it right today. Everyone got it wrong yesterday, but
Well, it's why on the equinox on the globe model, everybody looks due east, which is 90 degrees to north, to see the sunrise because the sun's on the equator. So all those lines go hit the equator.
yeah, exactly. That was Jeranism's whole thing of what he had. He had the day on an equinox, if I can remember. That was a long time You get 90 and 270. Both those lines bring you to the equator. Yeah.
Yo, what's good? Anyone want to talk?
Yeah, what's up?
Yo, just chilling, man. How are you?
Are you a Glober?
Uh,
I don't-
I'm
What
uh,
do you want?
I'm a skepticist. What did you say?
I said no doubt. What do you want to talk about?
Uh, oh no. What do you want to talk about?
Lots of stuff.
A lot of
Tons
stuff.
of stuff. Yeah.
So
Whatever you want. You know what do you know? You know about Coriolis.
I know I know some little things about Coriolis.
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting effect for sure. So, what do you find interesting about Coriolis?
I'm starting to doubt what's happening over a spinning globe.
You're starting to doubt that the Coriolis effect happens on a spinning globe.
Yeah.
I see.
I'm not. As far as it being a non-inertial, I think it might be a real effect, but that wouldn't be Coriolis, like a real force. I don't think that's considered Coriolis, though. I think there may be an actual force deviating things, but I don't think it's due to
Mm,
the difference in reference frames because there's some different reasons.
right. Yeah, I do think that the Coriolis effect can happen on a spinning globe, but also on a spinning flat Earth, because it's all about magnetic fields in the end, you know.
Yeah, there could be various reasons for why there's a force or the deviation happening, but
Yeah, like water molecules, they got a magnetic dipole moment, so it's only logical when rotation is involved that the Coriolis effect will occur. That doesn't necessarily have to be on a spinning Earth, I think. On a spinning globe, I mean. Yo, Extreme Sis. Hello there.
Hello, I'm here.
Hello, Extreme Sis. How you
Hello.
doing? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
Nice. Me too. So, what do you believe in? Like, are you a Glober, Flat Earther?
Glover.
Glober. I see. So, so what's your like? What would you consider as the best evidence in favor of the globe Earth?
Hold on one sec.
Yeah. Take your time.
He's got to Google it.
I see. That's sharp. Yeah, I mean it's cool, like I Google shit sometimes too. Well, I prefer DuckDuckGo personally, but I get it.
For me, a couple of different things. Number one, lunar eclipses. Number two, 1 degree per 69 miles. Number three, celestial navigation, which is kind of tied to number two, I guess. Number four, the fact that lines of longitude converge toward the poles and are greatest at the equator, the distance between them.
Okay, so
one more. Hold on, one more. Flights, basically, specifically flights in the southern hemisphere, but even flights from the northern to the southern hemisphere. Also, that's the proof of the globe too.
Okay, I see. So, my question would be, since most of the things you just named are things I don't think you've, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't sound like you observed most of these things on your own. You're rather relying on some kind of authority of knowledge, some kind of report to tell you that these were the findings and these are its conclusions. But I'm wondering, what would you say is the best evidence in favor of the globe Earth from your own direct experiences, if you weren't to rely on some kind of like authority of knowledge?
Well, first of all, lines of longitude converging is not something I rely on anybody to point out. I mean, that's just true. Nobody told me that. Nobody, I didn't rely on it. Lines of longitude converging toward the poles, south and north, and biggest at the equator. That's just true. As far as the whole rest of it, 1 degree per 69 miles. I mean, that's observable. I haven't actually done it, but it is true again. I mean, that's just obviously true. Celestial navigation has been done for thousands of years, so that's true. Flights, again, true. I haven't been on a flight in the southern hemisphere, but I do know people that have been on flights in the southern hemisphere. Again, just true.
But I'm asking, what have you done? What have you done? Are there any direct observations you've made?
Yeah, he didn't really answer his question. Yeah, he was asking, what have you, without relying on some other authority source of knowledge, yourself. That's what he was asking. You didn't really answer that. You just said a bunch of things and said the word true after him.
Yeah, okay. Like, do you have any direct observations
personally done? I would say none of those, specifically to the shape of the earth, none of those things. Now, there are certain other things that don't specifically pertain to the shape of the earth that I have worked out for myself in terms of science and our understanding, the whole different aspects of science and relativity and all this that I actually understand for myself, that I've come to the conclusion myself that aren't necessarily specific to the shape of the earth. As far as specific to the shape of the earth, what I've done is, okay, if you want that specific answer, nothing.
I see. Interesting. Thank you.
There it is.
No.
So all of your
Great.
information that the Earth's a globe depends on some authority of knowledge outside of yourself. Then would you say that, Extremis?
Authority of knowledge. It's, again, all of the things that I said are true. Whether somebody else tells me they're true or not, they're still true. Nobody's falsified that. Nobody has proven them wrong. Those are true facts and statements. Now, whether somebody else came up with those or I personally confirmed it, if somebody told me that is true, and then I went out and measured that for myself and confirmed it's true, that doesn't really change the fact that that is true.
So then if you haven't confirmed it, it's like a belief, like it's like a religion, like you're just believing it.
We've kind of done this whole thing before about, I've never been to Australia, but I know people that have. I'm relying on an authority that tells me Australia exists. Therefore, I believe Australia exists.
Because the reason why I asked this question is the whole premise of flat Earth. Even if you don't believe in that the Earth is flat, it's still quite interesting because it starts from the premise that the most true knowledge you can gain is from observations you've made directly. That is the only knowledge you can be certain of to some degree.
See, I
without
disagree
reliance
with
on
that.
external sources.
I disagree with that for a couple of reasons. Now, first of all, you don't have, we collectively, everybody in this channel is not an expert in all fields. So we don't have to personally do chemistry to prove that chemistry is true. Other people that are experts in chemistry have demonstrated certain chemistry principles. We can assume and accept that those principles are true because not only do those principles work, but they give us our chemical elements, and that's true. So they give us chemistry. So we don't have to personally do chemistry to know that chemistry is true. And that's the same thing for a lot of things. We don't have expertise in math, science, as physics. We don't have to personally do a lot of things because we are not trained. Second of all, there's a second point to this. We don't have the ability to do a lot of these things. We don't have access to the particular materials, tools, the different measurement devices. Some, not these specific things I mentioned, but there are some things that require fairly precise measurements that we just don't have access to those kind of tools. So we cannot do those things from ourselves, even if we wanted to. You need a laboratory, some sort of, high-end tools that cost thousands of dollars or more that we don't typically have access to.
Okay, that's an interesting argument. But what I'm wondering is, I get it in the case of molecules, like all of the microscopic stuff. It's very difficult to get a hand on something that will allow you to look at those things closer for yourself. But when it pertains to something like the shape of the Earth, that is something that, if it is true, it's a very it should be a very fundamental part of our experiences as the inhabitants of this earth. So surely there should be something, some kind of sign within our own direct observations for which we don't need any machines or any external measurements that will tell us that the earth is a globe surface. Don't you think?
Disagree with that because most of our everyday life doesn't really matter the shape of the earth. You know, whether you're an architect, depending, I mean, if you're just making a building, now if you're making certain things, there are certain things that actually take the curvature of the earth into effect. Notably speaking, very long bridges actually do take the curvature of the earth. But you know, houses, you know, office buildings, they don't care. You know, engineering, petroleum engineering, chemical engineering, electrical engineering, none of that matters. Plumbers, you know, most of your mainstream jobs don't care one way or the other. You're not going to notice if you're a plumber, you're not going to do anything in your entire life that matters if the earth is a globe or flat. Nothing you do. Possibly, like I said, if you take certain flights, again, flights do actually prove the shape one way or the other. But your day-to-day and year-to-year experience doesn't matter.
Okay, so you think before all these technologies, before the airplane, before all of these modern day stuff, there was no possible way for people from ancient times to understand from direct observations that the Earth is a globe, apart from, I suppose, stellar navigation that you mentioned.
Celestial. And again, you know, most people for the last 2,000 years, 99.999% of the population, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, today, none of the shape of the earth matters. Now, there are certain jobs and certain functions, certain industries. I mean, all of navigation, obviously, planes, ships, that depends on the shape of the earth, one way or the other. Logistics, aeronautical engineering in terms of planes versus rockets, all of that slightly. I mean, you know, I guess if you build an airplane, it doesn't matter. But again, there's certain things that you have to take into account tangentially related, specifically gravity. I mean, if you're building an airplane with aerodynamics, you got to factor in gravity, how it affects your plane. But again, the
Are you
shape
building
doesn't
a
so much
plane?
matter. There's just a lot of things that you have to factor in some industries, but most of them don't really matter. And again, that's true for 1,000 years ago. That's true for today. Now, some of them, yes, you're right. I mean, as you said, navigation, like I said, logistics, anything that deals with the very large scale of the world, obviously does. You know, planes, flights, pilots, ship captains, all those things. Any kind of, like I said, you're doing SpaceX. I mean, that whole industry, obviously NASA, but that's neither here nor there. Those kind of business and industries obviously matter.
So all of these government affiliated institutes, those are the authorities of knowledge to tell us that the Earth is a sphere. Is that what you're saying?
If I work for UPS or FedEx, that's logistics. That has nothing to do with the government. For FedEx, for UPS, for any kind of shipping company, the Earth is a globe, but it has nothing to do with the government. So that's kind of a strange statement. And the same thing applies to airlines. I mean, American Airlines, you know, Qantas. I mean, Qantas especially. Any of the southern flights, like the national airlines of Peru and Argentina, they don't. That's not government. Well, some of them may be government owned, but the ones that are not, that's not anything to do with the government.
You don't think airplane companies need some kind of approval from the government, that they are actively, and the government is actively involved with
I mean,
the creation of these companies?
for the for their own internal operations in terms of planning their routes, designing their routes from city to city. What cities am I going to serve? Am I going to serve Am I going to have a direct flight from Los Angeles to Sydney, Australia? That has nothing to do with the government, and that's true actually for the shipping as well. FedEx and all the shipping companies, UPS, DHL. Am I going to have a direct flight from Singapore to Sydney, Australia, or Johannesburg to Perth, Australia? That has nothing to do with the government. Now, obviously, if you're an airline, Boeing, I mean, they've got a civil side in terms of they make the Boeing 737 and stuff for airline, but they have a government/military side, so that matters. But the internal workings of how American Airlines plans its flight routes is not something the government has any say in.
So where do these companies get their routes from?
Yeah, who do you think makes the GPS, dude? GPS is military.
But I mean, again, it's not. It's still true. I mean, you're saying like, I mean, if it's true, it doesn't matter whether it's military or civilian. And by the way, there is other GPS. I mean, I think Europe has their own GPS system, and so does Asia, I think.
So what you seem to do now is there's actually a name for it. It's called circular reasoning, because you're arguing that something is true because it comes from this source, and this source is true because it is true. That is pretty much what you said just now.
So let's take GPS. You just brought that up, or at least Geo did. Now, GPS, the lines of longitude are larger further apart at the equator, and they get closer together the further north of the equator and the further south of the equator you go. Now, the question is that actually true? Does that actually happen? Or is that something that the government just plots out for GPS coordinates? Does the government tell GPS to make those coordinates true?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds interesting for sure. It's just that I personally haven't conducted an experiment like that, so I wouldn't know. And even if I were to conduct such an experiment, I would need to rely on the GPS systems to tell me where I'm at. So, in conclusion, I don't think it's possible to prove the globe Earth hypothesis from the arguments you've presented without relying, to some extent, on an external authority of knowledge. A source I've no control over, a source I'm not familiar with.
So let's go. So how would you prove that GPS converges? Well, let me rephrase that question. Can it be proven that GPS actually gets closer toward the poles and further away from the equator? Can that be shown to be true? Regardless of who says it's true, can it be shown that it is in fact true?
Supposedly, if you have two different ships who are going to the north at a certain and keep a certain distance from one another, if they were to not rely on the GPS but rather on the natural magnetic field of the Earth, and assuming that the Earth is of globe shape, spherical shape, there would come a point in time where they would collide into one another. So that would be my proposal to test out the shape of the Earth.
Here's my proposal. You take 2 points on Earth, any 2 points, and you take them at 40 degrees, pick a latitude, doesn't matter. 40 degrees north latitude, 50, 60, I don't care which one, pick one. 40 or 50 or 60 degrees north latitude, measure that distance from, 30, from 75 degrees longitude to 60 degrees longitude. That's in the north. Now you go 40 degrees south latitude and you go 75 degrees longitude to 60 degrees longitude and see if those two distances equal each other. Now,
But you
I mean,
cannot measure.
obviously, if you plot it out, they do. I mean, I don't think there's any question about that. If you look at that on Google Earth or Google Maps, they do actually equal the same distance. So the question would be, if you actually travel that distance, does what you travel match what Google Earth says the distance is, both north and south of the equator? Did
But
you
you would
understand that?
again,
Was that clear, kind of what I just described?
you would be relying on Google Earth or some kind of GPS system to get at the longitudes you just presented.
No.
So essentially,
what
you'd be using a GPS system to prove the validity of a GPS system.
So, I mean, I'm getting my coordinates at 60 degrees, 40 degrees north. So I have my coordinates. Now I have my coordinate north. It's 75 degrees longitude, 40 degrees north. So I have my GPS coordinate there.
Where do you get those GPS coordinates from?
Right. Obviously, I get those from some other source.
Yes.
GPS, the government, whatever you want to say.
Indeed.
But the question is, I mean, I guess I see what your point is. You don't have another way to calculate your position. You have to look for a outside source to calculate your position. But the problem is, here's the problem with that conclusion, is that if GPS says that these two distances are 200 miles apart, and I calculate that using GPS in the north at 40 degrees north longitude, 40 degrees north latitude. So my distance from X longitude to Y longitude is 200 miles at 40 degrees. Now, I go to the equator, and on X longitude to Y longitude, it's now a little bit bigger. 300 miles. Okay, now we can calculate 300 miles. We don't need GPS for that. We can determine 300 miles based on distance and direction. So we don't need GPS for that. Now I go 40 degrees south latitude, and now from X to Y is now 200 miles. So again, we haven't used GPS. We can calculate from X position to Y position using distance and direction without using GPS. I've gone from here and I've traveled for 2 hours at 100 miles an hour, and I've gone 200 miles. So now I know how far I've gone. So it is 200 miles at 40 degrees. At the equator, it's 300. And at 40 degrees north, it's 200. So that, I mean, again, you're not using GPS to calculate the distance from A to B.
That is true, but you do rely on GPS to tell you where you need to stand in order to find those distances. It's actually very easy mathematically to represent a spherical surface as a flat surface and vice versa. In that sense. So it comes down to a mathematical trick that may not even confirm the global shape of the Earth.
Again, I'm not relying on GPS for the distance. I'm relying on my coordinates. Yes, you're right. No problem with that. But if I'm at a certain latitude, which I can find without GPS, I don't need to know GPS. So I'm at the north latitude. I can find that without using GPS. And I travel west for 200 miles. And then I go to the south latitude And I don't need GPS to do that. I go 40 degrees south latitude. And I don't need GPS. I may have said that wrong. But anyway, I don't need GPS. And so now I go for 2 hours and I get to the same spot. I can find that out. I can find that I've gone 200 miles and gone to the same line of longitude without using GPS, just based on distance and direction.
All right, now we're getting somewhere. Because you aren't using GPS in the setup of your experiment, if I understand correctly. So I invite you to try it out and share the results with us.
Now, again, that's a little bit impractical, but my point is that you don't need to do GPS to find that. I mean, again, and I'm repeating this, you don't need GPS. GPS tells you that the lines of longitude converge.
I'm sorry, I just said I agree with your last setup, because if I understand it correctly, you would be using a compass to find the proper coordinates and only compare the results afterwards with a GPS system to see if they line up. Yes, I mean that's a wonderful experiment. So that's why I'm inviting you to perform this experiment and share the results with us if you plan on doing it.
But, and again, I mean, again, the whole thing about being practical or not, it's really just not practical. First of all, it's a little bit hard to travel straight line distances. I mean, unless you're on a boat. And second, it's just not practical. I mean, there's money involved. You got to get equipment and supplies. It's just not practical. But my point is that that can be done. Now, the question to ask is, if you actually did that, what would the results confirm GPS, or would they show GPS to be incorrect? So that would be the question to ask.
Yes, exactly.
So what do you think you would get if you did that? If you did that, now you can, I mean, I don't know is an acceptable answer, but the question is, what would happen if you did that?
I'm not sure. I haven't done the experiment myself, so I cannot tell you.
So back to that. Do you think it's been done by anybody? Has anybody ever done something similar?
That is not relevant for me on a philosophical basis.
So you have to personally do something to confirm it's true for you.
Yeah, pretty much.
So have you ever been to Russia?
No.
Do you know that Russia exists?
I think it's likely. But I haven't been there. So
Probably exists.
for myself.
More than likely, Russia exists. Why do you think Russia exists if you've never been there?
Yeah, just based on all of the pictures before AI, they seemed realistic. I've seen the people, I've seen the towers, I've seen videos, I've seen geopolitical strides. I've seen many different things. I do not think. I think it would rather be beneficial for us to not know the existence of Russia from a political perspective. So I do agree with the government in the respect that Russia does exist. Yes.
Okay, now in science, let's switch it to science now. So obviously, politically speaking, you accept that there are certain countries, even though you may not be there.
Yes.
You've not been there, but countries do exist. Obviously.
I would also like to add one thing, which is the existence of Russia wouldn't conflict with my direct observations, while the concept of a globe Earth would inherently. So if there are no contradictions involved, I tend to be less stringent on what I believe to be likely true.
Okay, that's fine. Now, going to the next thing, the entire foundation of science, all of science is built on somebody else has proven this to be true. So we take the next step. Now, obviously, I'm going to put a caveat there. Sometimes what we think is true is not actually true, and we can only carry, that particular line of reasoning so far. At a certain point, we realize, hey, we screwed up somewhere. We got to backtrack and rethink where we're at. I accept that. But the thing is, you can't always say, I've got to because that just makes no sense. In the world of science, if you're a scientist, you don't have to personally reinvent the wheel every time. Now, having said that, if there's a particular point in your whole, this, A led to B led to C, and I'm trying to go to D, and I can't get C to D, well, perhaps somebody before me messed up. So now I'm going C to D, but I didn't do A to B to C personally. But now that I can't get C to D, maybe I should relook at A to B to C. Okay. So basically, what I'm saying is, you don't automatically have to do everything that has come before you unless you're having a problem making progress. And that is, to me, it's a little bit silly to say I have to personally, look at, there's some people that will say I have to personally take a flight from Sydney to Santiago, Chile, to say that that flight exists. I have to personally be on that flight. If I'm not on that flight, then that flight does not exist. That's a little bit silly.
Okay, so is this how science arrived at lobotomy?
I mean, that's not really where I was going with that. Again, science is built on a foundation. You don't have to keep doing what was previously doing personally in order to build on the next step. If the previous step is proven and accepted, which again, I concede that that's not always true, but for the most part, if the first steps were accepted, then you can accept that as true and move on from your position.
Right.
I mean, that's a little bit silly for you to personally have to start over in anything you do.
So again, is this how science arrived at lobotomy?
No.
What is the difference?
I don't know. I just said a random answer. I don't care.
Okay, thank you for being honest. But I don't think that this sequence of steps necessarily leads to the absolute truth. And I just named one example, lobotomy. I assume at least that you consider lobotomy to be rather harmful, right?
Right. Again, it's not. It's about like, in chemistry, for example, we talked about that earlier. I don't have to personally do. Maybe a better example would be Maxwell's equation in electromagnetism. Those are accepted. Those are generally accepted to be true. Now, have you personally, or has anybody in this room personally confirmed that Maxwell's equations of electromagnetism are true?
I mean, to some extent, yes.
So you have personally confirmed those equations?
I mean, I've used those equations in personal experiments, and they did seem to line up with my findings.
Okay,
yes.
That's fine. So, okay, there's a good example. Now, again, particular, let's go with chemistry then. I mean, there are a lot of obviously chemical, Bernoulli's principle. There's a good one. That has to do with flight, pressure, whatever. Has anybody, I have not, personally demonstrated and confirmed Bernoulli's principle to be true?
No.
Now, do you accept, without having done it already, that Bernoulli's principle is true?
I would have to research it.
So you do not accept it, and you would have to personally do that it is true before you make any actual use of Bernoulli's principle. You're saying that.
Why would I say something is true if I have no experience working with it? I mean,
That's actually my entire point. Scientists don't do that. Engineers don't do that. An engineer that is building an airplane doesn't actually go back and confirm Bernoulli's principle is true. He will take Bernoulli's principle as true and then design his airplane wing to use Bernoulli's principle. He will not go back and confirm it. He's not going to bother doing that. That is my point. It is not necessary
I know.
to go back and personally and that's true for every engineer. This Boeing engineer does not have to go back and confirm that. Now, that's also true for Airbus. This guy for Airbus, he doesn't have to go back himself and personally confirm Bernoulli's principle is true. He works off the assumption that is true, and now he builds and designs his airplane.
The same way that the lobotomists trusted their authorities of knowledge. I understand.
So, I mean, again, I'll ask you, what's the difference between an Airbus guy, an engineer for Airbus, deciding, you know what, I don't know personally if Bernoulli's principle is true. I'm going to go back and confirm it's true before I design my airplane. Same thing with the Boeing guy. Same thing with whatever other, pick another airline. I'm going to go back, make sure it's true, and then I'm going to design my airplane. Do you think that's the way science and engineering works? Do you think they go back and start over every single time? How about this?
I don't think they do.
Hold on. I'll ask you this question. I work for Airbus. I have personally gone back, confirmed Bernoulli's principle is true. I now design my airplane. However, 30 years later, I retire. So I designed my own airplane. Everything works. This airplane flies. Now, the next guy that is my replacement, he doesn't know if Bernoulli's principle is true. Do you think that my replacement starts over, confirms Bernoulli's principle is true, and then starts designing his own airplane again from the ground up like that?
No.
So what's the difference between assuming Bernoulli's principle is true and just not having to confirm it personally, and then going off of that, and instead, as you said, doing lobotomies because you don't know if that's true or not?
I think to this argument specifically, there isn't an inherent difference between the two. It just so happens that, I suppose, less lives have been killed by the engineer compared to the lobotomists. But the same argument still applies to both.
Now let's switch that and let's go with I can't think of there's a particular hold on one second.
All right.
There's a particular function for designing cameras, and I can't remember what the actual it has to do with focal length equals the magnification and all that. I can't remember what it's called. But anyway, so there's that principle. Now I'm designing a new camera. Okay.
Yeah, you mean the lens formula.
Whatever. Okay. Do I need to personally confirm that is true before I design my own camera? Or can I go ahead and assume that is true and then design my own camera without wasting whatever time I have to confirm that's true first?
You can assume anything is true or anything is false, but that doesn't necessarily make it true or false. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
So
Okay. So I assume it's true, and then I design my own camera, and my camera now works. It gives me correct magnification. It gives me a good in focus picture. So I have assumed that what I came before is true. What I've now designed off that assumption has worked. So, does that mean that my earlier assumption is true, or is, I should say, not as true, but my earlier assumption is accepted as correct? That formula is true.
yes, because you would be making your observation of the phenomenon that the equation predicted, of course.
Right. And I didn't
I'm
confirm
not arguing against the
that
answer.
equation personally. All I did was assume the equation is true, then design my camera based on that assumption. I didn't confirm it myself. I assumed it's true, designed it as if it was true, and then once my camera works as expected, then that confirms that equation is true. You
Yes,
agree with that?
seeing that your camera works as expected, as was predicted by the formula, that would be a confirmation, yes, by your own observation.
So in that case, you don't personally have to confirm the equation is true. And that, by the way, that kind of goes for that whole Bernoulli principle thing too. Because if I assume Bernoulli's principle is true, I design an airplane and that airplane flies, then I can accept that Bernoulli's principle is true. I didn't have to personally confirm it, but
Yes,
because my airplane flies, it's true.
I agree with you. I agree with you, because you would still be making your own personal observation that would line up with the prediction you made based on the equation. Yes, I'm not arguing against the Bernoulli's principle or against the lens formula you mentioned. I'm just saying that the globe Earth hypothesis, it seems to contradict my direct personal observations, and I'm curious as to why there's no way for us to locally know, to locally see something that suggests the shape of the Earth through some kind of experiment.
Well, personally, the thing is, here's a personal thing. If you're looking at observations, I see too far, the horizon is this distance, curvature is this distance. I think those particular observational evidence is very poor one way or another, globe or sphere. And the reason I say that is because how many observations out there say this observation says the Earth is a globe, and this observation says the Earth is a sphere? It just seems contradictory. There is no definitive observation. Both sides will say this one shows a globe, this one shows a sphere. But if I look at yours, here's all the variables that you didn't take into account. And now, if you take into all account these variables for your observation, it proves my position.
If I look at your take of the story, it's there are no real variables to be found. It's all authorities of knowledge. Some kind of website by NASA telling us that the Earth is spheroid, or some kind of Wikipedia article. I'm not sure what your sources are, but they wouldn't be experiments you have conducted by yourself. You're essentially talking about things other eyes have witnessed that you haven't witnessed yourself, and taking them for granted, taking them for true. And I think that's from a philosophical standpoint, epistemologically, not something you can truly find is true. At least not to the same extent as your own personal observations, especially when it pertains to something so fundamental as the shape of the very ground we're standing on.
Okay, so we just discussed Bernoulli's principle as well as the lens formula. if I am an engineer and I make a camera and it confirms or conforms to the lens formula, then that is true. I didn't have to do it personally. Same thing with Bernoulli's principle. I didn't have to personally confirm that to design an airplane. This airplane flies. It actually shows that Bernoulli's principle works. Now, as a layman, I'm going to design an airplane, but I'm going to get on an airplane. If the airplane that I get on flies, then that shows me as a layman that Bernoulli's principle is true. Same thing with the lens formula. I'm not going to personally design a camera, but I'm going to buy one. And if that gives me a good picture with the magnification and all that stuff that I want, then the lens formula is true. So if I'm using these things, again, as a layman, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a scientist, but I'm layman. These things engineered by someone else who has done so, these things show that these formulas are true.
I'm not sure why you keep pressing on this particular argument, because I'm not disagreeing on the validity of Bernoulli's principle or the lens formula. All those principles can still apply even on a flat Earth. So I'm
My
not sure how this
The reason I'm harping on
develops
this is
the conversation.
the reason I'm harping on this.
Wait 1 second.
Go
I
ahead.
even agreed with you that you can actually, based on the assumption of the global Earth, come up with an experiment, because you came up with one such experiment to see that is to see whether the hypothesis is true or not. All I'm saying is that if you want to know if you want to confirm the validity, you will need to make some kind of direct observation. Like from a philosophical standpoint, you need to make some kind of observation that confirms your hypothesis to be true. I personally do not consider things I've learned from authorities as true by default, unless there is a personal observation that can be accompanied by it. Do you get what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying is I disagree with that point of view, because I don't personally have to do anything with the camera. I don't have to
You
I
do.
don't know anything about engineering or science. I use it, it works. Therefore, all the principles that it's built on are true. Optics, refraction, lenses, focal lengths, all of that stuff is true without me personally knowing or doing anything about that. I don't have to
It's likely
personally
true.
make any kind of observation,
You do.
experiment to
You
use a camera to know it works and to
How do you know it
feel
works? How do you know it works?
acceptable that everything it's designed on is true,
Okay, but sir, how do you know it works?
because I use it personally.
Okay, so what do you mean by using?
If I take a picture with it,
If you take a picture with it, and what do you do with the picture?
I look at the picture. It's in focus
You look at
and
the
it looks
picture.
normal.
In other words, you make an observation and you find that with your experiment by taking the picture and examining the resulting picture, that it did behave as intended. It did behave according to the principles, according to the underlying hypotheses that underpin the laws of refraction and such you just mentioned.
Right. Yes.
That's how you know. That's how you know they are true. It's by the observation.
Okay.
So you do make an observation, because earlier you said you didn't need to make any kind of observation, but you wouldn't be able to know whether the camera works or not without one.
I mean, if I use it, I guess that's considered a quote observation. Using it, that's fine.
Yes.
But again, if I am doing I said this earlier, any kind of optical observation, both sides will claim. There's a lot of different, pictures on the internet that both sides will say this shows a globe or this shows a flat earth. And then what both sides will do is look at your picture and say, well, you think this shows a flat earth because you didn't account for this and this and this. And the same on the other side. You think this shows a globe because you didn't account for this and this and this. So observations like that, optical observations, distance sighting, mountains in the distance, I don't think those are very good personally, because both sides will take a picture, and I've seen it in many cases, it's the same picture, and both sides will say, this picture shows a globe, and the other side will say, this picture shows a flat earth, and both sides will say that for the same picture. So the whole observation and sighting distance, to me personally, is not a very good way to prove the shape of the earth. I think there are other more better ways that are less subjective.
Like trusting the government.
No,
basically.
I mean, again, celestial navigation. Here's a perfect example. If you look at celestial navigation, there is not a single flat earther that has ever personally done celestial navigation. Now, I've personally not done it. I will say that right up front. But there are a number of globers that have personally done celestial navigation. There are exactly 0 flat earthers that have done celestial navigation out on a boat personally.
Yes, like me. I'm one of them.
You have personally done celestial navigation.
No, I'm saying I haven't done any
Okay.
celestial navigation. So there would be no reason for me to assume that that is really what proves the globe Earth.
Right.
I mean, it's nice that other people were going on that trip, but it's not for me.
Now, I personally have not done celestial navigation, but I'll be honest, I don't even understand a lot of it. I mean, I kind of understand the whole 1 degree per 69 miles. By the way, that is something else that, to me, I understand that. That is a mathematical formula relationship that actually is impossible in any shape other than a globe. It does not work on anything other than a sphere. But again, specific to celestial navigation, I haven't done it. I know 2 or 3 globers that have personally done it, and I will accept their conclusions and their evidence and their story or whatever personal account of what they did.
Okay.
But that's my point is, I have seen stories and details, and here's what I did. Here's all my measurements. Here's the tools I used. And I mean, I've seen those videos from globers. I have never, not one, there is 0 ever from a flat earther. Now, they talk about it a lot. They say, oh, you need to do this. Here's your tools. You do this measurement. This is the results. They talk about that a lot. I've seen them all talk about it on the various shows. What I have not seen is a single flat earther go out on a boat and personally film that and show what they got.
Okay.
Not any.
Okay. So, in other words, I need to trust these strangers that you're
No,
just telling me.
I'm saying I trust them. You trust them. I mean, we've already kind of established that that's kind of your standard is if you don't personally do it, you don't accept it as true. That's fine. My standard of evidence is not that. That is not my standard of evidence.
Yeah. So it seems.
And that's okay. But my standard of evidence is if I have personally witnessed and seen videos from globers doing it and showing how it's done, they got the little charts, they show their instruments. This is how I did it. This is the results that I came up with. And I have never seen a flat earther actually do it with any kind of actual demonstration. That's my standard of evidence.
All right. That's cool.
Welcome to the globe.
And on that note, I got to go for a few minutes.
All right. Well, it's an interesting conversation. So, what do you think, Gio?
That was an interesting exchange.
Mm-hmm. I just don't think it's good to blindly trust authorities of knowledge. You know, I don't want to name any particular events that have happened in the recent years, but there have been direct examples of that where it has been potentially or actually quite harmful, if you get what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've talked about this before. Like if you're going to take your car to the mechanic, you know, unless you're really skilled with working with fixing cars, you may have to trust them, to fix your car correctly.
Uh-huh.
But can we do that with cosmology as easily? Can we just trust NASA since they claim to be an authority? And I think the problem can be is that you open yourself up to being deceived, by just blindly trusting somebody that you think is an authority without validating it yourself, which could be how we've gotten into this situation in the first place, is letting certain authorities, be the ones that are making the decisions that other people are just blindly believing and going along with. And the problem with that is that it could set you up to be deceived.
Precisely. And so it is. You know, I hate to admit this, but I actually used to believe in the existence of Santa Claus. I know, it's not exactly consistent of mine, but I was around the age of 6, 7 back then, so yeah, I've learned from my mistakes, you know.
Yep. Yeah, it's a good example. I mean, a lot of us did as children, or at least to some extent.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and in that case, you're just believing your parents.
Exactly. And when it pertains to issues on a national or international scale, you believe in the parents of the country.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's like the Santa Claus is replaced by the globe, and the authorities are replaced instead of your parents. It's either the quote unquote scientists or the NASA government authorities, whoever it may be. So it's like a replacement, or it's like a continuation.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Well, I gotta go. Gotta make some dinner. See ya.
Yep. Cheers.
Hey, can someone help me out here? Oh, wrong room.
So has anybody heard the news? It appears they changed their mind again about the expansion. Now it appears it's not expanding anymore. There's a new theory out. Yeah, kind of like good one, Linda. Well, now they're saying that the expansion, what they see, the redshift, is not due to the expansion of space. Now, apparently, the new theory suggests that particles are losing mass, and that's causing the redshift, if you can believe that. So, ballers, are you going to line up with the new theory? You're gonna switch?
What new theory?
Well, they found that new theory is that they're saying now that the universe is not expanding. And the redshift they see could be explained by other stuff. So I'm wondering how many of the ballers are going to shift instantly. Auto believe. So did you figure out your parallel thing, your Jeremy?
You better get your strap yourself in because this is gonna be a wild one right here. Because you know, there's this thing where you draw a 90-degree. Okay, first of all, Xana came in this morning and said, no, they're not all perpendicular, only the equator, which makes sense because that's a great circle route, and you have other great circle routes which are straight lines. Two of them meet, you get 90. The other latitude lines, not the equator, aren't great circle routes, so they can't be 90. In fact, if you draw a 90 on a globe, 90 or 270 from a longitude line, it brings you to the equator, which is obviously not a latitude line. So shit's about to get spicy with this.
This has been we've been saying this for a long time, Jeremy.
I tried to go to Bev's earlier and talk about it. He was like all knee deep in his video games. So I just bounced. Maybe it'll be free later.
Yeah, we've been saying that for how long, bro? That's the whole thing. They can't have straight lines. They can't have perpendicular. They can't have that in their model. That's the whole freaking thing. That's the geometry part, and then there's the water part, and it's game over. I'm glad you're on board, bro.
No, I'm saying even in an arcade spherical geometry, it don't work for him. No matter what you're doing.
I know, bro. I know. You remember the argument we got into over with the water and stuff? I know this shit, man. I've been trying to say it for I don't know how long. It's finally starting to sink in. Geometry. Yeah, it's very simple, man. Very simple. And you don't need to do no trigonometry. You don't need to know no fancy formulas. All you got to know is a straight line, perpendicular, circle, and how water flows. And that's it. Don't need to talk about stars, supernovae, Coriolis, none of that. But of course, we do, but I'm just saying. And even the equator thing that they say, that's bull too, because they ain't got no straight lines. They ain't got no straight lines to work with.
Saying even in their spherical geometry, it's only the equator that 90 degrees happens at. All the other latitude, longitude lines are not
Yeah, and
perpendicular.
even that, because to get it from the radius, blah, 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 to a point, even that's not correct because you need two straight lines, but whatever. Yeah. You can feel generous and give them that as a present, but even that, you know, how can you get perpendicular without two straight lines? How can you get a 90 without two straight lines? Cannot be done.
I know.
It's so simple that a lot of people just can't see it for some reason.
Bro, I brought this shit to all the guys in Gems last night. Charles was saying it. Although every time a latitude meets a longitude line, it's 90 degrees perpendicular. And today, everyone's changing their tune though. This morning, Xana came in and said, no, that's not right. Only the equator. A couple other people have been saying it since then. So we'll see how this goes.
Might just sink in. Might just sink in.
Somebody's going to have to walk it back because obviously they both can't be right.
Yeah, the thing is, it's so simple, right? You're dealing with straight lines. This is not rocket science, whatever, call it whatever you want. Or pseudo rocket science. I heard before, Gio was saying, I like that one. Pseudo rocket science. That's what it is.
That was funny. I know I was listening to that earlier.
Yeah. You know how many times we've had 2, 3 hour, 4 hour shows over on the level for a straight line, discussing what a straight line is? Do you realize that? Hours and hours about what is a straight line. Maybe it's making some headway, bro. I don't know. Maybe it depends who says it. They might listen. For some people, they just shut off. They won't listen to the whatever. Depends who it comes from. Maybe they might listen to you. Who knows? You said you made some headway over at Gems. That's a remarkable feat in itself. Who was agreeing with you? Curved? Curved was on your team?
I'm just curious what negator means by 90 degrees if not perpendicular. Remember yesterday? You were here for
No.
that? He's like, if by 90 degrees you mean perpendicular, I'm like, yeah, what would you mean by 90 degrees? And he wouldn't answer it. Like, what else would you mean by 90 degrees? I forget exactly how it went. It was
Some
weird.
people are just a waste of time.
We gotta get Charles in here, get this perpendicularity thing squared away.
Yeah. Charles wants to eliminate words. You heard the hump and drop thing I had with him? It's the first time I've seen Charles leave a conversation. Okay, I've had it, he goes. I'm out of here. First time. First time. He kept trying to tell me what he thought soundly meant by a hump. I'm telling him, dude, what are you, like a mind reader now? You're gonna tell me what soundly meant by a hump? And then he's telling me the cord goes below your feet. I go, what? Below your down? The cord is going down? Like you had negative negative drop. Like I don't know. I really don't know. It's like the best way I could describe it is broken logic. Their logic is completely broken, like or I don't know, tweaked in a way that I can't understand. That's for sure. So you think there's something blocking point A to B on water, and it's water that's doing it, but it's not rising in elevation. Somehow there's water blocking your view, from point A to B, dropping from either end, but somehow making a hump in the middle. This is what they believe. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And here I am in reality. I just posted a bridge of water. I repeat, a bridge of water. Now I'm sure that has a hump in it somewhere, right? Guaranteed, no? Yeah. And I'm sure it's dropping too, right? Wrong. So there's reality on one hand, and there's fantasy, humps and drops on the other hand. Why is everybody so quiet? Somebody's got to have something. The professor, not professor, embarrassed himself. Everybody saw that video, and you support that dude? Shame, shame.
What video?
The not Professor Dave with that doctor dude on Evolution, I believe.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Will you link that for me? It's already posted. I'll tell you where. Hoymar posted it at 9 o'clock. My time, just 00. He's not a professor, Hoymar. He said it himself. He's not a professor. Plain and simple. That shouldn't be hard to understand. You either are a professor or you're not a professor. And he is not a professor. How much you want to bet, Hoymar? How much you want to bet? He said it himself, Hoymar. I mean, what more do you want?
Just my game. Just to be very specific, Huey, if you're listening, little son of a bitch. Hi there, numpty. We're not saying that trees, carbon
Someone's
dioxide.
got an open mic.
Oh.
Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody in here?
Yeah, listen to
Not
me. Listen to me. With your shit, Mike, is our parallel lines our longitude and latitude lines, are they perpendicular? 90 degrees. Kosho, that's for you, bud. I've been waiting for you all day.
What's up, dude? I'm not in a good mood. What'd you say?
Our longitude and latitude lines perpendicular.
That's my shit, dude. What's up?
What do you mean that's your shit? Our longitude and latitude line is 90 degrees.
I said that is my shit because it is, yes. And I'll say it like this: at any given position, your longitudinal direction and your latitudinal direction are perpendicular, yes, at any given position.
So longitude and latitude lines are perpendicular.
No, listen to me, dude. This is what I'm saying, dude. If you were, like, why are you gonna remind me of a lady? This is what I'm saying. I'm saying what I'm saying to you, okay?
Okay. Yes, they're perpendicular. Yes. Okay.
No. I didn't say they're perpendicular. I said at any given position, your longitudinal direction and your latitudinal direction are perpendicular. That's what I'm saying to you.
Okay, this is real simple. You have longitude lines and latitude lines. Are they 90 degrees? It's just
I'll
yes
be
or
fair.
no, bro.
Yes. Yes. The answer is yes.
Okay. When can I set up a debate with you and a slew of other people that say no?
This is what I'm saying. You should have your own fucking daytime talk show where you're wearing a fucking wig and you're a fucking lady. And
Well, have you ever gone to Google Earth? Hold on, let me ask you this. Have you ever gone to Google Earth and drawn a 90-degree line?
It's in chat. Pictures in chat.
Yes, I have.
Listen here, lady. Okay, lady.
Okay, and you know that's and did that look like a latitude line to you, or?
So what did I say? See, I said what I said, and then you fucking said some other shit.
You said yes, they were 90 degrees.
At any given position, your longitudinal direction and your latitudinal direction, the lines in that position will be perpendicular. If you come up with some cockamamie bullshit that says otherwise, like in some other way than I'm saying, then I don't know how to speak to that. But I'm saying what I said to you specifically so that you couldn't catch me on anything.
Okay, so we have Google Earth. We have Google Earth though, where you draw a perpendicular line from a longitudinal line, and guess what? Guess what? It's not a latitude line. Dun, dun, dun.
Really?
Yeah, have you ever gone to Google Earth and drawn a 90-degree line off a longitude line?
Okay, so let's define a few things. What do you mean by so let me say this. Every single longitudinal line that exists will be one direction pointed north and one direction pointed south by definition. Every single point on Earth. So that's a lot. So let's define the longitudinal lines as that. And now you're saying that there's some places on Google Earth where you have a north to south line, and the east to west line, or the line that's perpendicular to that, is not longitudinal or not latitudinal.
Yeah, it's not somewhere. It's not somewhere on Google Earth. It's literally everywhere, save for the poles. Everywhere but the poles.
Wait, I got here
and
late.
The equator.
I got here late. What was Kosho's original response to this? What did
I don't know, he said something weird.
You probably know, but your mic, we can hardly hear you. You sound like you're on an F1 fighter jet in Taiwan.
How do you know I'm not, dude?
No, you sound like you're trapped in the submarine with that dude.
Yeah, I think you're in the submarine, dude.
Are you trapped?
Seriously. What is going on? All right. But you probably can't fix your mic though. That's the deal. You're in a rainstorm in
I'm picking up Chinese food. Chinese food. So let me listen. Break it down for me, okay? Just break it down for me. I'm gonna be listening.
Well, dude, if you don't know this, I would actually be pretty shocked. You must know this. If you don't, wow. No,
hey, don't offend. Listen to me. I'm gonna be listening. Don't offend me while I'm listening, okay? Because I'm gonna put my mic back on. So break it down for me.
Kosha doesn't actually know.
You sound like you're in a tornado.
I would I've come to the
should've...
conclusion, like Kosho's saying, at any given point on the surface, the latitude and longitude lines will be perpendicular. They will be at 90 degrees.
Okay. You're profoundly wrong. And honestly, you guys don't like watching certain people's videos. You should have been watching Jaronism's channel because he's broken this down in detail. And you can you can prove it on Google Earth right now at your computer at your favorite Google company right now. That's not the case. It's not what you just said is completely false.
Pictures in chat shows you.
Inaccurate?
Yeah, left lane. A 90-degree angle from any longitude line will hit the equator. So imagine if you're up in North Dakota and you go to that longitude line and you go exactly 90 degrees, that line will hit the equator on a globe. It will not go up around at the latitude at that latitude. That is not a 90 degree.
No, yeah, it is at the intersection. It's a 90-degree intersection. Yes.
Okay, I'll share my screen and show you're profoundly incorrect.
No, I understand what you're saying, but the latitude lines don't go like that. They don't go to the equator. They're not great circles.
Okay, so then why, when you look due east, do you see the sun or in an equinox?
Because that's the way it works. The light's coming in to the surface parallel, and on the equinox, the sun rises due east for everyone and sets due west for everyone.
Yeah, and we just went through. The longitude lines are always north-south. east and west, you're looking at the equator. The latitude lines is not that line you're looking at, not even close.
But the image in chat that I posted represents what I'm talking about. At any given point, on any map you want to look at, Google Earth, zoom in, whatever, at the intersection of each latitude and longitude and latitude, that intersection will be perpendicular.
Have you measured it, or are you just glancing at it and assuming because it looks kind of 90? Have you measured it? Have you done it? Because Jeranism has. Okay, I asked you again. Are you just eyeballing it, or did you actually measure it with the angle measuring tool on Google Earth?
Yes, I've measured it in plotting courses on a sectional chart. I mean, it's there. I mean, if you're flying due north and you want to fly due east, you turn 90 degrees.
Oh, on a flat map? Well, hold on. If it's on a flat map, then you'd be right. So, but that's not. Earth is flat though.
Yeah, but that's my point.
You're saying Earth's flat.
Yeah, I'm talking about long distances. I'm talking about long distances, all the way to the equator, left lane. I'm not talking about a little tiny area that you might you might estimate it at 90. If you actually check what's 90, it runs you to the equator. All lines 90 degrees to every latitude line will run you to the equator, except the equator is just on the equator. That's how a globe works.
I understand what you're talking about, drawing a straight line from that intersection. But what I said, it doesn't defeat what I said. At any given point on the surface, the latitude and longitude will be 90 degrees. So they'll be perpendicular.
But you're contradicting what I just said.
No.
Okay. All right, it's cool, man. I mean, I'll show you. I'll just show everyone. It doesn't matter about you. I don't need like you to concede that you're incorrect. I'm just saying you are incorrect, and I'll show you on Google Earth. Let me just get it set up and everything, because you can draw a line on Google Earth. You can draw a line in any longitude line, and you can use even the angle measuring that they give you on here to measure exactly 90, and you'll see all of those lines do hit the equator.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I
It's
don't
how a
know.
sphere
I don't
works.
know. I don't know what to say to that. As far as like, I don't disagree with what you're saying and how that line would intersect the equator, but I'm trying to figure out the relevance of that statement.
It's how a sphere works. This is how geometry of a sphere works. It doesn't even matter if it's related to the Earth. You could just have a ball, a basketball, and put longitude and latitude lines on it, and a line exactly 90 of any longitude line, because it's a curved surface, will angle to the center of the sphere, to the plane of the sphere. Which is this? I'm calling it like the equatorial plane, basically. Like if you put a plane through the middle of it. But yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
No, I mean either these guys are right saying the latitude lines are 90, or Google's wrong, or Google's right and these guys are. And I don't know who knows the globe model better, Google or these guys, but
yeah. Well, but what I'm saying is that this is what it is on an actual sphere, which is why Google Earth did it this way, because they're not going to be so foolish as to have this not be the case, because it's the geometry of a sphere. So of course they're going to set it up this way.
Well, I would say if you drew the line like you're talking about that intersects the equator, you're not following a line of latitude. You're deviating from the line of latitude.
Yeah, because he's going 90 degrees.
Yeah, we're not talking about a line of latitude. We're talking about 90 degrees off of any longitude. We're not really talking about latitude. Latitude lines are not 90 degrees all the way from any longitude line. They're a curved circle around a sphere. So
well, the question, but was it the question, are latitude and longitude perpendicular?
Yeah, that's the question. And they're not, because when you draw a perpendicular line 90 degrees from a longitude line, it's not a latitude line, it's a different line. It's a line that goes to the equator.
Well, now there's two ideas. Okay, I guess that is what Jeremy was asking. It's not necessarily what I was talking about myself, even though I know that it may have sounded like it because I'm in the same vein. But with what you just said, Left Lane is kind of correct. Like, if you're going to talk about a longitude and latitude line, it starts at a point which really isn't 90 degrees. So you can't have 90 degrees at a point. But
Yeah.
like, okay, let me see if this clears it up. Then I'll pass the mic. If you go to 40 degrees north, okay, I'm looking at Google Earth. You're in Denver, 40 degrees north, okay? And if you start traveling on the latitude line going east from 40 north, if you were on some kind of perfect like airplane that, you know, you turn left or turn right, whatever, if you could get that level of you know, detail, which you obviously can't. But anyways, if you started traveling east, you would have to turn your airplane a little bit to the left the whole time to stay at 40 degrees north latitude. You would have to turn your wheel to the left. So that shows you that that's not a straight 90-degree line. That is a constantly curving line making a circle around a sphere.
Well, as far as like the navigating, now, I mean, if I wanted to fly due west 270 degrees, I'd fly that heading. And, you know, if I get off the heading, I'll correct and get back on the heading if wind blows me off or something like that. But I don't see that I would actually be. I mean, it's such a long arc. I don't think I would be actually turning the plane noticeably.
You know, in spherical geometry, can I have a line and then a point on that line and then make a perpendicular line to that first line, and it's two different, can that be two different lines? Because that's what you're saying it is basically, because Geo's got one where it goes to the equator. You're saying this other latitude one is one, but they can't both be 90, can they?
I'm going to draw some lines here.
Can they both? I know, but can they both be 90 in spherical geometry? Is this some weird spherical geometry thing where you can have 90 degrees and they're two different lines?
No, dude, it's just there's just two things being discussed. So if you go to any longitude line and you do an actual 90-degree straight line, like where you would be traveling, let's say due east, meaning straight east, like you're not going to adjust with your compass. You're just going to go straight as an arrow east. Then you would end up at the equator on a sphere because of the way geometry works on a sphere. That's if you go to a longitude line, you measure precisely 90 degrees, even though, you know, you can't really have angles on a sphere because you don't have straight lines. But let's just giving it that just for some whatever reason, just to play with spherical geometry, I guess. If you just take it at 90, as close as you can get at that point, basically, because the amount of curve of those latitude and longitude lines is so minimal at that point that they're almost like straight lines. So you can almost get a 90 if you fudge it. So if we did that and you go straight and you just keep going straight, you don't adjust for anything, you'll end up hitting the equator. But if you go to one of those longitude lines and you make a 90 and then you take one step, okay, you take one step. But when you get to that next step, you have to look at your compass and adjust for your next step to make sure you're still going east because it's all connected to the North Pole in the center. So that's what you would do. And then the next step, the third step you would take, you would have to look at your compass again and be like, okay, you have to readjust your position very slightly. So because you're doing that every step of the way, you're not really doing a straight line. You're doing a curved line. That's why if you were flying an airplane, you'd have to turn your wheel to the left if you're going east at a latitude line in order to continue to actually stay at that latitude on a sphere.
I have a new answer. And, because this stuff's complicated, dude. I'm not going to say that I'm smarter than you guys, but I'm going to say that it's above a lot of our heads, including mine.
Here we go.
Including my head. Spherical geometry is not intuitive.
Well, I just explained it. I mean, I just broke it all down right there. That's
well, no. But Jeremy's original question to me.
It's above your head, Joe.
Jeremy's original question to me was: is latitude perpendicular to longitude? And if we treat the longitudinal line as the geodesic, as a straight line, like we equivocate those things, straight lines and geodesics. And longitudinal lines are geodesics, then it's true, actually, that the latitude. So any given position, unless you're on the equator, any given position outside the equator, your longitudinal line and your latitudinal line, if you treat geodesics as straight lines, they are not perpendicular. Even though at that position, east to west is perpendicular to north to south, if you're treating the entire line, if that's what you're talking about, the north to south line will be a great circle, and the great circle that goes east to west will not be a latitude line. It will be a line that crosses the equator and goes south before it comes back north. It's complicated, but it's that is the truth now at that point. So.
So, are you saying now they're not the latitude and longitude lines are not perpendicular?
If we're talking about the lines as geodesics, like I said, you have to pre-define these things. If we're defining the north to south line as the longitudinal line, and we're defining that line as a geodesic, and we're calling that a straight line, then I agree that line is not perpendicular to the great circle. So that great circle is not perpendicular to the great circle that's going east to west, because the great circle that's going east to west will not be a latitude line unless you're at the equator. At the equator, that statement is true, but outside the equator, any great circle will be and so by the way, if it's not a great circle, then it's not a straight line. And so this conversation is a little complicated because spherical and non-Euclidean geometry is complicated. So if we're talking about straight lines,
No, it's pretty
it
straightforward.
absolutely exists. That's what I'm saying.
It's
It
pretty
absolutely
straightforward.
exists.
It's just
But the point is that if we're talking about geodesics as straight lines, then we're treating the longitudinal line as a straight line, as a geodesic. And if we're doing that, that's a great circle. And if we're doing that, at any given point, the great circle north to south will be a longitudinal line, but the great circle east to west will not be a latitude line. It'll be a line that crosses the equator and goes south before it goes north again. That's just the truth. So,
Bro, how do you use spherical trigonometry when everything is straight lines, bro?
I'm glad you
Do
got
what?
your shit straight now, Coach. Nice work.
want to hear something funny? I got good Chinese food now. Really, that's what I mean. I mean good Chinese food. So that's the thing. If I have bad Chinese food, shit's bad. I got good Chinese food, shit's good. So, no joke.
What about my question, bro? How do you use spherical trigonometry and you get straight lines everywhere?
Exactly.
It just is.
Arcs.
No problem.
It's all arcs.
I'm not.
It's all arcs, but in reality, we have straight lines.
Yeah. And I did maths at uni, and just it's got nothing to do with spherical. They just call it spherical. It's got nothing to do with like any sort of curved lines. It's all straight lines. You just name it spherical.
Well, actually, yeah, but if you're on a sphere, which is what we're talking about, longitude and latitude, because you know this, because you took math at uni, and longitude and latitude are two coordinates in a spherical coordinate system. In spherical coordinates, there's two angles and a radius, and in longitude and latitude, the longitude and latitude are those two angles. So when we say longitude and latitude, we're talking about spherical coordinates. And so
What happened?
What happened?
Kosho, your 1960s Vietnam War microphone just went out.
Yeah, the Viet Cong had better walkie-talkies than this.
I don't know. I don't know why I thought of that. It just sounded like a walkie-talkie. Yeah, one of those old radios that they had to like strap on their military gear.
It's still, yeah, the line has to be curved in the other direction, man. Like, what don't you get? You have to do a curved line when you make the ball, and you have to do another curved line on the opposite side when you're doing your stupid trigonometry. I don't know which part Kosher doesn't get. So then the line has to be extended.
It's true, but a globe earther, there's no absolute straight lines, and a flat earther, there is absolute straight lines. It's a basic sort of demarcation, and there's no way around it. It's very good as well if we bring it back to basics, and everything has to be brought back to basics. Yeah, good.
Yeah, no, it just feels like, no, it doesn't feel like, it is that they'll do the same action and they'll just rename it.
Yeah. The thing is, we do the same thing. If I travel to your destination from my destination in the straightest line possible, we do the same thing. But me as a flat earther, or you as a flat earther, will say I'm traveling in a straight line, recognition, cognizance of the origin point and the destination, whereas the ball earther will say the same thing, but that straight line that they're traveling now becomes a curved line because the contour, the ball is invoked. And the ball is invoked, basically, let me say this, the ball is invoked primarily, the ball is in existence according to the official story for the bowler before the motion is in, or the ball in motion is in play. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They don't come into effect at the same time.
Right. And there's a problem. Yes, every straight line for a bowler is a curve.
Understand, yeah. They have to invoke a convex line when they're doing the trigonometry. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And if you says otherwise, he's blind.
Yeah. It's so interesting that the average bowler, cannot take any individual aspects of the model and defend them sort of coherently and with some sort of solidity without taking the whole model into consideration. So all of the different component parts are, for us flat earthers or questioners, unsupportable by themselves. But yes, it's only within the whole model itself that it makes sense for the ball earther. So yes, none of the component parts, to bring my point, none of the component parts or the greater presentation make any sense to us beyond globe earther.
And Peter, we're all questioners, man. We're all questioners. You know that as well as I do. Me and you are both questioners. It's not that you're a truther and I'm not, or you're a questioner and I'm not. We're both questioners and truthers. Okay? That's part number one. Part number two is I broke up before I could finish what I was saying, but
yeah, but isn't discerning that truth key though? Discerning the truth though is key in truth seeking.
Yeah, but even still, Gio, if me and you were both flat earthers, and me and you were both truthers, and there was a topic that me and you both came to different truths to, I wouldn't call me a truther and you not a truther. I would just say that one of us was wrong or something. But we're both truth seekers, right? In that aspect.
Well, I mean, yeah, the term truth seeker is pretty broad, I suppose.
Yeah.
Truther means conspiracy. That's the same.
It's got no connotation anymore. It's lost what it actually means because every nutcase and liar uses it.
Well, if you're not a truther, you're a liar, by definition. So,
No, you could be deceived. Well, I don't know about the term truther. I've never called myself.
I
that.
know. I'm just messing around. You're
But what
truther,
if, but
liar.
okay, how about this though? What if you believe in something that's a deception and then you're like asserting it repeatedly? Are you are you on the side of truth then?
No,
Not
you're
even
still a
close.
truther. If you
You're a
listen,
truther by saying a bunch of things that are false?
Nah, bro.
dude, if you're just really bad at discerning the truth, but still, like I take it, I look at it as intention and motivation. If your intention and
But bro,
motivation, it doesn't matter if you suck at it, but your intention or motivation is to seek and share the truth. If you suck at that, I can't help you there, but
nah,
it doesn't
bro.
make you not a truther.
If you, whoever is repeating stuff without actually knowing what they're repeating is by definition a liar. By definition.
If I think I'm a truther, but I'm actually like a falser.
And some that most
What?
people haven't. As soon as you repeat anything, if you don't know if it's good, bad, whatever, you're just a liar. And it's a hard thing to come to terms with. So everyone just went quiet.
Wait,
Well,
what was your definition of truther or liar? How did you differentiate that?
Who, me, or was it Kosha?
No, you.
I said, if you are speaking while not knowing what is going on, by definition, you're a liar. It doesn't matter your intentions, whether you don't care or don't know or you heard it. You're like a woman. You're operating out of hearsay.
Yeah, but that's different than lying. You just be.
Don't repeat
incorrect.
what you don't know to be true. Simple.
Yeah, but like that means everyone's lying that doesn't know the truth. They're not lying.
Yeah, man.
They just don't know the truth.
We can't talk about
What do you
dark
mean?
matter anymore at all.
No, when you're spouting it out, if you're having a conversation with me in private and you're talking about something, talk about whatever the fuck you want. But if you're going out repeating this stuff to the world like a degenerate, then you're a liar, and you're not stating to the general public, to the world, I don't know, I heard this is you say, oh, it's a theory. You're just saying it as is. Hence, you're a liar.
Yeah, but that renders
And now,
one of us. That makes one of us a liar.
correct, and people don't want to come to terms with it. It's a hard thing to come to terms with. I'm not saying this out of ignorance myself.
Yeah, I disagree, though. I don't think that's true. I argue from
It's
my
not.
position of my reality, the way that I understand it, and my truth. You're arguing from your position that you call truth. That doesn't make either one of us a liar.
I'm not sure.
Well, would you
but,
okay, how are you defining liars? So one form of it, somebody who either knows a truth and then decides to say something different than the truth, or somebody who, okay, so that's the first one. Somebody that knows the truth and they're purposefully telling something that's false. But how about another definition where if you hear a lie and then you believe it and then repeat the lie, you are a liar in that sense, meaning you are one repeating the lie.
Yeah, cunt. Yeah, in other words, AKA.
Well,
yeah, correct. Which is you're just a liar in simple terms. Like if we're going to go by this, your truth, my truth, our truth, his truth, her truth, we come to no truth.
No, dude.
No, but but I'm just saying, like, okay, if somebody tells someone a lie, it's an absolute lie, and then that person just totally believes it and runs around and tells a bunch of other people that information, that lie, basically. You could define them, you could use the word liar in that sense, meaning even though they're not, it's not that they know the truth and that they're purposefully telling something that's false. They are just repeating something that's false. And therefore, they are doing the act of lying, thus a liar.
Correct. 100%.
No.
See, Gio gets me.
Not
Yeah.
100%.
No, a lie is an intent to deceive. It has to have an intent to deceive. Okay.
No,
Not
a
even
lie
10%,
means
dude.
wrongful
That's wrong.
information by definition. Use proper terms, bro. Lying is just
No.
deception. Your motives do not matter. Your feelings don't matter. Your perception, your truth, nothing matters.
No.
So
The
anyone that's incorrect is a liar.
Well,
Listen,
listen. Okay, here's the definition of it. Here's one of the definitions. The first definition as a noun: the telling of lies or false statements, untruthfulness. So that doesn't have anything to do with intention. That is just someone who is telling lies or false statements or things that are
Thank
untrue.
you.
No, but Gio, let's say that you're at your house, and let's say you and Jeremy are standing watch in the military, okay? And Jeremy goes to the strip club while he's on watch. You guys aren't together. And he comes back from the strip club, and he says he stood his watch, and that's what he tells you. He stood his watch, and you guys, both go sign out together. And then somebody asks you guys, and they say, "Hey, Gio, did you and Jeremy stand your watch?" You say, "Yes, I stood my watch. Jeremy stood his watch." This is what he told me. He stood his watch. So we stood our watch. Yeah. Are you lying because he didn't do it, or are you just giving the wrong information because you had the wrong information? You had wrong information doesn't make you a liar.
It's it's a difference between the word lying as a noun or an adjective. The noun is just one, like the telling of lies and etc., which would make you a liar as well. But whereas the adjective is being deliberately untruthful.
Yeah, being deliberately untruthful with an intent to deceive is lying.
That's the adjective version. The noun version is just the telling of lies or false statement or untruthfulness. Both of them fit under the category of liar.
Yeah, good. Gio, he's trying to justify some vague sort of condition where lying is not so sort of appreciated by all of us. We all appreciate a lie versus the truth, Kosho. And if you tell me
All right, let
something,
me say it like this.
I'm telling you, this is like the
Some of you guys, Mark Sargent.
hardest thing people will realize, and it's the hardest thing to come to terms with. Sorry, bro.
Some
I'm
of you
lagging a
guys
bit.
got told the Earth was flat by certain people. Who knows if they were lying or not? But they told you something. I think it's wrong. It could be true. Okay, let's just say that in the sake of this argument, it's wrong. If somebody told you guys something that was wrong, right, and now you guys are sharing it as if it was true, does that make you guys liars, or does that just make you wrong?
Both.
It makes you just wrong. It doesn't make you a liar.
Liar.
It would be both.
Yeah, a wrong liar. A wrong liar. It's up to you to make sure what you're receiving is truthful.
Right.
Like whoever's coming up to you to speak to you, they either have character and you're going to trust them and repeat whatever it is, or
Especially if
you're
you're
going to
asserting it.
information. Yeah.
Exactly. Especially if you're asserting it. Like if you said someone, "Well, I'm not sure. I'm looking into this. I'm thinking this. I'm thinking that." That's one thing. But asserting it and saying it is true, or asserting it with any level of that type of telling someone, "Hey, this is how it is," then that's where it comes into play.
Gio, I have the perfect response to Kosho, which is flat earther will just point out the Heli, it's even in the name, heliocentric, the spinning ball earth lie. So they will just say that there is a lie within that paradigm or that deliverance. Beyond that, well, they may be mistaken. Flat earth, it's a vague topic. It's a vague sort of venture beyond. But yes, the lie is pointed out within the truth in inverted commas that you are here consistently presenting. Thank you.
If it was a strip club concerning Jeremy or Kosho, the first thing I would ask was it a gay straight gay strip club or a heterosexual strip club?
You didn't just do that, Essie. You didn't just go there. He went there.
Come on, guys, laugh a little.
All right, listen. Essie is Greek, and he's from Canada. Okay. Now, let's pretend, for the sake of argument, Essie is from Australia. Never been to Greece. His family's not Greek. He's never been to Canada. But he's told all of us that that's what he is. If I told somebody else that he's Greek and Canadian, he's from Montreal, if I said this to people, based on what I know from him, that doesn't make me a liar if it was wrong. I mean, is that understood? I don't understand why that would be the case, that I'm lying just because I've been told something wrong and I'm sharing.
Here's the thing.
What I'm saying is, but it's
Here's
just
the thing.
the way that
I
people speak.
definitely agree with. I agree with Kosho, but here's the thing, Kosho. If you agree that ignorance of the law is no excuse, then you would have to understand where they're coming from.
Yeah.
And Kosho, the definition of a liar is a person who tells lies. So if you hear a lie and then you repeat it, you are now a person who tells lies, thus a liar. Sorry, man.
But the definition of the word lie is to make false statements with intent to deceive.
Incorrect. That's
No.
only hold on, that's only in the adjective form, not in the noun form. I just explained that 20 minutes or 10 minutes ago in detail. As a noun, it is just one who tells lies. The adjective is the one that's deliberate because he is lying, meaning making the lie. That's the adjective versus just being the sort of universal spreader of the lie via the noun.
But what is a lie?
The act of versus the.
Oh God, here we go. What is?
Oh, what
lie?
is a lie? That is the root word. That's what we're looking for. What is a lie?
The proper term would be circumventing or subterfuge.
Yeah, like sort of.
Here's
what is happening.
Here's as a verb. Oh, sorry. As a verb, one of the definitions of lie is to express what is false, convey a false impression.
Yep.
But that implies knowing what is false.
No, it doesn't. It just says you're doing it. It doesn't state your feelings or your state of mind, bro. Like, how is it so easy to like?
So if my mom tells me like the bread is done in the oven, and I tell someone else, and it's not true, did I lie? No.
Yes.
No, I didn't lie. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did. Be simple.
Absolutely.
I was incorrect. There's a difference. I'm not
Nope.
a liar.
That's why it's very important in life, I think, to be sure that when you tell someone this is how it is, you tell them this is it, then yes, you are either lying or telling the truth. It's in one of those categories. Every time we speak, it's in one of those categories. It's either something that is true or something that is untrue. And so if you hear something that's untrue, you believe it, and you have no offense to anyone who does this, such a low level of integrity that you're going to just assert it to someone else without actually knowing for sure, then you now are putting yourself karmically at risk of lying if that thing is a lie and you didn't actually validate it and know for sure.
Yeah, the onus is on you if you repeat something. Absolutely. Yeah, with certainty. Yeah. If you repeat it with certainty, yeah.
Yeah, it's one, like I said before. Oh, go ahead.
Accountability. Sorry, I just wanted to say the accountability goes away from you, and then it's everybody else's fault but your own. And so if everybody throws away accountability, then nobody's lying. Everything just happens. Nobody lies. Nobody needs to fix it. Nobody needs to do shit. It's just, I didn't do it on purpose. Who cares?
Yeah, it's one thing if you say, I think the Earth is 5 billion years old. But if you say, I know the Earth is 5 billion years old, then you're crazy for not believing it. Well, what's that?
What if you say if you have evidence that the Earth is 5 billion years old?
Well, that's different. Then you have to show it, support it, discuss it. That's a different story. Yeah.
What if someone's trying to lie, but they accidentally tell the truth?
That's a good one.
Well,
Freudian slip.
Hang on, please. The bigger question is here. What we can deem to be the truth, the best of our ventures, which will lead us to somewhere. Can we know the truth to the best of the ability to follow that path without the lie? I think this is what Kosho is venturing on, that there's a greater truth beyond the limited truth that we're aware of. So maybe the greater the lie and the more we can push or extend or sort of immersion within the lie, we can see the opposite and get closer to the truth. Maybe it's something like that. I think it probably is something like that as well, actually. How easy was it, just for instance, for us to see beyond the moon landing fakery or the ISS fakery? It seems too obvious if we think about the mind of God or the mind of devil in play. You know what I'm saying? So there's more to us and there's more to it. That's what I think Kosha is probably referencing.
Well, I think there's a lot of like karmic responsibility every time we speak and every word we speak to another. And if we assert something and tell someone, hey, this is something that's true, you know, assertive or saying, hey, this is the way it is, then that other person is receiving you as if you're telling the truth. So there's a lot of karmic weight behind that, because if you're not telling the truth, then by definition, you are lying, and in that sense, a liar. Even though someone else may have invented the lie, you're just repeating it and thus fit into that category, which is why I think there's a big difference between asserting something or telling someone, you know, hey, this is the way it is, like looking in your friend's eye and telling you, yeah, this is it, you know, boom, right there, you know, that level, that kind of thing, rather than all the other things we can do in communication. We could say things like, well, I'm not sure, but this is what I heard, or this is what I'm thinking. But, you know, there's a lot of different ways of phrasing it that, you know, and we all know that just in our friendships and family and all that. When people ask you things, there's always that kind of
well
difference.
Let me be honest. Hold on. Let me be honest. Let me say what I say is true now, and it's not a
Now
lie.
the truth is coming from Kosho from here forward.
I've been driving and I've been eating Chinese food, and I got back to the bar where my girlfriend is, and in the time I've been driving, I've been convinced by you guys, by Geo mainly. Actually, I agree with what you're saying. Actually,
Shout out to Geo.
because if, as long as you phrase it that way, like if you share something somebody else shared with you, but you say it as if it was shared, like you say, well, the information I have is this. That's not a lie. If you assert it and it's wrong, I wouldn't call you a liar, but I would say you're sharing a lie. I mean, that's true. You are. I wouldn't say you're lying, but it is true that what you just shared was a lie.
I would agree.
So it's important that you. So it goes down to what you said. Like it goes down to the way you shared the confidence you have in the information you have, right? Like where, like if you're saying that this is the information I have, versus if you say this is what it is, then yeah, those could be, like the latter could be discerned as a falsity, and you know, and so I agree with that, with at least the way that you're saying it. I agree with that.
Yeah, like if let's say the globe Earth in this what I'm going to say is false. You know, if I were to say, oh, you know, if I were to be talking about the globe Earth or heliocentrism, that doesn't make me a liar just because I'm talking about their lie. That just makes me somebody who's talking about that topic, basically. But if I were to tell you the Earth's a globe and this is why, and curvature and all this kind of stuff, then I would be a liar because I'm asserting that lie is true. Therefore, you're, you know, yeah, like sharing that false information, you know, that's why they call it telling a lie, because you're telling it to someone. The telling part is the assertive action of telling them. You're not just kind of commenting on it or doing journalism or just sort of philosophizing. You're telling, you know, you're saying this is how it is. So,
and you can see this in the way you communicate. Some people are lazier. I'm lazier. Some people are lazier. But the way that you communicate, Geo, is in this fashion where I've never heard you assert what the Earth is. Right? I've heard you say what you think has been a lie, but even that's not a lie. Like, if you think someone's lying, that's not a lie. It can't be a lie. You think someone's lying, right?
Because you must know the truth, Gio. Yeah, that's
no, but it doesn't mean he knows the truth. It does. Like, he's not, like, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, as long as you're speaking in that way, yeah, it won't be. But if you're somebody who's asserting things and they're a lie or they're wrong, then you're sort of conveying confidence that you're correct, and that confidence would sort of be dishonest.
I get your point. I do get that.
Yeah.
Because, but let me just say this, Gio, before you come in briefly, because in a sense it's true. The ball earther, the Kosho representing the average ball earther, Kosho's a great man in his great mind, but yes, they have something definitive to offer about the greater quest that we're all on, which is to try and describe reality. So the flat earther with just an average to come along and say, well, that's not so, that's one thing. but there's no greater venturing then towards truth. And I know that's not what you're involved in, Gio, because you definitely have offered speculations into what may be, which is the ultimate quest. But it's a very interesting question, and I'll just say after this as well, or just before you get in, right? It's all about. I would say to you, right, if you have a child or you have someone you love and you want to train them or they love some certain aspect of life, some degree of interaction with some sport or whatever, you're not going to tell them that they're the best from the very start. If you want them to reach the highest levels, you're going to lie to them. You're going to tell them that, okay,
All right,
they
Pete.
do
All right.
excellently, but they do shit. You know what I mean?
All right.
But you're lying to them for the greater purpose because you know the truth, but you know you're lying to them. Kosho, do you know you're lying to us? That's my last statement there. Or
Yeah,
question.
Kosho.
Yeah, do you know you're lying to us, Kosho? That people in Australia are upside down from me right now?
I lied to you when I said I didn't bang your mom, but that's it.
You actually, I'm going to hold you on this. You owe me 100 grand. Tell your girlfriend.
That's
now, you owe
actually
me
a good
100
response.
grand.
You owe me 100 grand, and you know you do.
Oh
You and your
no, you
brother
owe
know
me
you
100
do.
grand, and I'm cashing in on this now, bud.
That's
Go ahead, Gio. Do you understand my question? That if you love someone, you will present him the lie. You'll tell him the lie because you know their greater potential. So a lie, in some senses, may become justifiable. Okay.
Well, that was
go ahead.
Kosho's way of telling you because he basically just did a mom joke about having sexual affairs with your mom. So I
That's
think
okay.
that's
I don't mind.
but I mean doesn't that give it away though in a sense? I mean,
Well, in a sense it does, but I don't know where my mom's been.
Well, I guess to Kosho's house apparently some trips to Texas.
Hey, dude,
He's
I
a
would
dirty
never,
She
I would
could do
never
worse,
bring nobody to
Gio.
my house,
She could
man.
do worse.
Gio's lying now. I'd never bring anybody to my house. Was it in my house?
Yeah,
It didn't
that
happen,
is
but it wasn't
that.
in my house.
Yeah, that is a lie. No, but that's funny. No, dude, what I was gonna say before, actually, Kosher, to what you said though, you were saying, have I asserted things versus just said things on speculation? I was gonna respond to that. I would say I've done both at different times in different ways. Because yeah, there are some things I absolutely do assert as truth, and there's other things that I will say, you know, what I think it is. For example, like what the moon is. Like I have my thoughts, but yeah, I would never like assert and tell someone, hey, this is what the moon is. But I certainly would say what I think it is based on many different components. But if we're talking about like geometry, like planar, like geometry, for example, that's foundational to this entire realm. So that I will assert as truth. Things like that. That in terms of
Make
like
an assertion.
the coordinate system of the geometric nature that makes up the physical world as is laid out by the ethereal substrate.
Make an assertion. I don't. I mean, I'm not saying you never made one, but I'm just saying, like,
That was well said, Gio. That was excellently said, by the way. Go ahead,
well
Kosho.
said. I agree. I agree with you, Gio. I'm not saying that you don't make assertions. I'm saying that you're careful not to. I think you're a very honest person, is what I'm saying. So I think that you are careful not to sound like you're asserting things when you know that you can't, right? Which I'll admit I'm guilty of. I'm guilty of sometimes. Like a lot of us are.
Hanging
So I
back.
think, huh?
You're hanging back, both of you. Is that what you're saying, Kosho?
No, I'm saying he's careful. He's careful in ways that sometimes I'm not. Sometimes a lot of us are not. Like I hear people ask him questions, and he'll answer by saying, "Oh no." I mean, honestly, a lot of flat earthers do that. They say, "I'm not saying the shape of the Earth." Like some flat earthers do. Lemon was one of those guys who would say like the AE map was like his version of the map. But a lot of flat earthers will they'll not make assertions like that. They'll make
Hang
suggestions
back.
or something,
Yeah.
which I think is fair. So.
Well, dude, with this Earth situation we're in, it's like an ultimate litmus test of honesty and discernment because we all have somewhat limited capacity to intake the world because it's obviously massive and we're limited. And with all the governmental systems in place, like we can't just freely walk on any land we want. We can't go to the north. We can't go to the south. We're limited in altitude. We're limited in everything. Sea depth. I mean, I'm sure with this submarine thing now it's going to be, oh, going to the ocean's, dangerous. That's probably part of the psyop, because they don't want us going down there either. So.
Okay, well,
it's anyways, my point is that we all have a limited ability to intake the world in that sense, and so
Yeah,
that has to factor into like one's capacity to discern.
Oh, Gio, I've just
No,
figured
hold
out
on, though. Hold on.
Kosho.
Real quick,
Go ahead.
Peter. Just very quickly. Does it make someone a liar? So let's say me. Does it make me a liar if I'm honestly convinced that my discernment, I'm satisfied in my discernment, and that I feel confident in the logic and reasoning? I'm not being intellectually dishonest. I actually think that my reasoning tells me that the confirmation I've come to is valid. Like it's perfectly fine. So my ideas of the shape of the earth. If I tell you that it's a valid discernment and my reasoning has gone through the processes and all this type of stuff, does that make me dishonest if I'm wrong in that regard?
Keep on doing it. Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. I would say as well.
Yeah.
Let me just
You
get
can.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can muck up once, twice, but somebody that says I'm intellectually honest and he's lied and been deceitful in the past 5 minutes, then obviously, yeah. Or like
Well,
if you think too highly of yourself or whatever.
You
I'm not saying
understand
that
that
you are, but yeah.
between me and Gio, that makes one of us a liar. That makes one of us dishonest. Not saying which one it is, but one of us has to be dishonest then, by that response.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because the word dishonest, I think is a little different than liar, but because you started saying dishonest, that one's a little bit of a different word as it has the dis in there.
Yeah, that's got a purposeful connotation of somebody lying what the guy was trying to assert before when you're purposefully doing something.
Oh,
Yeah,
let me
like
give my
dishonest
response.
is a little different, I would say, because
yeah.
Yeah, let me give my response, please, Gio. Kosho, the problem is that you have hijacked every one of our else's imagination. You've said that the reference in your mind is the only picture possibly painted. But the problem is we've all left that picture behind in all of its impossibilities. So you don't allow for alternative, even to begin on a basic stationary flat Earth, an extended surface, which is enclosed, which has some sort of singular source to all the moving skylights. You don't allow that imaginative process. You adhere consistently to the one, picture that we've left behind. So there you go. You're dishonest. You're a liar. Sorry about that, bud. And wasn't that well put? Because of course it was.
Yeah. No, but this is the thing. When you have this discussion with anybody, they start to sometimes change the way that they speak. Even when you hear like these professionals speaking about stuff, you ask them if something's the truth, if they've got any evidence to back it up, and then they start fumbling, bumbling, mumbling, and they'll dodge the questions.
Grumbling.
Like professional, politicians.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, they trip over themselves, they fall, they stutter, they mutter. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, and that's the thing. But we don't we have to take responsibility for as well. Then, when you ask somebody something, if the guy hasn't proven himself to be have any moral character, you have to ask him, "Are you lying? Tell me the truth."
Well, my conclusion is he's smart enough to know that there is a greater truth, and he is maybe propelling us in that along that pathway, because that's the only way we can come to it, by recognizing the obvious lie. Maybe that's why all the NASA lies are so obvious, because there's a greater pathway. That's the only way I can justify that. I love Kosho; he's a great mind, but of course he's playing a deceptive part. But it might be for a greater benefit. That's what I think, and I think indeed it has to be.
Everything's of benefit at the end of the day.
Right? That's what he says. Within the
People,
lie, the
people
truth is
view things
found. Yeah,
for negative.
excellent.
Yeah, so you learn from it.
We all get there in the end, my friend. What do you reckon? We're all the same.
Yep, 100%.
No baller. Can I just say this? There's no baller who's adversely sort of obnoxious. They're all very intelligent. They're all very keen, and especially their own specific areas they deal with. Koshu is an all-rounder, which puts him above the average level. He takes on every sort of incoming question and deals with it consistently, which is more power to him. And by the way, Coach, I will never collect that 100,000 euros, but I'll prove in I'll prove in a court of law or a court of our peers here that yes, indeed, you lost the bet to me because you took me too simply. There you go. But anyway, yeah. That's a different story. Many people won't know what I'm referencing there. My claim was that all craters on the moon are one crater. We're just looking at a kaleidoscopic expression of one thing. Mirror sky. That was my greater claim. 100,000 euro bet. My brother backed it. And Kosho claims to have won that bet. But that's a different story. Most of you won't know that. But I will just say this. In a flat earth reckoning now, all the skylights are near. There's an enclosure, so we're dealing potentially with the opposite of a vacant, infinite, empty universe, which is waters or heavy waters, especially colder waters, which provide some sort of a mirror backdrop with an energy level barrier. So yeah, okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
What would you think about the idea, Pete, of infinite water?
It's mad, isn't it? That's the Geo, honestly.
As the waters above, as like infinite water.
Yeah, I've thought about this, of course, Geo. It's infinite all around.
It's
can't
like
wrap our brains around it.
Contained and not contained, because it's essentially a non-physical barrier. Ultimately,
Geo,
it ultimately transitioned from the physical to the non-physical, to the beyond.
Right. Geo, that's the only way I can come to terms with all of this, that I've declared it as, in my own brain, to myself, it's a construct. We are beyond this. This is just a setting placed for us. Immersion, very good term, within this material realm. What we are ultimately composed of, or what we actually ultimately are, is so beyond us. This is just like a video game you might play, or a holodeck experience or something like that. I think it's all symbolic. It's all. I came up with a new term, never heard before, Geo. We live in a metaphysical reality where the truth is delivered via metaphor. So metaphorsics rules. But yes, it's all a construct ultimately. It's not quite a simulation, but it's a construct. And to imagine infinite waters beyond, might as well be back in the spinning ball Earth, heliocentric, galactic Big Bang paradigm. Can't wrap our brains around it. We just have to think in terms that we're greater than the material, and that's it. We're being birthed somewhat. We're in the womb. That's what I think. Honestly, this is all nothing to us. We can understand this easily. We've only ventured 80 short years, whatever, Geo, into this. You know what I'm saying? We can figure this out. We've given the ability. But the greater eternity of God's mind, yeah, who knows what's to come, right? Genuinely, thank you.
Don't speak like that. You're going to go directly to hell. How dare you?
Hey, we're in hell. The heliocentric model. Do you know to follow the clues? The heliocentric model. The father of heliocentrism is Aristarchus. Aristarchus is said to be the most mysterious crater on the moon, the most mysterious object in our universe, according to modern mainstream sort of clue-giving science. Yeah, we follow the clues. Heliocentrism, but hell is the material, immersed completely and solely within the material, and these waters beyond them would encompass the material, but we're immaterial. We're beyond that. Okay, I'll leave it there.
Have you heard that word heliocentric? That's a good one.
It is, Geo. It's excellent, and especially IO. I think IO. Yeah,
that was
IO.
just heliocentric.
Yeah. Yeah, the IO. I think this comes back to the 42 and the pi. I think everything comes back to pi, the number of God, which is described by Carl Sagan, one of his short science fiction novels. Anyway, but yeah, ultimately, if we think about the pi, its relationship to the diameter, or the radius and the circumference. But if we get deeper, well, then the line develops because the point is an extension, and the circle develops because the line is an extension. So it's ultimately a relationship between these extensions and, well, the 0 point. And that 0 point, I think, represents, well, the immaterial core to us. If it's this epicenter or soul or spirit sort of pineal center, it doesn't matter. It's that thing that that we are, and it survives all this material experience. You know what I'm saying? It comes back to that. Non-material. Let's put it like that. Non-material source. And I think there is order, and I think there is, let me just say this before I go. I think there is great hope because there is this great mystery laid down for us. And now is the time we have the ability to communicate, and we have the ability to sort of collate and put in terms of our own thinking. And remember, that's what it comes back to, your own thinking, your own being in this now, your memories collated, or interactions considered, and the greater picture. This is the greatest picture ever. Greatest picture ever. All of us flat earthers have shat all over. Forgive my, what do you call it? Forgive my terms, but shat all over Einstein. It's so obvious. Well, he married his second cousin. He was a potential tranny. What? These are all diminishing terms because we're always meant to see through the different layers of sort of fakery, but we weren't meant to throw them out completely because Einstein speaks truth via the greater lie. That's what I'm thinking. Via the greater lie. Oh, yeah. With Kosho in this sense, I will just say that. I think we cannot get to the greatest of truths without encountering or meeting head on the greatest of lies. There's no way around it because this is this dichotomous sort of scenario we have. I guess, Geo, this is the point, isn't it? We've either chosen to enter this or we've been forced into this situation. I like to think in the former sense. We've chosen, and all the clues are laid down for us to make our way forward, evolve. Anyway, I'll leave it there. I know I can talk, and I appreciate all of your ears, my friends. I will say one thing as well. Within life, we have lie of life. You can say life without lie, saying lie. And as everything is reversed, like children must become, the prevailing lullaby, as most lots of children will all be able to recognize anyway, is a rockabye baby. And within that bittersweet, wondrous, horrific lullaby, while the truth is told, rockabye baby on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby, cradle and all. So the horrific lyrics are sort of cushioned by a beautiful melody. You know what I mean? But it's not anything deceptive. It's just sort of telling you the core truth. Then we become divided. We become sort of cultured. But the core truth is represented via the core offerings. I don't think the elite lied to us. But we have to go back to initial interpretation, and that is when we thought like children, where we knew everything in a sense. We were uncorrupted. So I'll leave it there. And just express thanks to Gio and all of the rest of you, my friends, for bearing with me. I really do appreciate it. So I'll speak to you next time.
You there, SE?
I'm here.
Hey, man. Where in your 13-mile bridge video? Where did you say you were?
I was at a how could I explain it? It's like not a pier. It's like it's sort of like a pier. It's like where the water comes in. It's like a uphill where they just lower the boats down. It's like a drop, like an inclined plane, and I'm on the side of that.
I mean,
So I'm
like,
about.
do you know like the spot, the name of the spot, or the park, or whatever it was?
Yeah, the park I believe is called Stony Point Park, off of memory, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's see. Stony.
I can give you exact locations if you want.
Yeah, let's look at. I just put Google Earth on my phone and was messing around with it, and I saw that you posted that video, and went and watched it again.
Yeah, you can clearly see the boats like going really past 5, 6, 7 miles. See the bridge way in the background. I think it's around 13, 14 miles away.
Okay, Stony Point Park. There it is.
Now, if you scroll to the edge there, you'll find the spot where a boat goes up. It's hard to find. It's behind a tree. You're gonna have to look at a top up view.
Oh, it's got 3D. Cool.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, you can look at it in any direction.
Okay, I'm going north up.
So that red pontoon, we measured it around. Actually, Bob did it, but he claims he forgot now. About 5 miles or so from that location. But he does remember, he confirms my location, and the bridge is around 14 miles. 13, 14 miles, give or take.
Is the bridge to the north or to the south? It's got to be to the north.
Bridge
It's a
to the
big.
right. To the right. The one on the left is like 4 miles, if I remember correctly. The one to the right where the pontoons are, I zoom in on it. Can't miss it. It's way back. It's way far. And in front of it is a power generating station. It's called the Borhon Wall, something like that. Generating station.
Push the wrong damn button. Right there it is.
I'm going to be heading back there. Take some more pictures for sure. I think that was the first or second time I took the camera out for a spin.
I'm in nautical miles. I need to go to miles.
Hope I got the location because that was 2 locations. One is 11 miles and one is 13, 14 miles. Well, try it out, measure it for yourself.
Yeah, I'm just
I
looking
said I
around.
did it with Bob and he confirmed the distance to the bridge. But he had selected memory with the pontoon, but hey, that's okay. Didn't want to go against his buddy.
It's to the right.
So I take it you're not working right now, left lane.
No, I'm parked. I got empty early and I can't load the. I normally will load my copper on Sunday afternoon and get headed back towards Dallas, but I can't load till in the morning with the
Right.
cement. So I'm just sitting here in the alley in a little suburb off of Phoenix.
How is it you got better reception than Jeremy does when you're in the middle of the
I do
boondocks?
good. Well, I mean, no, this is in the city. It's like Phoenix. God, it's like a 40-mile sprawl. It's it's like there's probably, oh man, I don't know, probably 30 or 40 miles, different townships and different things, but it's all one. It's like densely populated all the way to downtown Phoenix, but I'm like 20 miles away from Phoenix.
You
There's a
sound like you're
bunch
next
of
door.
them. Yeah, there's a bunch of people out here. I do generally though. I get a good signal except for extreme western Texas. Right before I get into New Mexico, I'll lose signal at like Van Horn, Texas, and but that's about the only spot that I really have much trouble. And that's from Tennessee to here.
So what'd you get? You did a measurement or?
Well, I'm looking. I look if I go north
I
up
did it again
and
last
over
night just to be sure. I got 14 miles.
and over to the right. I see some bridges over there, and I'm not sure. I mean, we're not looking at the same thing. I'm not sure which bridges we're talking about. And I got to figure out like how to go to street view on this thing too. And I'm going like on the extreme east end of the park. There's a little. See, there's a boat ramp. It looks like.
To the right, you should see like a patch if you're looking at overhead. In the ground,
Yeah.
there's like a triangle area, like a patch there.
Yep.
That's where it
Yep.
was at. That's
I
exactly where it
think
was
I'm
at
in
if
the
you're
right
looking at a
spot.
patch.
I think I'm looking at the right spot. But the only bridges that I see.
It's way, way far to your right. Like, you have to know exactly where you're looking at. Like, check out the video and you're going to have to look at that direction.
There's actually 2 bridges, what I'm looking at, but they evidently aren't the right ones.
If there's one in front of the other, then you're on the
Yeah.
right track. There's one small one, like it's almost on the ground. And then there's one behind it. But you should be looking at a electric power station there, a dam kind of a thing. Like you can't miss it. There's a big flag, a Quebec flag on one of the sides. If you're looking from the top view.
Station.
I think it's called the Beauharnois Dam.
It's a railroad bridge.
Yeah, that's a car bridge.
Just screenshot. So you take a look at that and see if that looks right. Be hard for you to tell any. You probably can't tell much detail on it. I don't know how well that would zoom. Not
Looks
very
to me
good.
you're heading the wrong way. You're heading the wrong way. How far is that distance from there?
I didn't log that. Let me see. See that, or just looking at the image, the top. You see that yellow line I put in the middle.
Huh?
The top of that line is the park, and then the bottom of that line is that first bridge that is apparently crossing that waterway.
Nah, I don't think you're no, it's the other way. It's complete the other way, the bridge that I'm talking about, if I got my bearings straight, which I think I do. You should be looking, you're looking there east, you should be looking west.
Oh, there's the dam. Okay, I see the dam.
See the dam? That's where you
Yeah.
should be looking at. And Lachine, you're in the right area there.
There's a big cross there.
That's the flag. Yep. No, that's the
Okay.
Quebec flag. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's where you should be looking at.
Where's that bridge? Is that the bridge that's parallel
Bridge
to the dam?
behind that dam. Behind the dam. There should be two bridges there. You should see two bridges, one small one and the big one behind it. But the small bridge in front is so low it looks like a road on the water almost.
Okay, so let me get back down here. If I don't lose the park. There it is. Point. Yeah, that's right on the money.
How much is it?
With just a rough pin, I just kind of dropped it up there and drug a line out as 12.9.
Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, why would I lie on such a thing? It would make no sense. It could easily be tested, right? Like you just did.
Yeah. I mean, we argue about stuff, but when I see something that, I mean, if someone hadn't drugged this, I can't argue with your distance. I can't say, well, that looks kind of like 3 miles, or that looks kind of like this. I can't argue that because I don't know. So, I mean, if someone challenges you on it, I could back you up on it.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah.
Now let me go look at where I dropped that other pin, and I'm going to save this one.
Yeah, well, those pontoons are a challenge to find the distance. The only thing you can do is go by the embankment on the right and just judge it. It looks about 5 miles, give or take.
Centered up, and I'm going to snapshot it. Oh, it tells me in the bottom left corner the length of my line. So that's in the snapshot. See if that one looks better.
Yep. I don't know exactly where you're at, but it looks about right. Yep.
Yeah, that the top of the line is at the park, and the bottom of the line stops at the bridge that's by the dam.
Yep. Looks about right.
You can notice my grid with latitude and longitude lines. They look perpendicular, don't they?
Don't get Jeremy started. He's about sleeping right now.
I know it.
You're gonna wake him up.
It's close to midnight for him.
Yeah. And if you look at that video, you're going to see those sea-doos coming in at around, they must be coming in at around 8 miles or 9 miles away. And you're going to see a combination of the atmos and the tide, they appear to like disappear and appear. I don't know if you've seen that part. It's freaked out. It looks like an invisibility shield or something. Now it could be the atmos and the spray. You have to see it to know what I mean. And I get a fish jumping out of the water. How do you like that? All in one day.
I saw the description on that.
And I didn't even notice the fish till after.
See those two buoys I recognize on the front end. That's a green and a yellow. That's normal channel markers. So that red one near you and the green one's beyond you.
Yeah, would you know how far? Would you know how to judge the distance to that?
No, but if red right up, and I know the red one's closer to me. The boats are moving to your right.
I tried pulling up the map, as I recall. The maritime map to find the location of the buoys. I wasn't successful.
Well, I'm just
I think you
kind of
did
thinking
find them.
about the direction that the boats are going.
I don't
So
recall what they were if I did.
So I could tell that the boats are going upriver, that are moving from left to right, are going upriver. So now I need to go orient myself.
Where was that flagpole? Wasn't there a big flagpole or something?
Flagpole. You're thinking of the Canadian flagpole that's by the beach. That's something else.
How far away was that?
I don't even remember. That's just a separate picture I had posted. I don't think that has anything to do with that. Are you talking about a big Canadian flag and a
Yeah, I
park
seem to
bench?
recall you saying something about a big Canadian flag, and
Oh
it
no,
had like a T on it.
that's just a picture I posted like that at a just
okay.
as a picturesque thing. Yeah.
All right. Because I remember the challenge that I had with this was trying to find something that I could actually measure height on in the distance. Get some detail on it, because it's kind of like more of a silhouette type thing with no detail on it.
Yeah, this all started when I just posted the thing, and the beard. Remember the beard? He challenged me. He goes, "No, that looks about 5-6 miles." And then we did it, and we figured, no, it truly is 13 miles.
No, all I remember doing was basically confirming that you were exactly where you said you were. I think I got you within 15 feet or so.
Yeah, and the distance to the bridge was what I said it was. No.
I remember having a lot of trouble with the bridge, trying to get a good handle on it because it's so low. It's so low to the water, and I couldn't really get good detail out of it. But I knew more or less where the bridge was, and if that was the bridge you were talking about, that's how far it was.
No, that was the bridge in front of it. Left lane just said the same thing. There's a bridge behind that. That's the high bridge. That's the bridge in question. Because there's two bridges there.
Can you measure the amount visible on that high bridge? Is there enough detail?
Oh yeah, you can clearly see the bridge. Oh yeah, you can see the cars driving on top of it. Now,
Yeah,
to
I want to
measure
know
it,
how
it's
much.
kind of fuzzy. No, it's kind of fuzzy.
Yeah, it's very fuzzy, but I need to be able to get an accurate measurement of the amount of that bridge that is visible. And to do that,
Yeah,
you've got to have
you can do
detail
it
on the
with the
bridge.
video. It's gonna be
No,
tough
I'm
though,
not
because
gonna.
it's
Yeah, if it's not clear, I'm not going to bother with it. And as I recall, the last time I looked at it, I mean, there really wasn't something that I could measure well.
no, it's soup. It's definitely pea soup. Like, yeah, you can't measure that.
The only part that I can confirm, knowing the buoys and their colors, the boats that are moving from left to right are going upriver.
Yeah.
So you have to be looking sort of towards the southwest from that park to
Yeah.
see the boats going that way.
But if the details are too blurry to be able to determine how much is visible versus how much is hidden, I mean, it's not really an image eye to look at.
Yeah, but the issue wasn't the bridge, right? The issue was the boats and them going way. Like, I'm not gonna say too far to see, because that's ridiculous. Because we see what we're supposed to see, but according to your model, right?
How are you going to measure the exact distance to the boat?
Well, if you can't really.
Okay, well then it's not worth looking at.
Yeah, but hold on, I'm not done. If you know the distance to the buoy approximate, and you see them going clear past that, right? Like, I'm not saying anything definitive here, but
Yeah, I can't confirm it one way or the other, so therefore I can gain nothing from it.
yeah, agreed.
As I told you earlier, when you try and say, well, no, I have selective memory. All I did was confirm where you were, and that was based on very gross lines of sight. And there's no way to get any measurements or any miles or distances out of any of this stuff. I mean, you can't tell hidden height. There's no way you can confirm distances other than, I see the bridge out there, and that's where the bridge is, but I don't know how much of the bridge is visible. So, I mean, it's not really a good picture to try and make any measurements off of, is my point.
yeah, but agreed. But that wasn't the issue. The issue was that the bearded devil, questioned how far I was to the bridge. Now, we easily confirm. We just did it now with left lane. You can go on the map, right, and confirm the distance. That's all That was the original.
Yeah, and that's fine, but you
Yeah.
can't tell anything else from the picture.
Exactly. Agreed. Yeah. It's just a picture, a video, actually. Yeah.
So congratulations, you've had a second globe earther confirm that you were where you said you were. Well done.
Well, thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
That's what science does. It goes with the evidence, SE. It's not a narrative. It's not a predetermined conclusion. We go with the evidence, and if the evidence says you were there, we say you were there. That's fine.
Okay, good. Good stuff. So the buoys, how could we find out? There's no way to find out the buoy chart, or is there somebody that knows about this stuff? There's got to be some sort of chart of the river system, no? Where the buoys are at?
And checking all my settings to see what I can do.
I remember tried looking for them, but I couldn't find. I found all kinds of obscure information. You'd think you'd be able to find that easily, but I couldn't anyways. So tell me, what would it mean to you guys if that's the location and if the model says that a certain thing should happen in the water with the boat, and you go there and you film it and you see that that said thing does not happen, what would you think? If you're in my position and you eyeballed the video that I took a picture of, what would you think? What would you say?
I would think that maybe I ought to take a better picture that allows me to actually get measurements, because I can't get anything from that image at all.
And how is it when a guy like B-Ball, for example, does the same thing and posts a picture and he'll show like 160-foot drop of water and you guys will accept that, but you won't accept my observation, let's say?
Because we can make measurements off of it. We can identify structures. We can identify locations on the structures. We can identify visible and hidden heights. It's just a better, it's a much better type of observation. He's not showing just the silhouette of buildings. You can actually count floors on them. They're clearly identifiable buildings, and his location is clearly listed and verifiable when he does these things, and he uses proper instrumentation.
Sounds like the black swan observation.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, when you use a P900, X inches above the water, and say, oh, well, there's hidden height here, but there's not enough hidden height to match your globe. So therefore, flat.
Well, the hidden height should be within like 1.2 miles from the beach, but you're seeing stuff that's like at least 30 miles away.
And how did you measure that?
Because we know where the oil rigs are; those are nothing more than markers the horizon.
Okay, well, how do you account for the hidden height on the oil rigs then?
There is no hidden height on the oil rigs.
You never looked at them, did you?
There's like 17 different videos that are like 15 minutes in length of the
Yeah,
exact
I
same
would
thing.
suggest that you go look at the one. I would suggest you go look at the one where Brandon Toy and I went through it in minute detail and identified specific points on oil rigs and specific hidden heights. So there's quite a
who
bit.
cares about the oil? Where's the horizon?
in front of the oil rigs.
Okay, but there's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos where it's not.
Well,
So
they're
by
not
all of a sudden,
analyzed properly. They're not
they're not
analyzed
analyzed.
properly. Yep.
Do you have eyeballs?
Yes, and I know how to use them, unlike a lot of people there. So, and I use
Oh,
my eyeballs in construction documents to actually find the amount of hidden height on those oil rigs by identifying specific components on the oil rigs. So
hidden height. Are you
specifically, where is the boat dock?
talking-
Where is the boat deck on the front oil rig, and where is the boat deck on the back oil rig? And how high is that boat deck above the water? So when
You
you
guys
can
don't
answer those
understand that.
questions, you'll learn a lot.
The horizon is tens of miles beyond that.
No, it
How does
isn't.
that
It's
get
about.
lost on you?
It's actually
Yes, it
about
is.
2.4 miles out.
Oh, really? Okay. Citation?
My video
Your video.
and the measurements contained therein.
Stupid. You said that the horizon was in front of the oil rigs in your video, you dummy.
No, I
Talking
showed
to
where
the
it
video
was. Yeah, absolutely.
is tens and tens and tens of miles behind the oil rigs.
No, it really isn't. It's in front of it. That's what's hiding the bottom of both oil rigs.
So what's all that water behind the oil rigs?
That's fairy fog. It's a false horizon.
It's a excuse me?
It's a false horizon.
What do you mean that's a false horizon?
Did I stutter?
How could that be a false? So what is that? So what are you saying? That that's a false horizon in your parallel?
Saying that you need to have a look at optics and how horizons work at sea. And you need to have a look at the amount of hidden height on those oil rigs and see where that dictates that the horizon actually is that's hiding the bottom of those oil rigs instead
It
of
is
just
the
listening to
horizon
QE. All right.
behind the horizon is not behind the oil rigs, but in front of the oil rigs. Block.
Correct. It's not behind the oil rigs. It's in front of them.
No, it is not. If it's in front of them, how's there a horizon behind them for tens of miles?
That's already been answered.
Just
It's a false horizon.
all right, wait a second now. So you're saying that the horizon is in front of the oil rigs, even though the horizon is behind you.
No, you're saying the horizon's behind them. I'm saying the horizon's in front of them and blocking the bottom of the oil rigs.
And how is there stuff behind the oil rigs?
All right. How many? Okay.
How,
The third time's a
how is
charm.
stuff
It is a
behind the
false
oil rigs?
horizon. It is a trick of refraction.
Oh, my Lord. Okay. So what you're saying is, you know for a fact that the horizon is in front of the oil rig. That's what you're saying.
Yep.
And the COVID vaccine is safe, right?
Does anyone know the spot that the photography is done on the oil platforms?
Every single video is very detailed.
It's at the
I
base.
just ask if anyone knows.
It's at the base of some stairs, as I recall. I did track it down once, but
No, he's literally laying on the beach, and you can see the waves coming right up to the lenses.
yeah, it goes. The stairs go down to the beach. They're
Yeah, I
right.
see
I think
the.
he's probably at a height of no more than 2 to 4 feet.
Listen, Bob, there is literally like 30 different observations of this from the same spot, from the same guy.
Yeah, it's the
Years and
same
years
picture.
apart. It's not the same picture if it's millions of different actual
Yeah,
recordings.
yeah, it's the same
So how
effect. I mean, I'm only looking at the Black Swan video. That's what I looked at in detail.
you couldn't even bring up the Black Swan video. You don't even know what video it is on his channel. How long is
Well,
the
so you
original
think?
Black? How long is it? Is it like 45 seconds or is it an hour and a half?
No clue.
Because you've never fucking seen it.
Yeah, actually, I have. I've seen a lot of videos, and I don't bother with most of them. You know, memorizing the number of minutes in them.
There's a bunch of oil
So
platforms out there.
Hell, I don't even memorize the number of minutes in my own videos. You think I'm going to memorize the number of videos in his?
that's because your videos are terrible, and I couldn't memorize how long they are either because I couldn't get through a full video.
Oh, I doubt you've ever even seen one of mine.
I've watched some of them. Fucking fuck. Just like the little friend there that tried to prove gas pressure without a container by putting butane inside a fucking pipe. You guys are covering the same exact products.
Yeah, that was a great video. Very definitive.
Oh yeah, yeah, I'm gonna show you gas pressure without a container, but first let me put gas inside a pipe.
Yep, no, it's a perfect video.
Well, yeah, that's because you're delusional.
No, it's just a definitive demonstration of gas pressure. Uncontained gas pressure.
Uncontained gas pressure inside a copper pipe.
It wasn't
What
copper.
happens if you? Yeah, well, it wasn't a copper pipe. It was a PVC.
As I recall, it was. Yeah.
Oh, so gas pressure inside a pipe proves that you don't need a container to have gas pressure, even though if you
Yep.
delete the pipe, that gas pressure wouldn't exist. That's your definitive proof.
Yep.
Okay. You're a child.
So Platform Hill House, is that like the one that's in the front, the closest to the photographer, or?
I can't remember if Hill House is in the front or Habitat is in the front. For some reason, I always want to think Hill House is the furthest one back, like 9.7 miles, and Habitat is at like 3.4. Even though on your sphere the horizon shouldn't be any more than 1.8.
Well, I dropped a pin. I dropped a pin on Hill House, and now I'm drawing a line and looking at the measurement and trying to find the place on the beach that's that far away. Like I think they said 9.6 miles.
Yeah, but
And
in the
I don't.
video, he shows you landmarks and then he shows you Google Earth. I mean, what's wrong with that? How is that not any more thorough than anything you guys do? He has coordinates, everything. You can pinpoint his exact location. That's why people go there.
Yeah, I'm trying to find though where the videos were taken from.
Just for your information, Left. I looked at that in the past, and I really didn't think that there was any.
Yeah.
I was pretty much in agreement with the numbers, and they were quite legitimate.
Right. But he also has plenty of videos where he can't even see the first oil. So does that mean
Well, I'm only
that
addressing the one that's called the Black
does it
Swan.
matter that the entire oil rig isn't visible at all? Is that a false horizon also? Because wouldn't that be a false horizon in the front of the oil rigs? So you can have false horizons in the front, you can have false horizons supposedly in the back. But again,
Well, that may be your position. I'm only addressing the one.
well, you're a seaman, aren't you, Brad? Like, you're a seaman, right? You like to go out on the water in boats, and you probably sail with, other doctors and shit. God knows what, but have you ever heard of like what the level of visibility is per day? Does that ever change?
Is it BMLSM 69?
Yeah. It's like his profile picture looks like a twig sticking out of the water with the sun in the background. Like it looks like a photo. I can't remember. I always want to say VLMS 69, but that never comes with the show. But it's VLSM or something.
I'll see if I can track down my video on it. It's been a while.
Sure. But it's not just that. It's mirror flashes. Like you have mirror flashes from across the water at 30 miles. You can see lighthouse flashes 30 miles. The actual beam. It never adds up to the ball. It's always. I mean, not only that, we have laser test over ice. We have laser test over water. We have laser test in the summer. We have laser test in Canada in the middle of winter. Like, there's this one laser test where there's 3 different lasers. There's a red one, a blue one, and a green one. One's at like 4 miles, one's at 2 miles, and one's at like 8 miles. Yet you can see all of them. So how is refraction happening at every single point where that laser is, where the laser at 2 miles is being brought up simultaneously while the laser at 8 miles is being brought up exactly level? Then there's a laser at 4 miles, which they're all visible. They're all in the same frame. So how is refraction happening where every single object is being magically lifted up simultaneously? I think that's on a Taboo Conspiracy. Nothing? Am I muted? Oh, yeah. Other
So,
people can talk.
Bob, can I take a shot at you? I know you usually turn me down
No,
or ignore me, but I just want you to explain to
no.
everyone why you think toys in your kitchen reflect real life. Because I have a lot of examples of real life. Over land, over water, over ice, different mediums, day and night, different temps. I wasn't just playing in my kitchen. So if you could just tell everyone why your demonstration in your kitchen applies to my real world experiences, I would enjoy that.
That's so weird. How can you just ignore somebody like that?
He has to. He has to. He wants me to believe that his backyard has the answers, his kitchen has the answers, his pre-programmed telescope has the answers. Very difficult to have credibility that way.
Like, what on earth does a telescope even do? Because I use one pretty much. I'd use it. I'd have mine out right now if it wasn't lightning. Not true.
So what Bob is saying is that he's really denying me the credibility of the work me and my friends have done by obtaining line of sight at all. And that's disturbing. It should be disturbing to anyone. Particularly, Bob, because you challenged me prior to making that video over and over again, telling me it was coming. Here it comes, Dan. I'm gonna get you.
Shouldn't it be called curve of sight? Oh, that sounds bad. I've never made a black swan observation. I've always wanted to. I wish I lived in it. Here or some actually. Wow.
The daytime ones are pretty exciting. Like, it looks like a star. You know, it's like the same intensity. So you're not used to seeing that bright of a light during the day.
What kind of light is it?
The sun. Reflect the sun.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But you're just not used to seeing it coming out of, you know, from over there. You're used to seeing it in the sky. I'll get you a link. It's pretty cool looking.
I think that's a simple proof right there. Just the fact that there's a straight line that shows the sun going against the ground. I feel like if there was a curve, you wouldn't get those straight lines going all the way. Or what could be, 50 miles. Easy. I mean, if the black swan proof.
See, this is 10 miles here.
All you need is a camera, some water, and some boats. You'll get your own black swan very easily. You don't need anybody else's black swan. You can get your own.
There you go, Larry. I posted the black swan analysis.
Bob, that's not your video, you liar. You do not go out there yourself and film that. BLSMD or whatever has that same video on there. You're using the guy's work that recorded the black swan to prove it, and then claim it's yours.
Watch the video and see.
Did you? Well, hold on.
I was out yesterday. Visibility was garbage. You couldn't even see Catalina all day from Huntington.
Oh, so you live right in the same area, because that is Catalina Island.
He's up north. Black Swan guy's up north, Santa Barbara, north of LA. This is south of LA.
I have no idea about California.
Hour north of LA, hour south of LA.
Sure.
That's the difference.
But you guys can always see the same island.
No.
But more often than not, like, you guys go out on the same day, and like he could see the island and you could see it. If he sees it from his boat, yeah.
I'm pretty sure sees the Santa Barbara Islands and not
Oh,
Catalina.
okay. That's it. It is Santa Barbara. You're right. Catalina. There's plenty of observations from the Catalina Islands that I've seen. Probably some of your work, which is like voice narrating, talking about, like on Taboo and like Divergent. Shit. No, not Divergent. Just Divergent. But the thing is, Bob can take one video and it disproves everyone else's video when we all have videos. Not we, not myself, but there's trillions of videos out there that disprove what he's saying.
Disprove?
Yeah.
Well, that may be your position.
Bob, you don't have a position. You have one video where it's like, hey, look.
One?
you can't see the boat on the oil rig, and then there's thousands of other videos of the same oil rig where you can see tens and tens of miles behind it.
Show me the boat deck on that oil rig. Just go ahead and point it out for me, the far one.
What do you mean the far one on which oil rig? I'm
Okay,
sitting on my
there's two
porch.
oil rigs. Okay, in the Black Swan image, which you see right on my video there, point out the boat deck in the far rig for me.
In the video, because I'm looking at the chat, I see your video, I see the thumbnail. I haven't clicked on the video.
Well,
there
you go.
Are you talking about the thumbnail?
Actually, I go through the detailed analysis of that thumbnail, yeah. Well, it's the image that the thumbnail is based on, yes. Which is the Black Swan image.
This is the Black Swan image.
Yep, that's the Black Swan image.
What are you talking about? There's hundreds and hundreds of videos of this. You just happen to cherry pick the one where you think
that the entire flat Earth community is putting up as the black swan image, including QE and Nathan Oakley and everybody else and all the memes. Yeah, that's it.
right. What's the height taken for this image off the water?
I think it was a foot.
Right. Where's the horizon, in front of or behind the first oil rig?
In front of.
Then how can you see parts of the legs in the water with the water behind the legs?
Watch the video and you'll see. I go through frame by frame.
Is there a way I can
But
just
before you get all confused and everything, just go ahead and point out the.
hold on? Well, no, one
Before you
agrees,
get
but
all
I don't.
confused and sit down and try and go different tangents, point out the boat deck on the bottom of the far oil rig.
What if I can find other black swans from the same height in the same distance where you can? That's what I'm
Point out
saying.
the boat deck on the bottom of the oil rig.
On this one where you can't see half of the oil rig behind it? Correct.
Point
I
out the
wonder
boat deck
where a boat deck
on the
is.
far oil rig.
Dude, you just sounded like you were in the submarine with the Titanic.
Well, when you can point that out, let me know.
Alright. Shit. Let me get the video. Am I trying to find the oil rig on the left or the right oil rig?
Which one is the near far oil rig and which one is the far oil?
Could you just answer, like, am I looking at the left oil rig or the right oil rig?
The one that is furthest away. The
left oil rig.
distances, I believe, are listed right on. Yeah.
The left oil rig, the one that's cut in half.
Yeah. Show me the boat deck on that oil
You
rig.
want a boat deck of the oil rig that's cut in half, is what you're saying.
Oh, it's cut in half? Maybe the bottom's missing? That one?
You know, there's a trillion other videos where you can see it, right?
No, show it to me on that one.
It's not visible. The oil rig is cut in
Bingo.
half.
Thank you. Welcome back to reality. Curved Earth.
What the fuck? But in other videos where you can see it, that's a problem, is what you're saying.
Yeah, like the ones I'm showing, stuff like that.
I don't understand, Bob. There's other videos where you can see the boat deck in hundreds, I'm saying hundreds, tens, I mean, it probably could be hundreds based off how far away the oil rig is in the first place.
Cherry picker? I don't know where no cherry picker. What you talking about cherry picking for?
I mean, Bob, come on now. Can you please, like, you're supposed to be you're a medical doctor. How dare you? Like, can you grow up a little bit?
So, what do you guys think about giants?
I mean, dinosaurs?
No, giants.
Oh, yeah. The cover up giants.
Huh?
Abraham Lincoln talked about giants during the Civil War.
He
So
what?
they lived in the hills of West Virginia. Abraham Lincoln had a speech where he talked about the giants in the hills of West Virginia.
Really?
Yes. Everyone knows giants are real. Except for Bob. But apparently Bob is like having a little pity party and not talking anymore because he has one video when there's thousands of other videos showing the same thing he's complaining about not seeing in one video. So Bob really isn't allowed to have an opinion anymore because he's a child. But yeah, giants are real.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe a giant. Come on.
Yeah, I actually have seen a giant bone before. And today I actually found that same bone on the internet finally after all this time. I was starting like huh?
I don't know
What?
what that was.
Oh,
Type in giants of oh,
giants of what?
Type in giant
Peru.
boners and see what you get.
Yeah, I've seen some of the
Be careful. If he knows what you get when you type that in,
oh,
that means he's done it himself. So it's kind of fucking weird. For that, or his girlfriend does it because he doesn't satisfy her.
no, dude, I just went on I went on what's it called? Telegram. One of the flat earth channels on there has a really good search function and they have like a good tag system. So they had a tag for giants and I was able to sift through a lot of really good information quickly.
Oh yeah, giants are real.
Yeah.
Bigfoot's real, but I believe Bigfoot is just blurry, so it's not the camera's fault. Which
Believe
makes it
Bigfoot
extra
is what?
scary. He's blurry. Like that's just what Bigfoot looks like. It's not the cameraman's fault, which is scary because the blurry monster running around.
Is it more scary because it's blurry? Just like the Loch Ness
He's not.
monster. Too
He
blurry.
doesn't look blurry. He just is that way. No, he's just blurry. He looks all pixelated. That's just what Bigfoot actually looks like. No, that's Mitch Hedberg or whatever. I don't know. I literally just heard that joke this morning. I thought it was funny. Just like he said, if you get lost in the woods, fuck it, build a house. You're no longer lost.
Yeah. Learned that lesson from Minecraft too.
Dude, Bob just melted down and it was fucking hilarious. He puddled and then had to leave.
Have you guys heard about these like Earth batteries?
Earth is a battery.
Yeah, but like you can make like batteries from
The ocean is the salt ridge. Earth is a battery. Or the sun's an anode, the moon's a cathode. Yeah, that's what it is. Or it might be reverse.
Oh yeah,
But that's
makes
what you need
sense.
to know. And then of course the salt bridge, the ocean, which is the most salty thing that we know exists. So the globe. Bob's like the easiest glober.
Oh, did he define what nothing is finally?
No, he's just you ask him basic questions and he has to leave.
Yeah, I was trying to. He told me the universe expands into nothing, and I asked him to define nothing scientifically, and he left earlier. Or I don't know if he left or he just didn't want to talk to me or whatever. Yeah, that's gonna be. Keep bringing that up.
The thing is, I don't go into globe chats and try to convince people. It's like the Christian going into an atheist chat trying to say it's a bad look, and that's what he is. That's all
Dude,
he
they
is.
have to be either they're arguing with reality or they're being paid. There's no other reason.
I feel like if you were gonna pay somebody, they could do a better job. That's like I've never seen anybody argue for the globe side so well that I was like, wow, like I would pay this guy to do this. He does it so well. Like no one.
Well, their idea of what's good and our idea of what's good is very different. I don't know if you saw any of like the Bill Nye stuff recently. It's like they think that he's doing a good job presenting their argument, but he's not at all. Like, I don't know, they're just delusional.
They are out of touch with reality, which makes their propaganda far less effective than they want it to. I agree. I haven't seen the new Bill Nye thing either. But I know that guy's a huge weirdo. He's very weird. So I'm sure it's
Yeah. Well, my husband watched it, and I watched some over his shoulder, even though I hated it. And they like did this whole metaphor of like sponges and like making more and more sponges. That all the sponges were people shaped, and they were like trying to manage people and show how unmanageable all the sponges were. Like they were just doing like politically correct crap, you know. Oh, he said that he would rather drink astronauts' piss than distilled water.
He said that?
Yeah, on that show he did.
Well, yeah.
Because they were testing at, well, it was like recycled astronaut piss, right? So it's supposed to be like purified so they can drink it again in space.
Oh yeah, he's probably really excited about that idea.
Yeah, they had a comedian with him too, just to like join the panel of judges. And they're all like, "Oh yeah, I like the astronaut piss the best. Oh yeah, me too." And he's like, "Y'all are crazy. Distilled water is the best all the way."
That's funny. Scary, but funny.
Yeah.
I just came from my buddy's house, and a mutual friend of ours from out of town was there. There was like 5 of us, and this guy had never heard of who Andrew Tate is. He's so disconnected from like the internet and just so like wholesome and pure. He doesn't know who Andrew Tate is.
Who is that again?
He's just some rich retard that is like, but he's like right about a lot of stuff. Like he'll go on like a crazy rant about something that only like a retarded rich guy would rant about. Actually, retard's not even a good word. He's like more like autistic. But then he'll like make these just. We're basically living in idiocracy right now. And so the types of people that are going to be like the great thinkers and the great bringer of ideas in our world are like honestly going to be people like this guy, Andrew Tate, as unfortunate as that sounds.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't care about idols. So I'm usually a little out of the loop on these things.
Yeah, e-celebs are pretty gay, for sure. But it was fun to just watch this guy like get a little dose of like what the internet's been doing over the last year or so.
Yeah. Rape and human trafficking charges, huh?
Well, yeah.
I know someone. I've heard his name a lot recently. It never rings a bell for me.
He's just like a bald guy with a Bugatti and like funny posture. I don't know.
I guess I just never read anything on it. Happens sometimes, I guess.
Yeah, like he just popped. I don't know how like he gets into my feed, but he does.
Yeah, I think if you're on Twitter, then you hear about everything like fresher.
I'm actually not on. Well, I am on Twitter, but not a whole lot.
I just go on there sometimes, and the funny thing is, I don't really care about going and finding where in the app I can go and see it who replied to what I said. So I just say things, and I don't worry about what people say back to me, and it's kind of freeing. I enjoy it.
Yeah, it's like the town square for the world. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad that, it's funny, Elon Musk, he was supposed to like make Twitter this awesome place and like unban everyone's accounts. He didn't unban my account. I don't know why. He must have done something really bad.
Yeah. He didn't do a lot of the stuff he said he was going to do, and the problem is almost still just as bad, except people don't believe it's as bad, which actually makes all the difference.
Elon Musk is a hack. He's never did anything. He just had money because his dad had an emerald mine. So he bought stuff.
Because his dad what?
His dad had an emerald mine in South Africa.
I don't know, an emerald mine is or how you get one.
Well, like his dad, they use a bunch of slaves to dig emeralds.
Oh.
Oh wow.
That's not
I mean, in a
surprising.
sense,
People use slaves for everything.
Does he still have the mine?
I don't know, but that's he grew up very wealthy.
Yeah, but I feel like you wouldn't just sell your emerald mine because all those slaves, like, what are they gonna do? Like that's their job. That'd be kind of messed up, honestly, if he sold it, because then they'd all be like homeless and have no job. That's yeah. I hope he didn't do that.
I mean, it's better to get your hands chopped off for not digging up enough diamonds that day. But no, what
Dude,
I'm
I saw
saying
that.
is Elon Musk has never not been poor.
Never not.
He's always been. No, he's always been a billionaire his whole life.
That's not untrue. You're right. 100%.
And he's never invented anything. He's not smart. He's a rich kid that buys companies. That's all Elon Musk is.
No. That's not true. He's a very industrious worker and he's very ambitious. And yes, he had the means to do it, but he did it. I don't think it's right to pull everything from him. He did work hard.
The only thing is, okay,
hold
on.
He didn't have to work hard. He just purchased stuff.
He's faking space, and his electric cars are not electric because we get most of our electricity from diesel generators.
Mm-hmm.
He's not what people.
I know. But still, in terms of business, he did well. Like, he worked hard to make his company succeed. Like, I don't know. It's just that a lot of men with the same amount of means would not have accomplished the same amount that he did. Not that I'm saying he's a good guy or anything. I'm just saying, like, give credit where credit is due.
I want to give credit where credit is due, but I don't see it with Elon just because, like, he's ingratiated himself with a lot of, like, captains.
He's overrated. Yeah.
He's
Bob fucking left. He stopped talking. He tucked his tail between his legs and
But
left.
just because something is overrated doesn't mean it has no value, though.
Well, I can't wait for Elon Musk to blow up Steve Aoki. I've already got the kamikaze memes made, ready to go.
Elon's a weird piece in all this.
You know who's a weird piece in all this? James Cameron.
Who's that?
He directed Titanic, Avatar, Terminator, The Abyss.
Oh. I get what you mean.
Yeah, all those big directors have got to be part of their network, you know. It seems like Stanley Kubrick probably wasn't, but they even brought him in, blackmailed him, made him do the moon landing, and then probably ended up taking him out at the end of his life there. So it's like any like real director gets basically co-opted by them. And then most of the guys of these big Hollywood ones today are totally in there. Like Robert Zemeckis, he obviously is. They're putting all that pre-programming and Back to the Future and stuff, those guys. And then you got
James Cameron.
The dude who does Star Wars.
Oh yeah, Lucas.
Yeah, I was thinking of Walker Ranch, or the whole Lucas, George Lucas. Yeah, him. He's obviously deeply embedded.
Yeah, I mean, a child died on one of his sets in a very disturbing way.
Who did?
A child died on the set of Poltergeist. She was. I don't want to say it. It was really bad what happened to her. And there's some conspiracies around that with Spielberg. I was thinking about Spielberg, but I said Lucas. But yeah,
there's Spielberg as well. Very Jewish.
I think her name was Heather O'Rourke, maybe. somebody can fact check me on that, but yeah, she died in a pretty horrible way on set that could have only been done by like other humans. I think she was like 6 years old.
This is talking about how this article I just found, how Star Wars, like the Jedis in Star Wars, are inspired by the Knights Templar.
Yeah.
And they were gonna, it looks like they were gonna call them the Jedi Templar, but they ended up with just going with the Jedi.
Are we laying it on a little too thick? Yeah, just call them the
Jedi. Wow. Yeah, James Cameron's he's definitely not lacking any of their bad karma that they have going.
Dude, I did a little deep dive on James Cameron today, and the just the weird, goofy coincidences and like references to demons and the Bible are super weird. Like the entire Terminator series is all sending a robot back in time to kill a woman who's pregnant with a little baby boy, and he's gonna be bold. It's literally about going back in time and killing Jesus. It's just like, wait, what? Like, it's crazy. John Connor, JC, it's bizarre. He's definitely a Mason. His wife is a Mason, or his first wife was a Mason. I had to read through some crazy conspiracy theories, though, that like I went on DuckDuckGo, so you'll get those websites that like, I don't know who makes them, but they're like, it's just like a website just for like their page of conspiracies. And so many of them ended with like there being an alien race on Mars and a moon base. It was almost like an AI wrote all of them. It was really, really weird.
Yeah. Yeah, those people, they have a weird connection to those that they call demons. Like we know them as jinn from the Quran, but they're basically like the fallen angels. They're they used to be of a race called the John, which the angels are the John, and when they fell, they became the jinn. And so the problem is that they mostly know about them through the jinn themselves, and the jinn themselves think of themselves as gods. So you get some sort of weird, crazy religion that all these high up people follow, basically serving these fallen angels.
Well, you know what I think it is? My whole theory on it right now, it's not a complete one, but I think the elites have been drip fed bits of technology from like these spirits, these evil spirits, these demons or whatever you want to call them. And just in the last like in the last 100 years, it wasn't a drip anymore, it was a trickle. And now it's like a pour. And the amount of demonic influence that we're having on our world is going to be proportionate to the amount of technological advance. That
You know,
seems what it's looking.
I've been pouring through ancient civilization these last few days, like this last week or whatever, and it seems apparent to me that we don't have a crazy amount of technology. It seems like ancient civilizations did have electricity. Like, it could be the demonic forces are holding us back. Perhaps they've known about all this technology because it's been around so long. Like, ancient Egyptians had light bulbs. We see in the hieroglyphics they had helicopters, cars, like I think even tanks, like that has a rocket, like they had stuff. As Ecclesiastes says, there's nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, that is something to consider. All the antiqual tech, I'm with it. I'm just not
I
quite
mean,
sure how to place it because our timeline is so jacked up.
it is. But think about how many thousands of years that humanity has been established on the earth in cities, and how little time it took for our particular civilization to get all this technology. We had an unknowing for sure where we unlearned things past, but those things were here before. Most certainly, though, they know how to use the technology to their advantage. I also move that to say that it would be remarkably hard to tell if someone had the internet or not, given how hard it would be to tell if we had the internet or not.
I'd say one thing they didn't have was airplanes. Airplanes didn't exist more than 200 years ago.
Have you heard those? The story. It was written these people like in the late 1800s who claimed that they took a boat from Florida. And they went over to the ice area and they just basically like sailed right through it. There was like an opening. They sailed through it and they came to other lands. There was like another sun, so it was like a whole nother heated area. Once they got through the cold region of water, and then they came up upon land, and there were people there. They had an entire like civilization and everything. This was like in the late 1800s, and they already had like Wi-Fi and cell phones and all kinds of like the internet, all kinds of technology. Even though it was like more advanced, though, like it wasn't even the same kind of version we have. It was like a more advanced version of it.
Yeah.
And they said that those people said they knew about us, but they were like purposefully not interacting with us. And then he ended up coming back. It was written in it was like a magazine that had published it.
No, it's from a book.
There's several different books. There's several different ones. The one I'm talking about is in the Florida newspaper.
Yeah. Well, regardless, it's a popular topic back then. But the most profound of these stories was written. I was over this like a few weeks ago, but the guy, when you do source criticism on this dude, throughout his entire life, he was affiliated with several scams in terms of business and stuff like that. So him making up a story like this, like, I mean,
Which one are you talking about, though? You'd have to state what you're actually referring to now.
yeah.
There's Beyond the Poles, for example. There's several different books and writings and different journeys that are claimed. So you'd have to clarify which one you're talking about. There's also the Iron Republic.
One second.
The Iron Republic is the one I'm talking about, the Florida magazine, 1902. I said late 1800s. It was 1902. I kind of thought it was right around that time. I thought it was like very late 1800s, or early 1900s. But yeah, I was a little off on that. 1902. That's the one I'm talking about. E.W. Barrington. This is a book on it. I'll just read it real quick. The Iron Republic tells an extraordinary story of Mr. E.W. Barrington's sea journey in the late 1800s to Antarctica, where he found a passageway through the massive ice wall and a highly developed civilization, both technologically and socially speaking. Either as fact or fiction, it is a rare story and presents an ideal of society and government that will make the average reader long to be a citizen of the newly discovered Iron Republic.
Yeah. The book I was talking about was The Smoky God, or A Voyage to the Inner World, from 1908, by Willis George Emerson. But what this just proves is that this was a popular topic back then in terms of science fiction and fantasy. And when you go in and do source criticism on this Willis guy, for example, the guy I was talking about, you can see that he has been affiliated with several scams throughout his life. So he was a grifter type of guy. I haven't done source criticism on the guy who authored the book or the article that you are talking about, but I would assume it is in the same playing field, just like most guys who make up these kind of stories.
Very dangerous to assume, but if that's your level of discernment, then that's you. But yeah, I would never assume anything like that personally myself, ever.
Well, how many times must I read almost the same story and do the same kind of source criticism? Like, fool me once, okay, fool me twice, like, I mean, after 3 times, I just start to assume that stories like that is just made up.
Nobody's talking about big fool because nobody's just blindly believing these. If you did that, then I guess maybe you were fooled. I don't know, but they're just very interesting stories to consider. Interesting documentation.
Very, very, very good entertainment, 100%. But that's all it is.
Well, that's a dark approach, but if that's your contribution,
I think it's a light approach that people are capable of making up fantastical tales. That's pretty light approach.
Yep, for sure. They did it with the globe and the fake space story. So yeah, no doubt. I brought it up because the idea of the internet, someone had mentioned it. So there's a possibility that the internet was not new to this land, but was actually brought here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you can say whatever you want, but there is no evidence for example, the internet being earlier existed back then at all, not even closely.
Right. But I have to ask you, will there be any evidence of the internet existing once our civilization is destroyed?
I'm 100% sure there will.
Really? What if the
Yes.
servers are destroyed? What evidence?
I mean, the entire world would have to burn to remove all evidence of what we have right now.
Oh, really? Or would it just look like big old blocks of who knows what? I mean, without knowing what it does, like, they wouldn't know that we had internet. Like,
They could
who
read
knows
books.
how? if they can read our script or if any of the scripts survive. I mean,
Yeah,
what if
so I think some books will survive. Books written about the internet will probably survive.
Are you sure books about the internet will survive off the internet?
A lot of ifs and hypotheticals. It doesn't matter really.
Paper books.
Paper books about the internet that people not on the internet are reading.
Right.
There's
lots of books describing the history of the internet, describing different parts of the internet, that type of thing. There's lots of those types of books.
The best evidence we have for quote unquote high technology from the ancient past is cogs and wheels.
I mean, there's a lot of civilizations we just don't know about.
Yeah, but that is out in the what if again. Like if we don't know about them, we have no evidence for them, and there is no remnants of them. So this is why I'm saying the best evidence we have for high technology in the past is cogs and wheel, and that's not high technology.
Well,
That's just progressive.
I've actually seen very interesting devices come out from Egypt, and they just go and sit in museums, and no one tries to analyze what they do. Like,
but
who
they
knows
do analyze them.
how many objects might there be? No, they like interview the people and all this, and they're like, oh, I don't know, that's not my department. Like, how many items might we have just decided were just cultural when they had a real purpose?
Again, a lot of ifs. Like, got any specifics?
I don't
Because
remember.
most of the remnants I know about, people have done extensive studies on these kind of things to make them work or hint what they were used for. And there's theories, and some of them they also figured out, and some of them they even replicated, and some of them they might not know what was used for. But I would go back to my statement again. The best evidence for high technology back in the ancient days is cogs and wheels, and that's not high. That's just progressive. That's just.
Then what are all these things depicted in the Egyptian hieroglyphs? There's even light bulbs depicted in the Egyptian hieroglyphs.
I know there's a lot of videos out there that is giving you these narratives and stuff like that. But when you actually look into what these hieroglyphs means, according to Egyptologists and stuff like that, they have nothing to do with helicopters. Just because they look like something doesn't mean that they are that.
Okay, the Egyptians were immaculate carvers. Okay, they were very precise in everything they did. They never wrote over other things they had. It's absurd to just explain these away by saying, "Oh, well, they reused it just this once."
They did.
From all of my research, the Egyptologists are all stupid. They've got no idea what's going on. They've just written a false narrative.
When they did went from king to king, they overplastered it and wrote a new story for the new king. Often, this is proven because you can go down there, and if you had the balls for it, you can probably scratch some of this plaster off.
So what history does this tell you, Ben?
This proves that they didn't have endless amount of walls they could write on. And sometimes a son didn't like the dad as much as he maybe should, so he just wrote over his story. Something like that.
Yeah, I think we were kind of having more of like a chill discussion. It seems like you're wanting to debate and then rebut everything. Like,
I'm not trying to debate.
I mean, we get it. You have like whatever kind of like staunch skeptic attitude. It's just sort of like, I don't know. Does anyone really want to debate him or? Because
no one is debating. Why are you poisoning the well like this?
No, we were having more interesting discussion, and you're just getting confrontational, and you're trying to like call people liars and stuff. At this point, it's just toxic, man. We're trying to have a good conversation.
Okay, well, go ahead.
You just interrupted
tales and lies, then.
Well, you interrupted Pumpkin and called her a liar. It's like that's not really the type of conversation we're trying to have.
I interrupted to say
if you want to try to act like the
and stuff like that, and the answer was no. So you're saying you're having a discussion. What I'm witnessing is that you're just telling a lot. Oh, look at this! It looks like that. That must be so like that. Like a lot of way out in the weeds speculation with nothing.
What, people can't talk like that? Is it a crime for people to have that type of a discussion?
Because that was the discussion we were having until you've kind of derailed it.
we are still on the same topic, so I don't didn't derail anything.
I'm not really agreeing with defining it that way. I don't really think it was an out in the weeds speculation or anything. It was discussing ideas, offering research sources, considering, and just actually having a discussion. Not
okay. I will stop after this comment. So look at this picture. It looks like something, therefore it must be something. Imagine all the other things. Like that is way out in the weeds speculation. But I stop now. Thanks.
Yep. Later.
Yeah. I'll put my 2 cents in. I've seen the one with the helicopter, and it looks like a helicopter. And I always kind of thought, well, maybe that was fake, or like maybe it's like somebody just photoshopped it or something. But if it's real, she brought up a really good point. The Egyptians were very precise with what they did. I don't think they would just accidentally carve a helicopter. And I don't really accept Tim's explanation of they just plastered over it, because everything else looks like a thing, and that thing looks like a thing too. So I think it's interesting.
John Anthony West had a pretty good. I thought he had a pretty good series on Egypt.
To me,
if anyone's interested.
Looking at these and taking offense when someone says it's a helicopter, a car, and a rocket, it's like someone taking offense when they look outside.
Maybe you should drop the topic around me. Thanks.
When they go and look at the horizon and say it's flat, they like can't stand it. Like that's just what
maybe drop talking about me if you didn't want to have me in the conversation in the first place. So please just continue with what you were doing and stop referring to me.
Hey, you got your final say, didn't you?
Well, I'm still here, and you're talking about me instead of just continuing with your conversation.
We can just shift it, Tim. Nobody said we don't want you. We were just saying the attitude of this, like, oh, it's wild speculation. It's like, well, that's kind of some of the things that we do here.
If it wasn't, people would drop links that, oh, but look at this link. I have this amazing link. You should look into it. It's really interesting. But no one did that. So it is in wild speculation land. And I have seen the videos where you get this information from, and there is nothing to back it up.
Honey, I didn't get this from any video. I saw the evidence in front of my eyes, and I was like, wow, that's, it is what it is. You don't need to see a video. You just need the pictures. All you have to do, confirm, is this a real hieroglyph? Yes, it is. Check.
Okay, so Tim, you ready? The helicopter hieroglyphs is a name given to the part of an Egyptian hieroglyph carving from the temple of Seti at Abydos. It is a real thing. This is Wikipedia. They date it to be, some say it's from 1294 BC to 1279 BC. Some people say it's 1290 to 1279.
I never claimed that there wasn't a hieroglyph that looked like something. I agree, there is a hieroglyph that looks like that. I never claimed that there wasn't. But there is also a story behind it, which Egyptologists, like the entire hieroglyph itself means something. It's not just a depiction of this thing. And that is the evidence that is being left out when people are talking about these kind of things. Like this entire hieroglyphs means something.
Dude, I think I see other stuff too. I see like what looks like a submarine, or maybe like a blimp type of ship because it has like a tail fin. I see like a really big, I don't know if that's like a grasshopper or something. It's very interesting. It looks, honestly, if I was going to try and read this hieroglyphs, giant grasshoppers came and totally jacked up our corn. So we got on our helicopters 3x3 and just dipped to probably Antarctica. I don't know, like you can't see the rest of the hieroglyph. It's like cut off, but that's probably what I think it says.
And that would be an image of your fantasy.
No, what separates me from an Egyptologist?
Well, that was not what I said.
They were taught how to read it
Yeah, for example. But also, like, let's say,
Well, if they were taught how to read it, this wouldn't be a mystery. They would know what the helicopter sign means. This wouldn't be a mystery if they were taught how to read it properly.
You have your archive in your head. Is that the same archive an Egyptian guy from 2,000 years ago would have? No.
Dude, you're thinking like a person from today. You got to think like an Egyptian, dude.
You are the one who's thinking like a person from today, who said that aliens came down, grasshoppers ate us all, and go to Antarctica.
I didn't say anything about aliens.
That is When grasshoppers came in these fucking flying objects, that's pretty much the same as saying aliens of some sort.
No,
but whatever.
Grasshoppers are a thing. They existed in Egypt.
Whatever, bro.
I've seen a grasshopper.
You know that was one of the plagues.
Cue the "Walk Like an Egyptian" song.
Exactly. Well, I'm just saying, I think the Egyptians were so smart, they were able to leave behind hieroglyphics that anybody can read if they just kind of tried to put themselves into the position of an Egyptian. That's probably why they chose hieroglyphs, because it's like, I can't read Chinese at all. I have no idea what Chinese is saying, but I can at least identify things that are on hieroglyphs. I'm like, oh yeah, I know that's a bug. Okay, that looks like a helicopter. Okay, I see some corn.
That's a dude.
You know, that's a dude. That's not a dude, right? Look, those dudes are building something. It's like, that's pretty smart. If you're going to leave something behind that's so giant and it's going to last for thousands of years, you'd at least want people to be able to read it. So,
right.
Or if there was some destructive event that was to occur at repeated intervals over a long period of time, you might want something that could withstand such destruction.
There's no avoiding it when it comes.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
God saves whom he wills.
Yeah. Maybe the will is those that will to save themselves.
Well, traditionally, scripturally, those events happened every time a society denied worshiping one God alone.
Does one have to worship God? I mean,
it's generally recommended, yes.
It's generally Matthew.
But with worshiping God comes a freedom
funny.
from worshiping everything else, and it'll do you a lot of good.
What is your definition of worship then?
I like worshiping demigods.
Let me see. I think the typical definition was a really good one. Let me look it up again.
I don't think it's so much about that you have to worship God, but that God gave you an option. Like, God gave you free will, you know? I think that says more about God than the fact that God does want you to worship him.
I mean, I don't get that sense at all for myself spiritually, that there's some creature being out there that's separate from me that I would have to worship or anything. Like, to me, it's all
okay. Here, listen. This is the etymology of worship: condition of being worthy, dignity, glory, distinction, honor, renown, worthy, reverence paid, sense of reverence paid to a divine being. The first sense of it was honorable, so you're honoring God.
Yeah, I like that, because I don't think there is anything worth honoring or worshiping other than the thing that loves me and loves all of us,
that
created everything for us, you know. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Like, I don't want to worship like a pop star or an astronaut. Like, I want to worship the thing that loves everybody, you know.
Yeah,
it's funny. I just reckon my personal opinion is that that's like worshiping a false idol. I don't worship some concept that I have
No,
of
it's not
God.
the concept.
It is. It's a concept of a creator. It's some you're conceptualizing the thing that you're worshipping. It's worshiping a false idol.
No, dude. There is an actual God. All right.
No, but if you try to tell me about an actual God, you're conceptualizing this thing that you're trying to describe, and it's not a concept. God is not whatever concept you would try to tell me God is. It's like to even refer to God is conceptualizing it. It's giving it a name. It's like
God is the originator of reality. You know, you can call it conceptualizing whatever you want, but there's something there, and we can all identify it. You know.
I mean, I guess my question would just be like, if there's something wrong with conceptualizing the creator of everything in an attempt to honor that creator, how else are you supposed to honor the creator? Just like not think about it, or
just probably by feeling good.
It's
like being
by
one.
walking the right path would be a start.
To me, it seems so easy and lacking in need to define or explain it that it's confusing to try to put it into words because it makes so much sense without any description or it's funny.
Yeah. Well, people
when
didn't
you use that term
about
God
until the scripture came to them. So.
Well, when you use that term God, Pumpkin or Platypus, like, are you guys saying that it's separate from you? Or is it because you talk about God as it like almost like as it's a person, you know, like, oh, my friend John, my friend, you know what I mean? Like you're almost, it's kind of the vibe I'm getting in terms of that idea that it's like something outside of oneself to then worship or have some reverence for.
Well, can I explain to you right quick my understanding? God is outside of time, the originator of every moment in time, fully conscious of every moment in time, and conscious of all moments of consciousness of thinking about those thoughts, etc., etc. Owner of all of this, he is the supreme intelligence. To question whether he is a being, you know, it's just saying he is the ultimate being. He is closer to you than your jugular vein, the Quran says. So yeah, God is very near, but yeah, definitely you are not God.
Interesting concept.
My answer would be we are not God, but there is a part of us that is from God and not of this world, and I would say that's our soul. Like we exist in time, space, and matter. We're flesh and blood, but our souls are not time, space, or matter. And I would say our souls exist outside of that. And this whole experience is about elevating or leveling up that soul so that we can be in the presence of God outside of time, space, and matter. Because we already were in the presence of God in this world, and we killed him. So
well, we didn't kill him.
We're not ready.
I don't believe we killed God or that God can be killed.
Like, I don't even disagree with Wizard. Like, I just kind of I just think it's not complete. Like he said, without like the best way to honor God without conceptualizing him is to just feel good. I mean, my immediate response would just be like, well, what do you say to like a serial killer who like feels good about, cutting off people's heads and wearing them as hats? Okay, your philosophy basically falls flat there. But I think truly feeling good from like acting out of pure love, which I believe comes from God. I think all the loving things that we do is God's love flowing through us. So that's another way that we're connected to God. It's like any loving thing that we do, that's love coming from God. That's
just like how we
his.
show mercy because God shows us mercy.
Now,
Yeah.
are those concepts that you guys are using God for in your own like respective traditions? Is that something that you got from that tradition or those writings, or is it something that you came to within yourself?
I got it from the Bible and from the Book of Enoch.
I actually I abandoned Christianity and I turned to agnosticism, and I asked what reality was, and I started studying like dimensions and stuff, and I pondered and pondered, and I made my personality so humble that I basically no longer had a personality, so that I could properly sort through what I objectively knew and what I didn't. And there came a point where it became undeniable that God was necessary to the fabric of reality. That every moment must be witnessed, and furthermore, every moment must be upheld, so that future moments can be sustained upon it. Like it just became clear to me the more I meditated upon it. And so I basically found monotheism, and I started searching for the right book. It took me a couple years looking through all the books I could find, all the ancient scriptures I could find. I finally found the Quran, and it was immediately clear to me what it was. So I do take a lot of what I know from the Quran, but it's because it matches exactly what I learned when I had no religion.
Drew, I'm curious as to like what is it that I said that made you question its origins? Because it must have sounded like it didn't come from the Bible. That's the only conclusion I could come to.
I don't know if he was questioning your source exactly.
Well, the thing is, he asked a question that I've asked just the exact thing that I've asked some people before, and then the only reason I asked it because I was like, what are they reading? Like what is that?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't really. Sorry, I was kind of away for a second, but could you repeat the thing you said before that? Like, because I was trying to remember what you'd said. Because no, I mean, I was just asking, like, because you guys were talking about God as if it is separate from you in a sense, like God loves us, for example, like that concept. Which is there's another that would mean, like usually when we use that term, like if someone loves someone else or does something like that, there's like two beings basically involved in that. So I was just asking, when your terminology of using God, when you use that term, is that some kind of like entity that is separate from you? That's what I was asking. Yeah. And then,
well, God encapsulates all of reality and potential reality. So in that we're part of him, but we're definitely separate beings as well. That's part of what's so wonderful about creation, is that we're individuals.
And then do you always think you'll be separate, or will you rejoice with it at some point and
We'll
become?
From him did we begin, and to him will we return.
Well, okay, so I love that question because I don't think it's about becoming one with God. Like from my perspective, the first beings that God created were angels, and these angels went out and performed tasks for him. He had this master plan. And so he created the earth, he created us, and he had his angels running around in the background doing their thing. But then some of the angels fell, and we're in this whole mess that we're in right now, right? I personally think, and this is not biblical. This is just what's logical to me because the story seems to like history in the Bible doesn't necessarily repeat itself, but it rhymes. I think when the whole thing is played out, when Revelation is over and the earth is destroyed and there's a new heaven and earth that are built and like all of us are souls and we're up with God, I think that I don't necessarily think that we're going to be like angels, but I think he has a plan. And I think he wants us to help him do something, but we're not ready. We can't do anything right now. We couldn't even listen to simple instructions. Don't eat from the tree, of knowledge, of the knowledge of good and evil. But the tree was in the garden. I think we were going to eat that fruit. I think there was going to be a point in time where our souls would be ready for the knowledge of good and evil. But it seems like even the angels had trouble with free will, And I'm not going to knock God for creating me, Like, could he have made me any better? I don't think so. I think this is just like being a super being, like, I don't know how to describe, being like a soul that has the power to create and to aid the ultimate creator. I think there's like pretty high standards, and that's what this is all about, is like raising our standards.
I mean, clearly God doesn't need help with anything, but I could, see if you wanted to say that that for our sake that we're allowed to become better here before being able to do great things in the name of God.
Well, yeah, that reminds me of what I was asking. I think what Platypus had brought up as well, because that's why I was asking if it was from a book, or from the scriptures, as it were, like the core concept of what you're referring to when you use the term God, is that coming from like your own kind of inner breakthroughs or understandings of things, or is that coming from an outside source that then is being believed in some way?
Okay, so this is where a bunch of Christians are gonna like all freak out at each other and argue. Because then you get into Trinitarianism, you get into what's that one called where they think Jesus was like I can't even remember what it's called right now.
Preterist?
No, it's dark. I can't remember, but
that's something different, actually. The preterism. Preter.
Yeah.
Which sounds like predator or something, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's a different word. Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
They're the ones that take the Bible like as like an allegory, as like an allegorical historical narrative, rather than the truth.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that Christians get tied up on that kind of stuff, because the most important thing that the Bible says is pretty much there's one creator and we're all his creation, and he loves us, and he wants our love back, but we have free will, like we don't have to love God. And if you don't want to love God, I mean, it's up to you. Hold on, I just want to finish this thought before it leaves me.
Go ahead,
the things that I espouse about Christianity, there are going to be many Christians who disagree with me, and I will pull up scripture and be like, well, this is where I get this idea from, and they'll be like, no. But I don't think it really matters. Jesus didn't come down and write the Bible. Jesus just came down, performed some miracles, he healed some sick people, and he was like, can you guys just chill out and please love each other? And then they just killed him. And it's like, I don't know. Sounds like a cool guy. He sounds like a cool guy, you know what I mean? Like, he had the power. He had a lot of power to do a lot of things that he could have done whatever he wanted to, and he just walked around, and he hung out with whores, and he was like, we're all, I don't know. He was a pretty rad dude. That's all I gotta say.
I reckon he's a good concept.
The Quran says that they didn't kill him, but I agree that he's an awesome dude.
Like, he was such a problem for the government and for like the main dominant religion that was just like making people pay for stuff, and like they turned all the temples into just like these places for money. Like, when I think of like those big Christian churches where the dude's like flying around on a private jet and like telling people if they like donate money, their prayers will be answered. Like, I imagine Jesus would be freaking out, like going in there and flipping the tables just like he did back in the day. You know, I think there's a lot of Christians that rep Christianity and they make such a bad name for it, and they get lost in all these weird like rabbit holes in the Bible, and it's like it's so much simpler than that. It's just love each other, really. Love each other because God loves you, and that's really what's important. And like he just wants everybody to love each other. Obviously, it's a big deal because whatever comes next, you know, like that's what we're being prepared for. And if we're not ready, you know, I don't know.
And it's so interesting for me to listen to people speak about their faith in Jesus. Like because on a personal level for me, it's such an unnecessary leap of faith to believe in him. It's just like the concept of Jesus is nice. There's no leap of faith required whatsoever. Whether or not he was real or not is completely irrelevant for me to take away any meaning from the story. Like it seems like when I hear a lot of people of faith speak, it's like their faith's dependent on the fact. So like their belief solidifies the concept, and if the concept isn't real, then their faith was also not so real. It's like Jesus has to be real for their faith to be valid.
Right, you're describing a billion Christians in the world.
I always thought that Christianity was at least supposed to be based, it was mostly based on the idea of there being one God. Of course, there being Jesus, there's a wrench in that. But still, I would think even without Jesus, they would still believe in God, hopefully.
Yeah, once again, I think it's an unnecessary, we could get into a debate about belief or whatnot, but it's an unnecessary leap to even say I believe in God. Like if God is self-evident, then I don't need to say I believe in God. As far as I'm concerned, if one says they believe in God, they're not actually knowing God. They haven't actually had an experience of God, so they're not believing in God. They're believing in God, but what they're actually doing is worshipping a false idol, a concept of God, rather than just knowing God and having an experience of God. If God did exist, then one should be able to know God.
To me, you should be able to talk about the truth. I love talking about God. It's not that I go around talking about my belief in God. Like, I like to talk about God. If you can't talk about the truth, I just don't know what the point is in speaking at all.
Yeah, I think people talking about it detracts from it. So it's like kind of like blasphemy. It's blasphemy to speak of something that cannot be described. So awesome that anything that you say is actually detracting from it.
You know what I think is really funny is your ability to come to your own conclusions, which, by the way, I think is awesome. I'm totally fine with the fact that we don't see the eye to eye on spirituality. But throughout your entire speech of the things that you find funny about Christianity, you used terms like leap of faith and blasphemy. Leap of faith being coined by a philosopher named Kierkegaard. And he was a Christian philosopher that talked about how the prerequisite for faith is, in fact, disbelief, doubt. And the term, blasphemy, like this is a Christian term. And the world in which you've grown up in is completely based upon Christian principles. Like the entire West was completely shaped by Christianity and allowed for everything: automobiles, roads, the phone, your computer, like all of it. It was all Christian principles applied to a government. And I don't know. I just think Christianity gets like a really bad name just because a lot of people like get twisted, but like that's people. Like all people get twisted. You don't hear people being like, "Oh, the good Muslims and the bad Muslims, or the good Hindus and the bad Hindus." But you always hear like Christians having to be like defending themselves, being like, oh, it's like I don't know.
I mean,
It's just
you
funny.
do hear that. I disagree. You do hear the bad Muslims and the good Muslims and the bad Jews and the good Jews. Like, I was actually about to say, like, just compare it to the Jews. They're like, largely good people, but then they've got their hand in just like some of them have got their hand in all sorts of evil stuff. And the same with the Christians.
Can you imagine if all the Jews just like really loved Jesus and still controlled like all the banks and like Hollywood and the media and education and like international finance and stuff? But they were like super friendly and they loved Jesus. Can you imagine what the world would look like? It'd be crazy.
It's funny. All the world knows that God sent Jesus to the Jews to correct them, except for the Jews.
That's got to be rough. Yeah, pray for them.
They're still waiting for a king. People are like, oh, they were still waiting for the Messiah. They're not looking for a religious guy. They're waiting for a literal king.
Well, maybe they'll get it. Who knows? We're all just trying to figure it out. My martial arts teacher, while he was Christian, I wasn't Christian learning underneath him, but he believes that when you die, your soul can remain like here in the earthly world for like 40 days as a spirit, and that some people during this time, like your spirit exists in the immediate past, present, and future, and so they'll get to go and visit their loved ones like as a spirit before their death. Like they'll visit them sometimes like as they're dying, or they'll visit them like after, and they'll even change religions in that 40 days because it's 40 days for us, but in the spirit world, because you exist in the immediate time or the immediate past, present, and future, I think it's something like 40 years is what it feels like, but I don't quote me on that. That's just what he believes, though. I don't know if I necessarily believe that, although at the time I was like, man, I just want to learn how to be like a good martial artist. I don't really give two rocks about becoming a Christian and stuff. Like, I don't really want to hear about it. Can you just go back to the punching stuff? And here I am, like 15 years later, a Christian talking about him and wondering if what the rest of it he was talking about might have some truth to it.
The Quran is very clear that a deathbed confession is not good enough. You can't just convert on your deathbed.
Well, I know, yeah, that's what this dude's saying. Like, you can convert after the death, which is crazy.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I don't believe that.
I just don't feel any need to commit to any other sort of system like that. Okay, I just have no need to for myself.
Well, it's like the idea is you don't have to become a good person while you're alive, right? Because you have 40 years after you die to make it right.
I think what pushed me. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say about the system, the need for the system. I totally feel you, dude. Like, I'm pretty good at regulating myself. I feel like I'm a normal person, and I don't really need to be told what to do. I know the difference between right and wrong, right? Until you don't. And I reached one of those points in my life where I needed help. And the only place that I was able to get it from was just like talking to God. And I don't hear a voice back. That's schizophrenia. But opening my heart and just like admitting to God that I needed help and that I wanted his help. And just kind of having this realization too that like God for me was a matter of convenience. I would really only turn to him when things were really good or really bad. And sometimes when they were really good, I wouldn't even think about them. Actually, most of the time when things are really good, I didn't think about them. Sometimes I would be like, oh, thank God, but like, that's about it. I wouldn't like really think about, wow, how lucky I am that like everything has gone just perfectly right to get here. And that like this was all created and this is not an accident. Like me being alive today, telling you guys about this is not an accident. It's like I don't know. The system sucks because now I feel guilty when I want to lie to people and when I want to like be a lazy schmuck. Not easy. Like I've had to like turn the car around because I just I needed to. Sometimes I physically am turning the car around. I was using that as a figure of speech, but like literally, sometimes I'll be like, nope, I got to go back because it's the right thing to do, or like I fucked up, I need to go back and make it right, and I'll turn around. And I've had a lot of those moments. So I don't know.
That's the right path.
It feels
For
good.
sure, yeah. For sure. No, I'm with you on all that. I mean, I would say from my perspective, like using like the term karma, I would say there's an actual law of karma. It's very real and it's transcends the physical world on multiple levels. And I think it interconnects between existences, between multiple layers of reality, layers of consciousness.
Yeah.
And that law of karma is like, in my viewpoint, it's like the creator has created the law of karma, as it were, just using that general term creator, has created that whole law and then created all of us to be living itself through itself within that system. But we don't all necessarily know what all of the karma is yet. And then we're going through life, learning, growing, trying to figure it out, trial and error. And then, of course, there are certain, sacred texts and wisdom from other people that have connected with these things and then written them down. So there's certainly truths, I think, in virtually all different types of spiritual systems. There's some layers of truth in there. But I think within that, like the morality is built into that, which then in my viewpoint, like the growth of one's soul and like expansion and becoming more loving and compassionate within oneself, like reconnecting more with the wholeness of who we are, out of some sort of a fracture. It seems like the process doesn't always have to be seen as a fracture, but sometimes it can be, but also can just be like a separation of consciousness into these different forms to experience these different layers of itself within itself.
It's interesting you immediately brought up the karma thing because what I'm about to say would definitely, a lot of Christians wouldn't like it. It would rub them the wrong way. But I think there's 110% biblical precedence for karma. It probably doesn't work in the same way as like the Hindus believe it, but I think it's very, very similar. So it says you reap what you sow in the Bible, right? And that's pretty straightforward. But then in the book of Revelation, you have the book of life, in which everyone's name is written down, right? And that book is not done written until the last day. And I would imagine, in this book of life, it probably has everything about everyone. And so, like, every little action that you do, its ripple effect on everybody else after you is like part of your karma, And so you've got your karma here in the real, in the life, right? Where it's like, you reap what you sow. What you give what you get in this world, but then in the next world, what you did and how it affected everybody that came after you is also like a part of your karma. So I just think it's not just like today, I didn't run a stop sign and piss anybody off or anything like that. It's like the things that you did and the intentions behind them have a ripple effect for everybody on Earth after you.
The Quran also supports karma. It even gives a system for it. It says, for everything evil, you receive the like thereof. And for every good thing you do, you receive 10 times the like thereof.
Yeah, it seems that everybody agrees. There's like a karmic system. I think that's pretty awesome. I like it when we can all as humans like come to a consensus on things.
Yeah,
because that makes sense.
The Quran says that God is swift in account and reckoning, so your karma comes quickly.
Yeah, I believe it. You guys know who Sneeko is? Ever heard of him? He's like one of these semi-famous YouTubers, and he's been like getting banned off of all this stuff. But he has a pretty large following. I want to say like, let me look it up. Hold on. Is he still on YouTube? Oh, it looks like he got taken down off YouTube. Well, his shorts and videos with him in it being posted by other people have hundreds of thousands of views. Some of them have millions of views. But this guy Sneeko just became a flat earther. So there's another couple million people that are going to start receiving flat earth content from this guy. He's kind of a joke. I don't like him. But he might find something useful to do with his popularity. Hopefully he doesn't muck it up. I mean, at the very least, you're going to have a bunch of people that are now like interested in flat Earth, which is cool. Yeah, we should probably all start hitting the Sneeko videos. Any Sneeko flat Earth videos that he does, we should just throw the Discord link in there.
It might be wise to give him some time to see if he's going to try to make it look ridiculous or, make flat earthers look, I don't know, like, well, with the, well, I don't want to call any names out. Damn it. How can I say this without, you know what I mean though, right? Like someone who's going to shine a bad light on it or whatever. Maybe give him some time, patience, see what, I'm just saying it might be wise too.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the collective memory of the public is so short these days. I don't even think it really matters if somebody makes a fool of themselves while speaking the truth, or speaks the truth and then tries to twist it. Like whatever it is, when the truth is seen, people get it.
Yeah, you've got a good point there.
How much worse could it get for flat Earth?
As far as people, yeah, they don't
You know what I
remember
mean?
like at all.
Yeah, as they say, even bad media is good media.
Yeah, no, and for us,
Good
literally,
media.
all media is good media. Like, I don't really care who's talking about flat Earth. It should just be talked about because it's for over 100 years now. People have just been clowning on flat Earth. Maybe not 100 years. I feel like there was a lot of people before the space race who knew the Earth was flat. They were just like, "Oh no,
Okay.
it's flat."
So get this, Quran alone people, which is what I am. Most Muslims are Mohammedists, and I don't agree with what they do and what they believe. But like among the people who follow only the Quran, there's like half the people, maybe a bit more, are like metaphoricalists. Like they see a lot of metaphor in the Quran. They don't see that the truth is plain on there. And the other like half, maybe a little less, are all flat earthers. So like if you talk to a Quran alone person, they won't be shocked if you tell them that you're a flat earther. Pretty nice actually. It's funny how clear it is though. Either you believe what the book says or you don't. You'll see the moon out tonight.
Yeah, you can see the moon and Venus if it's still early enough.
Isn't Venus one of those planets that's supposed to be between Earth and the Sun? How do we
Yeah,
see
because
it?
it has phases.
Right.
Just before you change topic from religion, I just wanted to say that I reckon Christianity is a psyop.
Yeah, it's sun worship.
Yeah, I'm a Christian, but I don't worship the sun.
But they have the truth there in their scripture, so.
Well, I mean, there's an idea that a man existed that is connected to who that was originally, and that he was just a very old soul, very wise old soul, and was just very skilled and knowledgeable with just wisdom and just has lived many lives and just has a high level of evolution, and was sharing wisdom and knowledge and things that were very just deep spiritual truths and various resonances. And it never had anything to do about worshiping him or his death or anything like that, or trying to get him to die for sins or anything like that. It was more about just knowledge about life and all these different components. And then there's the idea that so he was a real man in that sense and did have a lot of a real being, so a human, but a very high level soul, to where he could heal broken bones and things, because very advanced medicinal healers can do that. They can heal broken bones. They can bring birds back from death, things like this. It's all consciousness and the capacity to do those things. So, and then then there could be an idea in addition to that who he actually was has been completely co-opted and psyoped to now it's this whole other thing that they've co-opted it.
Well, the Quran says that Jesus formed a bird out of clay and then, with the permission of God, breathed into it and made it real. And there was a time that his disciples asked him to bring down a feast from heaven. And he was like, "What, are you disbelievers?" And they're like, No, we just want to celebrate and know that we were right. And he said, "Okay." And he asked God, and God said, "Okay, but anyone who disbelieves will have a punishment worse than any punishment ever." I mean,
that sounds like the dark part to me. That sounds like the demonic takeover part, because Jesus would never have been involved in that. I don't think that in terms of having to believe stuff like that, that's not, there's no requirement to believe in any way. That, in my mind, that's all spiritual manipulation. That's sorcery and trying to get energy. That's what sorcery does. It's trying to harvest people.
There's no worse crime than disbelieving after clearly knowing the truth. And so to deny God's miracles when you see them playing in front of you, the greater the miracle, the greater the crime is not to recognize it. You're rejecting reality. You're rejecting the truth. And the whole point here is to find the truth.
Yeah, but you don't need belief if you know. That's what I was saying before.
Yeah,
you know,
so what if a feast came down from the heavens and you saw that and then you chose to find a way not to believe in it?
As soon as I see something, I first of all, I'm not believing in really anything. If I do notice that there's something I have a strong conviction of, I start questioning myself seriously very quickly. But if I saw it, I don't need to believe it.
Well, the things that you experience, you believe the most deeply. Typically.
What?
The things you experience are the things you believe most deeply. Of course you need belief in order to function as a human.
I disagree.
Belief is inherent to who we are and how we function.
How is that?
Because we use it for our very thoughts. What we believe, like, is kind of like the generator of our thoughts.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like the models we have in our heads for reality are what determine how we're going to interpret the things we experience, right?
Well, I also think of different uses of the word belief, because the word belief can mean, on the one hand, like if you were to say, "Oh, I believe I had some tea yesterday," or something like that, where you're not really saying you blindly are believing it in that sense. You're actually just like, I believe, like I know this to be the case, basically. Like instead, like belief is just knowing something, as it were, in that sense, or just not, or just information, knowledge, etc. Whereas another kind of use of it is, I mean, that term blind belief, but maybe blind is a little bit rude way to put it, but maybe just faith, I guess, in a sense, some kind of something that is outside yourself, either an idea or a concept or something like that, that one kind of puts faith into that it's true without necessarily having validated.
Well, I think, for instance, one classic example would be, do you believe that other people are conscious, or the whole world revolves only around you, and your conscious is the only real conscious?
No.
Like, you can't technically prove it, because you can't step outside your own consciousness into someone else's.
And I don't believe it.
Yeah, but technically, you could believe that.
Mm-mm.
And it would
Don't
affect
believe
how
it.
you.
Don't know. Don't believe it.
I know you don't believe that, but it's like a question a lot of people ask themselves at some point in their lives, especially when they're kids.
Well, like for myself, I don't have any inner need spiritually to believe in some type of narrative, or even any one particular writing or anything, or being or anything else like that for myself. Like I feel like I recognize all of these components, and they're all very interesting. So, there's different components that have played a role in my own journey as well. But to me, like I have a reverence and appreciation for all like religious and spiritual systems, and I have some of my own focuses in various ways as well. But I don't have any, like for myself, need to attach the word belief with my spirituality. Like I basically know what I know. I'm always trying to learn more and grow more and understand all of these components, these different layers, and how to live, and just about life in general. I know that I have much more to go, much more to learn. And so I'm just continually readjusting as I go. And I have a foundational understanding that we're all one. And so this is all creations within one being, essentially one ultimate creator, in that sense, that therefore we are all one with it. And it's just all of these different journeys of separation and then rejoining. And so I can just say for myself, like I feel like I'm in a phase of reconnecting with the whole in some incremental phase of that. And within that, I just don't have, for myself, have any like draw or attraction to like kind of attaching either the word belief or faith, or in any kind of structure or system or being like that. I'm just trying to understand the totality more and more than I'm able to, and then have as much compassion and love for others, because I know that we're all part of this fabric, and that there's very deep processes going on that where healing can be of assistance.
I get it, but I feel like I've thought that way in the past, but I've just tried to work past like kind of the hang-ups I've had around words. Like, I don't know how you feel about it, but to me, I had a lot of attachments to like the idea of blind faith, that I just didn't like, so I didn't even like to use the word faith, like the way that some people believe doesn't sit right with me either. But in the end, I end up just trying to use the most basic word that describes what I actually think the word is, not like just the attachments I have to it, Like I just think that's the most accurate word to use for it, in other words.
I reckon it's well and good. It makes it hard to be able to give detailed explanations if we use generalized words.
Like I reckon the word belief has multiple implications.
Yeah.
So I'm sort of like, it's difficult when a person says they believe in something if we're talking about like the difference between knowledge of experience or knowledge of concept, thought, experience of thought. What do we call? What does belief refer to? You know, and if I'm thinking about belief, I'm thinking about like a strong conviction that something that I think is real, but it's still awareness. Strong conviction that something that I think is real, something that I have a concept, I think it's real. That's a strong conviction that it's real. Act as though it's real, but it's only a concept. I kind of know it's only a concept. Belief to me implies lack of certainty, and that's why I say if I've had the experience of something and I know of it experientially, belief can be completely done away with. There's no need for.
I don't know. It's like
how wild is it that the word lie, L-I-E, is in belief?
Yeah.
I mean, could it get more?
And
could it
Eve
get
is
more-
all. Eve is also in belief, Gio. Eve.
So
It's so belly, if you think about it.
Be lie,
Like the word
be lie,
belly.
life.
The bell of Eve. Ding dong.
Be
wow.
Hey, can I say something very quickly?
Hold on, let me just before you do, let me just read this because I wanted to read the few definitions. An opinion or conviction, confidence in the truth or existence of something, not immediately susceptible to rigorous proof. Confidence, faith, trust, a religious tenets, religious creed or faith. So yeah,
I like
it's like
that.
it either could be just like an opinion or conviction. That's the way I was saying before, like something like but those are good words for it, opinion, conviction. But and then there's the religious one, and then there's the confidence, faith, or trust. So yeah, there is a kind of belief does have a lot of nuanced meanings.
Well, we build a bridge, and I built it. And Jem Panda, a good friend of mine, he used to define knowledge this way, and also I've seen it defined this way in plenty of high level philosophy, by the way. But Jem Panda, I got it from him first. But when he defines knowledge, he says it's a justified true belief. Like simply those three words describe what knowledge is. If you have knowledge, you have a justified true belief. And so what that tells me is that I
profoundly disagree with that.
you
shouldn't have to be.
But I mean, I tell you,
you're only
it's
justifying something if you're not sure.
No. Just break down each
I know
word because I think
the heliocentric. He's kind of describing the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic heliocentric concept of knowledge. Yeah, you're just like justify it. Like as long as there's enough things that kind of point that direction, I'm gonna just sort of go with it. That's what that's kind of a
okay. But I bet you because that's why I like having this dialogue with you, Gio, because I know that if we took the time, me and you back and forth, we'd end up with your definition for knowledge is identical to mine. You just you don't like the words that I used, but I think that you would find that your definition for knowledge is the same as mine, right? Like even though you probably wouldn't define it justified true belief, but justified, I mean that can be that's sort of subjective, right? Justified, yeah, but we can say that justified means we validated, we confirmed it ourselves, right? We confirmed it.
Subjective and assumption.
Yeah, but I mean,
what you just.
But you can agree, it's like it's confirmed, though, right?
What you're describing is something
that is. Sorry.
No, I think it's all good. We're kind of delayed, or you're delayed. I think actually, unless I am, but I doubt it because I usually don't have that.
No, go ahead. I'm jumping on you. Just go ahead.
Well, what I was gonna say is that I think that allows for like assumptions and not ultimately really knowing for sure, but then calling that knowledge, even though you don't know for sure. It's like this justified concept. Like to a point to where you're kind of just going with the thing that has the more weight on it. And I understand that as a general concept, but if you're trying to come to truth and knowledge, like something that is solid in that sense, I don't see that being an approach that's going to engender that kind of environment.
Besides, you can know things that aren't true.
Yeah, I disagree with that. That goes against the definition of knowledge that I would utilize.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well.
I think you can call certain beliefs knowing if you get enough consensus.
Yeah, it basically becomes justified. And so it, like, just as he says in the definition, it becomes knowledge even if it's false.
Yeah, like if you just justify, like, well, I don't know for sure if this thing is true, but because these people say it and these people say it, and they can't be lying and they can't be lying, and it has to, this many people, this history that I'm told, and then I'm taking that as an assumption. Like, if all that gets woven together.
Well, really what that forms, I guess you could call, would be belief. And what the knowledge that remains is that all of those people said those things. That's the true knowledge.
If like Gia was saying, that like if those people might think that they know it, but they don't really know it, it's not actual knowledge, even though they're calling it knowledge. Perhaps it's still not.
Right. The knowledge is the credibility that they lent to that information. And the information is the belief. Because at any time you can wipe out all of your beliefs, but you'll still be left with your knowledge.
So the way I think of using belief is that if it's invalid. Belief is invalid if knowledge exists. Knowledge invalidates belief.
Knowledge informs belief.
You say that knowledge could confirm belief?
It informs belief. It tells you what to think.
So what do you call knowledge that remember earlier, actually this is actually pretty good, because remember earlier we were talking about what a liar is, Gio, and what qualifies as a lie. Like a person could be wrong. They're telling something that's wrong. Technically somebody told them a lie, they're repeating it. So they're wrong, but you'd say they're lying, right? What do you call it if that person thinks that what they know to be true, the thing that was told to them that's a lie, they know that as knowledge. They now have knowledge, right? Or they claim they have knowledge, but they know a lie, and they find out later it's not true. So it was really just a belief. To them, it was justified. It obviously wasn't justified enough to be true, but you see, I mean, how I mean, this is all of us. We have this sort of knowledge in our life, and sometimes that knowledge turns out to be wrong, right?
Well, under the previous definition I gave the knowledge would be of what the lie was, or who had spread the lie.
Which is what I'm saying. It's not real knowledge. It's actually you were given information, or you took on information. The correct word would information. Rather than, even if someone came and said, "I've got some knowledge for you about a particular thing," it's not real knowledge. It's just information.
Well, there is knowledge in it, which is the knowledge is that your brain now knows that that person said those words to you once.
Well, I was just thinking of like almost like a ridiculous analogy. Let's say that you're hanging out on the earth somewhere, and your friend comes running over the hill, and he's like, "There's purple unicorns. They're coming our way. There's hundreds of them." And you don't see any purple unicorns, but you just believe them, and you're like, "Oh my God." And then you run to someone else and you tell them, "There's purple unicorns coming," and then that spreads and spreads. like in that scenario, when your friend told you, let's say it was all a lie, he just totally made it up. All right, there's no purple unicorns coming. He's just absolutely pulling a prank. But he said it to the first person, and then that person literally believed it and went and told someone else, and then down the line. Now that person that his friend first told that to, that he pranked or whatever, if he goes and tells other people that information, then yes, he is a liar because he is one who tells lies.
Right.
It doesn't matter if
He
he thinks
should
he's
have
telling
said,
the truth
my
or not.
Do you
friend,
agree with them?
my friend, person A says there are purple unicorns coming. Then it wouldn't be a lie.
No, but that's
true.
Right,
That
because
would
you're
be
claiming
true.
that your friend said it. You're not claiming. Yeah. That she's not claiming that the thing happened. She's claiming her friend said it.
Yeah. So
Right.
with the globe,
Okay.
for example, if people just said, "Hey, this is what NASA says," or "This is what whatever," then
No.
yeah, they might be able to get around a little bit of that karma instead of asserting that some of these falsities, as it were.
No,
For
but
sure, I keep
remember
pointing that out
though,
to
we're
a lot
not
of people.
talking. Go ahead, man.
Adam's been hard at work with pointing that out to people. Like, you don't have to commit to this thing and assert it like when you don't know for sure.
Yeah.
No, but okay. Do you remember though what I was trying? I brought that back to the liar thing, but remember we're talking about what's truth and what's belief, right? So think about it. If the example you gave with the unicorns, I'm going to change it slightly. Okay, let's just say me and you were both alive in '95, right? So if we were doing a trivia thing and somebody said, which black athlete was in a famous murder lawsuit in California or something like that in 94, 95, we'd be like, oh, it's O.J. Simpson, right? And they'd be like, okay, you have knowledge that was O.J. Simpson. You consider that knowledge that we knew that, right? Like we would consider that knowledge. You would consider that knowledge, right? But if we both found out that O.J. Simpson never existed, me and you never met him, and he was an invented character, like we were both lied to by a bunch of different people, right? Like, how does the thing that I said, like, that was knowledge, right? But it's
No,
no
that's
longer
what I'm
knowledge.
saying.
Now it's just a belief.
Using the wrong word. It's information, and however you take that information in determines how we would define it thereafter. If you take it in with strong conviction as though it's real, we could call that belief. If you take it in but you're skeptical of it, it's like it's an identified as a concept. Like it's a
Okay. This is now you. This time, I don't think you guys can get away from this one. Okay.
I feel like you're about to say, forget everything I've said up to this point.
No, I'm not pulling that one. No. I was actually thinking I was going to already be convincing, but I got what will now be convincing. Okay. There's a scenario. Me and Gio went to the same elementary school, same middle school, same English class, everything, and we both learned the whole time that the word monkey.
Hold on, you should be clear.
This
is just theoretical. This is not.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Gio. Yeah, just so everyone's clear. Me and Gio didn't fucking go to elementary school together.
No.
Yeah, this is definitely a made-up scenario. Okay, but I'm saying we both went to elementary school, English class, everything, and we both learned that monkey meant woman. I don't know, something fucking bizarre like that, right? And we were both taught that in school.
Be careful there, but
I'm okay. I don't know. I'm a little bit high, and I think like two things, and monkey and woman. But how about this monkey, monkey and
lemonade?
Sure. Yeah. It means teacher or something. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
They told you something that. Well, see, that's more complex because language could be interpreted. These are sounds coming.
But that's the whole. But this is my point, Gio. You're getting to my point, Gio. But Gio's already got my point. No, because he's okay. So that's the point. Is it's not instead of talking about a belief of something that happened, we're talking about the belief in a word that's shared amongst us, like monkey or whatever other word we think it is. That it isn't, right? So our whole life we think that, and we find out when we're adults that we were wrong. It doesn't matter. Like everything before that, we consider to have knowledge of what the words mean. You know what I mean? Because we always thought that it meant that, and we always used it that way. We shared it back and forth that way.
And that's what I'm saying. That information, as far as I can make sense, that information that we received as children wasn't
knowledge. It was just information. So
Okay,
we never
then
actually knew.
what's
Yeah,
knowledge
exactly. It
then?
seems more complicated, but it's not. It really is just a belief you held, supposedly, that a word meant something it didn't mean, and you held
Give
that
me.
belief
Sorry.
because you had, in this case, a teacher, and in other cases, a person. Like, okay, so someone, you have knowledge that your teacher told you what it meant, and you believed it. It's a belief.
You could use an example that's a real life example because we all believed at one point that the word nice was a good thing to say about somebody. When the word nice, the
Nice?
actual, yeah, the
I still think
actual,
so.
the actual meaning of nice is not so good if you look it
Not
up.
so nice.
I'll have to look it up, but I mean, if you look at it in the dictionary, it says it's a good word. It's fine. But
It's the etymology.
I understand. I'm curious though. I am curious to find out. But that's my point though. Is that's why I brought it to that because we believe the words are what we think they are. We call that knowledge. I'm trying to find examples of things I consider to be knowledge, but it seems like these things, as I ask you guys now, you'll have to say that these things are not knowledge. Like the language is not knowledge. Things that have happened in history or something is not knowledge. Things that happen in the media is not knowledge. Like knowing these things is not knowledge. Is what you guys are saying.
Knowing that they happened, knowing that people said them, that's knowledge.
Yeah, I mean the base word of know, knowledge, gnosis, to know, etc. By the way, with nice, foolish, these are like some of the etymology words for nice. Foolish, ignorant, frivolous, senseless, careless, clumsy, weak, poor, needy, simple, stupid, silly, foolish. From Latin, necius, ignorant, unaware, not knowing.
Yeah.
That's quite opposite.
Yeah, it's usually it's. I would think this. Well, it's like naive. It's like naive, or it's like it usually translated over time to mean like dainty, young, frail, not like naive, like you know what I mean. And then now it just means like nice, like it's like nice, sweet, and you just consider it to mean like somebody
It
who's
started to mean like simple, and so whenever you had things squared away and like tucked away, you would say it looked nice. Like it was, I don't know, it just kind of transferred into something like nice and neat. And eventually it became like, hey, nice.
Yeah, because another
Woman
down
now,
here, it
it's like
also says in 1860 in France, it was for victorious and victory. But I guess that's because of a particular like city there.
That's
you French, Geo?
Nicaea.
Yeah, Council of Nicaea, baby.
Yeah. What'd you ask, Kosher?
I was wondering, are you French? I was curious. Are you French? I never thought about that. You French, Italian? What's your background, Gio?
You want me to send you my 23andMe?
I've shared mine, man.
I'm just kidding. I never did 23andMe, but
Now don't tell me because I pick on Jeremy because he's Italian, and I'm just gonna be racist if you tell me what it is. So just no point telling me.
What's wrong with Italians?
But who uses the word nice in American language with a negative connotation to it?
yeah, virtually no one, right?
Right.
Sarcastic people.
Well, yeah, could be still used like
That's
yeah,
nice.
yeah,
That's nice.
Or in the south, yeah.
Well, that
Must
kind of
be
has
nice.
that definition of like frivolous, kind of. That's frivolous. Like it just made me think of that because I'm still looking at this page that has these, or even like senseless. Like that's senseless. That's nice. Yeah, I could see there's in terms of being used like critically.
Do you know that condescension used to be a good thing?
What?
Condescension. It used to be a good thing because it would be like when the queen would condescend to like the level of her people to talk to them.
That
Oh yeah, it makes sense.
That word
condescend, yeah.
Con, to do a con and then descending below you because they're above, like they're above.
Well,
Yeah,
con means with.
a con that is descended from the uppers.
So I had somebody sent me something kind of interesting. Not that I care about any of these fake wars that are like thousands of miles away, but
Like, were there new things?
That paramilitary group, I guess. I was in here the other day, and I was like, has anyone ever heard of a coup where they had a press conference first, where they're like, hey, we're doing a coup, and it's like on CNN, like, oh, the coup's happening. And somebody just sent me this thing, and I guess there's some British general that's like calling it. He's like, I'm calling it right now. They got exiled. Like, the coup is over, and they got exiled to Belarusia, and that is directly above the Ukraine. And so this guy's saying that the whole thing was just an act to like move troops without getting them attacked, to put them into position to attack Ukraine again, which I think would be pretty hilarious if the whole Western
That would be
media
kind of
got,
strategic.
dude, if the whole Western media got duped like that, that would be super funny, and it's super awesome to have all these people just be like, look, you know, they got.
Well, see, when I think
I'll
of
give
that,
you credit that happens. That'd be crazy.
we're talking about knowledge and belief and all that, linking it to that. Like, when I hear all these stories about these things going on, like,
they're just beliefs.
I don't take them as any. I mean, I'm not saying that some of these things couldn't be true. I don't doubt that there's probably stuff going down. Like, there's no doubt. There's tanks rolling around and they're shooting stuff somewhere. It's messed up for sure. But I mean, how much of what they're claiming in all of this media around that entire topic, how much of it is true or just completely fabricated? You know, it's
I'll be back.
intense.
Yeah, I think it's all fake, personally. But this is an angle that they could run with, where it's like, oh, you know, stupid American media. I'm just not really sure, like, how the line that they're holding right now, as far as like what public opinion is. It's like, do you guys know that public trust in the government, as of a Pew Research poll done in 2022, is at historic lows right now. It's like, I think there's only like 13% of the population think the government does everything in its power to like give us our best lives or something like that. And like the rest of the country is just like, yeah, we know this is not working out. So I don't really know how they're gonna.
Yeah.
Well, like, America just needs a rebranding, dude, because they just rebranded us to like the I don't even know what the heck we call this right now. This diversity bomb dropping democracy, and we just I don't know, we just step away from that.
Well, anyhow, you know, with I would be actually kind of impressed because like with the idea you said, it's not that many troops though. It's not, but if it was like a cavalry, like you know, like who was like Achilles? Remember how like Achilles?
Well, they're
like
already there.
Like
they could have.
Well,
They could have sent Russian troops dressed up as Wagner troops, and nobody would have known.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that idea. Well, no, but not just Russian troops, because that's not that many troops. So it makes sense if that was like if they were all like elite people, like
who was counting?
Group.
Okay, I'm back.
That's the thing.
Well, I mean, probably
who would have been counting, because it was just Russia claiming to kick them out. But if they were just staging this whole thing for the West to like gobble it up while they secretly move troops, because the whole thing is this: they're trying to trick NATO. They're not. I mean, they're not fighting Ukraine. They're fighting America's money.
Yeah, well, if like I said, that's if that idea is as true. I think it is though, because that sounds too. It's like a too Trojan horse style, you know. It's exactly like a Trojan horse. But regardless though, it is kind of a crazy story. I don't think that he's like still on the Russia's team, like for Russia. Though. I think that he's moved there because that's it's going to be friendlier to him than the people he's currently being fucking with.
Yeah, well, time will tell. I just thought it was one of the more interesting takes on the whole thing, other than just like Russia bad, Russia good, or like I don't care.
The kind of thing that you'll be able to find out in a couple of days if it's true or not.
Oh yeah. Well, let's just remember, like the official like mainstream narrative is that Russia's been losing this whole time. So just imagine like how fucking wet at the mouths all these American talking head pieces
got when they're like, "Ooh, coup in Russia." Yeah, because we've been saying Russia's been losing this war for the last year and a half. They've been about to lose every day for the last year and a half. And so now they get to report on this coup, and it turns out Russia's just fucking moving their troops so they can just, go in and do what they're going to do. It's like, I don't know. Could be big laughs. I mean, war is terrible. I mean, laughing at the American media. I don't mean laughing at the fact that a bunch of people are about to die. Because that's
Do
horrible.
you guys think they're all working together though?
Yes, because the people in charge over here are Jews. The people in charge over there have always been Jews. The people who they're supposedly attacking right now are Jews. Like, I don't know if you guys have heard, but they basically are telling Russians that they're attacking the Illuminati right now. That's what they're doing in Ukraine. It's all being manipulated.
Right.
Like, there's already been all sorts of talk about Zelensky and his Jewish stuff too. Like, yeah, they're all in on it.
Yeah, they're all in on it, and we're just, going through it.
The puppet show. Yeah.
Don't buy into the Jewish psyop. It's just a front.
I don't know. The names tell a story,
Yeah, I did the early life section on the Wagner leader, and he's Jewish too.
Yeah, not saying anything against the Jewish people, of course not, but the people who are pulling this off are definitely.
No, Jews are super smart.
Whose story does it tell? Does it tell his story?
No, I mean, I don't know. I guess.
What about her story? Can we have her stories as well?
They're not as exciting. They're usually about like making a sandwich or something.
How about they stories?
Those usually involve a sad ending.
Them
they
stories?
They never have a happy
How about
ending.
sis? How about sis story?
I hope you know that the pioneers only really got to be pioneers because there were pioneering women willing to raise their children out in the middle of nowhere. Women have done some pretty awesome stuff themselves.
Oh, for sure. But women are always talking about how like dumb men are, and like we're able to crack jokes at each other. I think it's all good. Yeah, we're big and strong and dumb, and you guys make sandwiches.
Without
a
woman's
woman's
strength,
strength,
you wouldn't
be anything.
I'm just celebrating our differences in a comedic way. I'm not trying to like start a men versus women thing right now, guys. Or girls. Girls, let me ask you a question. Would you trust your man around other women?
Yeah, but I'm gonna pester him about it afterward.
Okay, would you trust other women around your men?
Just any woman?
Yeah, would you trust just any woman around your man?
Not for like extended periods of time without me.
Right. So do you think men should trust women?
Actually, I think it depends on how happy he is in the household.
Well, you just said that you would trust your man around other women. And then when I asked if you would trust women around your man, you were like, nah. Definitely not,
Well,
like for an extended period of time. And so I'm just posing the question, just like, why should men trust women if even women admit that we shouldn't trust women?
No, it's not that. Like, it's like if you asked, do you trust your daughter around men? You'd be like, yeah. It's like, do you trust men around your daughter? Hell no.
I think if your daughter was in trouble, you would call a man immediately. If you needed a man with a gun, you'd call the cops. If you needed a man with a ladder and a hose to put out a fire, you'd call firefighters. I think.
What if the woman has her interrupting? Sorry. What if the woman has her own gun?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's even better. I mean,
Why does she need a man though?
Because when
There's
things,
nothing wrong with women
we live in
needing
a
men.
really, we live in
There's
a,
men
there's
who
not,
work together.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with women needing men and men needing women at all. I think
No.
in today's society, it's actually far less apparent as to why women need men, because we have things like, welfare, and we have, police and firefighters and stuff like that, where back in the day, 200 years ago, you just had men, like
Well, there's
that's
nothing
just
wrong with
how
there
that's just
being.
how it's been.
There's nothing
Yeah,
wrong with
but
it. Well, that's not true. Have definitely been societies where women have held great roles. It's not like all of society used to just be men.
And where are those societies today?
Across the world, I guess. But
Can you just name one of those all like female societies where they were in charge, where they survived
I did.
and they're still
All right.
alive
Well,
today?
today's society.
Yeah,
American
that's
women and
that's what I'm saying. I'm sure there were societies where the women took on the dominant roles, but they didn't stand the test of time. So I
But
just
we
think
no
do
society stood the test of time. That's not fair.
but we do now.
I think they've actually lasted much longer than the
But in
male.
all honesty, though, you're right. A man is, a little not 100% without a woman, and a woman isn't 100% without a man. But in today's society, they both can stand on their own 2 feet independently.
that's 100% true. The only and I'm not trying to make this like a man versus women thing. We're together in this. We're all in this together, 100%. My only thing about the type of world that we live in today is it was built excuse me, it was built off the backs of men. 2 world wars. And I
Right.
understand the women helped. I understand the women helped.
Well,
But the men,
women were suppressed too. Don't forget that.
I mean, since women were given the ability to vote,
If a woman got out of line in the household, she got backhanded and pushed to the floor. So they were suppressed.
I don't think that's true.
Not in every household.
Every household, I don't think that's fair.
You have to realize that true love has always existed, and people didn't always just push each other around.
The point I was trying to make is that yes, a woman can stand on her own 2 feet in this world and have a career and be totally self-sufficient without a man. But everything that she operates off of in this world, whether it's the roads, the sidewalk, her car, the electricity in the home, the house, all the infrastructure, the military, all of it, it's all male dominated, and it was all created by men. And yes, women played a part. Actually, women played the most important part, because men couldn't do anything without homeostasis. That
Feeding
home,
her husband, making sure he's okay.
yeah,
Making sure
looking
he's
out for him.
emotionally stable, making sure he doesn't lose his shit all the time.
Looking
being
out for
there
his
him.
children. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, protecting his children too, because a man that's
Protecting
out in
him
the
as
world,
well.
Making sure the kids
100%.
get an education, making sure the kids go to church, etc.
I'm only highlighting these issues because
Well,
today,
here's the thing: women have always worked. I think that's overlooked. It's like they're acting like just because we go to work at a jobs now, like at where someone else owns the company, like women have never worked before, but women have worked always.
I'm not saying that. I'm definitely not saying
Yeah, we don't have the strength physically as a man.
But
at
we've always
all.
done other stuff, accounting and all sorts of stuff. Like there have been women surgeons in past histories. Like
And
women
now,
have been leaders.
And even now, I think that we both, men and women, we both need each other for sure. But I don't think it should be overpowering in these days by any means.
Yeah, and
on either party.
Exactly.
I think it's like a right tool for the right job. Like men were built for a specific purpose, and women were built for a specific purpose. Like if you wanted to,
but you're so here's another thing. You categorize every man and every woman in one boat, right?
I categorize them as men and
in 2 boats.
But what about personalities?
What about them?
They're varied.
They are very different. I think, I don't know. I feel like I've illustrated my point.
No, I'm talking about on an individual basis. So you're talking about
And
like a man and a woman, like in black and white, but where's the gray area? And today's society, does a
I think
man necessarily? Are we in the 50s and 60s where he pays all the bills and the woman cooks and cleans? Or is it the woman goes out and she, hustles and pays all the bills and the man cooks and cleans? Or is it 50-50? Where is it today?
well, like I said, we're in a new world. It's a
Right.
whole new world where there's a restructuring of the
I think
family unit. There's a restructuring of male and female gender roles. And
I'd say
look,
in my household, it's like 70-30, like the role reversal, like the
and
amount
that's
I work
fine.
and the amount of housework that he does.
I'm not hating on any of that. If anything, I'm just trying to highlight the need that men and women have for each other, because there's
Yeah.
a lot of antenatal, which is like, oh, there's too many humans on the planet. I'm not going to have kids. I'm not going to start a family. There's too much anti-family talk where it's like, just destruction of the family unit by corrupting the youth and just getting them to be chasing all these ridiculous things that don't matter.
Yeah.
And,
Right. And
women aren't committing suicide at insane rates. It's just
and
not
so we're
happening.
men.
It's the men.
But the
It's
thing
the
is,
men that are
though,
doing it.
but the thing is, though, if you partner with the right person, a man and a woman, you've got to face and you've got to encounter today's society together. There's no way a man can go out there by himself and sufficiently conquer everything by himself, or a woman. You need a partnership for
A
sure.
man in
Well, to me,
2021,
you need a
in 20
partnership if you have children. I think it's perfectly fair for men and women to both be able to be independent without a partner their whole lives if they want to. Some people don't want kids. I think, and for some
Right.
people, that's the right thing to do. And I don't see anything wrong with them being independent. But when you have kids, you need a team. You need that partnership. Because
I just want to
your duty now is to take care of those kids, and that's something that takes teamwork.
add one more thing to this picture that I've been trying to paint for y'all here. In 2021, a man was 4 times more likely to commit suicide than a woman. And on average, 132 men in the United States killed themselves every single day.
And now?
That's just the most recent data that we have. That was in 2021,
Okay,
and
so more.
I think that those numbers are probably
Well,
very conservative at best. And the question I just want you to ask yourself is, if women are being treated so poorly in this country, and
they're not.
they're well, I know, but there's a lot of women that would say that they are, and they treat men a specific. Women are being raised to hate men. They're being raised to believe that they get paid less than men, and that men don't
They
respect
don't,
them. And a
but
lot
they
of,
don't. In all
okay,
actuality,
that's
a woman in these days,
can I just want to finish I just want to ask I want to ask one question. That's all. What is so fucking messed up in our society that a man is 4 times likely to kill himself than a woman? Forget the
a
fact that people
mental
are killing
illness,
themselves at all.
a
But
mental illness, maybe.
I don't think so. You think you saying that men are just more prone to mental illness? It would be, I feel like, is me just being like, oh well, yeah, all women are grumpy on their periods. You know what I mean? It's like,
I don't have research or anything, but I'm saying that's a possibility.
for sure. No, I'm not attacking you for anything at all. I'm just bringing it up since we got onto the topic.
I wanted to be clear too. I don't think that Americans are really bad about the suppression of women. Men say sexist stuff. It's part of their nature is to teach women, so I get it. But where I have been on the internet, because I'm Quran alone, I talk to a lot of people who are raised like Mohammedists, and so there is actually a lot more like suppressing activity and thought that goes on in those communities, and so I'm actually kind of used to having to like argue and make people kind of see the light on like why not to suppress women, basically.
Yeah, but is it really women that are being suppressed today if men are killing themselves 4 times more?
No, but I should have been clear. It's an international community, so it's not like that over there.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I've really just been speaking
Honestly,
strictly Americentrically.
Right.
Sorry. Honestly, in my own opinion, I think it depends on the person individually, not if they're a man or a woman, but I think it depends on the person individually, how strong they are, how they're going to fight through things, how they're going to educate themselves, how they're going to make an income, how they're going to do that. And it is equal now. If a man and a woman decides, you know, they want to make a certain amount of income a year, it always depends on their like motivation and their strive and them just getting out there and doing it. It doesn't in America, it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, you could do it.
Yeah, but as
You
I
said
found
something.
out,
You
as I
said
found
something
out
really.
from,
Go ahead.
it's just I found out from being a young mother that it sucks to try to go out there and do it, to try to pick yourself up from having just given birth and to try to go out there and like fulfill everyone's expectations of you finding a good career. Oh my gosh, it's so exhausting. Like it's emotionally draining, it's physically draining. Oh, I have to say that I wouldn't
Well,
mind
that's
if
life
like
in general.
I would like if women weren't expected to work but were accepted into the workplace. You know what I mean?
Okay, so Scarlet
Well, at
Sky,
least
you
not
said something.
during like childbearing years.
I've
Can you
You
hear
know,
me?
like
never.
at
I
least when the
have.
children are
Am
young.
I just wanted, before you guys got off of the topic or onto a different one. Scarlet Sky, you said something kind of interesting. You said, "Well, I think a lot of these men, it has to do with how strong they are." And so, before I elaborate on what you just said, let me ask you: do you believe that men and women are equally strong spiritually, or whatever strength it was that you were referring to in regards to resisting suicide? Do you think that men and women are given equal strength in that department?
I think it depends on the person and their brain. You know, I served 8.5 years in the army. I've been to Iraq with men, so I'm a little different. But I think it just depends on the person, an individual person, individually, man or woman.
Yeah, the Quran says that men and women are equal in religion, which means that we're equal spiritually.
Okay, so if you believe that,
It depends on your mental state, honestly.
but that's what we're talking about here, is what gets you to that mental state. You're not born, nobody's born suicidal. Okay.
They're not. Okay,
No, they're not.
and okay, so medically, they're not, and
No.
medically, they're not.
Right.
What if they're missing that part of the brain when they're born?
Which part?
The parts are rationalized. There's people born that way. There's people born without consciousness. This is where
Well,
serial
we're not
killers
really
come into
talking
play.
about the exception. We're kind of talking about like the general men and women. The point that I'm trying to make is, you said that they're just not strong enough, and then hold on, let me just
But this
finish.
point
And
is
then
why are they not strong enough?
well, it's not that they're not strong enough, because you just said we're
Well,
equally
no, I
yoked
think
in
your point
men and
is
women are
why
equally men and
your
women. You
point
said,
is that
let me
they're
just
not
finish what I'm.
strong enough
Can I
because
just
of
let me
their
just
being
finish my
persecuted,
sentence? Can I
right?
just finish my sentence, please? For the love of God.
You would agree
You said
with
that
me?
men and women, that the Quran says they're equally yoked in religion. So you have to ask yourself, what is it about this world that's breaking men down to the point where they're 4 times as likely to do something like that?
Exactly. That's what I was saying that you were saying.
If I had an honest opinion,
we need to validate that this statistic is correct.
And we validate this statistic that you're telling us.
Yeah, go ahead. Look up the suicide rate for men in the United States.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, though, it probably is related to drugs because did you know the number one killer of millennials is fentanyl overdose? Which means that we have a hell of a big street drug problem.
Yeah, I got a lot of dead friends, actually. I had just last November, lost another one.
Yeah, I don't think in today's society it is literally 50, 60 style, like who's stronger, men or women. It's literally a physical person who is going to survive. Like who is going to take on the responsibilities of everyday life with kids is challenging as well. But who is going to take on the responsibility, which is hard? It's very hard. And you've got so many things thrown at you constantly, bills, people. It's just so much stuff. I can't even put it all into words. But people who aren't as strong, a man or a woman in this society, will, probably have suicidal thoughts.
Yeah, but even
Do either of you
so,
have sons?
yes, I have one son and one daughter.
What about you, Scarlett? You got a son?
No, I do not have children, but I have sisters who have kids who struggle quite a bit, and I help them a lot.
Awesome. What would each of you, knowing now what I've said about the suicide and stuff, and what kind of world men are growing up in, young men, children, what do you think that you could do as like a mother or a family member that has influence in their life to prepare them for what they're getting into?
Jeez, I
Well,
feel like I'm in a beauty pageant.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
I'm not a mom, but I come from a single family household. My father was Army. I wasn't raised with a mom. I was in the Army. I would show tough love. I would prepare my child in a sense of survival mode. I wouldn't sugarcoat anything. I would prepare them for the real world. Like that's what I would do.
Well, my little boy is the apple of my eye. My first son actually died when he was 3.5 months old. So my second son is super, super precious to me. So I give him lots of love. I know a big part of making women turn against men is that when women hate their sons turn into criminals and even psychopaths. So, I show my son lots of love and I encourage him to, be into sports, be into boy stuff, all that stuff. I don't try to restrict him from, all the girly stuff because he only has one sibling and it's a girl 3 years older than him. But,
No, you
I don't
sound like a great mom. I'm not a mom, but you sound like a great one.
Yeah. My intention is to raise him to be a great husband. So I want him to work. Women in America work really hard, and I think a man. It's only fair if you're going to have a partner who works really hard. That's kind of the role of the man is to maintain for what the woman needs, and human needs are incredible.
And not only that, it's just nowadays the way that we're forced into society in America, and it's even worse in other countries. If a man and a woman aren't like both working and both doing things, we're fucked. Like,
yeah,
it's so hard. I've done it by myself. I've done it years by myself. And if you join forces together, you need that because I'm in Austin, Texas, and
Oh, I'm in Fort
alone.
Worth. What's up?
Oh, nice. But listen, you know how it is. Like, oh my gosh, like if you buy a house right now, say I'm a single woman, which I am. Well, I'm not single, but I have been for a long time. If I buy a house for, in Austin, which is a good, nice place to live as a single woman, I have to make to get a house in a decent area is 350 to 450.
Yeah.
350,000 to 450,000. So that
Yeah.
means for me to even get approved for that house, I've got to make at least $8,000 to $9,000 a month to even get approved, and that's by myself. So, man or woman, and I've done it. I've owned 7, 8 properties now, but man or woman, it's the same thing. You know what
Well,
I'm
I'm a
saying?
mortgage broker, so what's up?
Nice. Well, I'm a real estate investor.
What? No way. Oh my gosh. Can't wait for
Yes.
tonight.
You guys are both in Austin. We should party. I'm in Austin.
No,
Yeah.
I'm in Fort Worth, but my sister and my
So,
brother live in.
so where do you where's your brokerage? Is it your brokerage or
It's my dad's brokerage.
nice? Do
Yeah.
you do like conventional or
Yeah, we do everything. I mean
okay?
everything. We do
Okay.
non-QM. We do
That's
you
what's up.
know,
Yeah.
uh, you know, self-employed, all that stuff.
Well, that's where
Certainly
it's at.
investor level.
Honestly, all this shit, like people are complaining. If you're not in real estate, hands down, you're fucking up in life. And I'm only saying that because I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all
Oh yeah,
these
we
men
do VA too, by the way.
talking about like what are you doing or this and that. Everybody, man or woman, should definitely be involved in real estate. That's where the money is.
It's
That's where
real
the money
property.
has always been. That's where the money has always been.
Yeah. It's real property, man.
Yeah.
We
Yeah, I
should have a
bought
flat
my.
Earth. We should have a flat Earth meetup in Austin.
Yeah, we should. I've got a couple I have here in DFW I can bring.
Yeah, well,
You
there was
flat earther
one.
now?
I'm on the fence on the weekend. Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you guys think about real estate? Are any of the men in here in real estate?
Kosho is officially on the fence and ready to mingle with the flat Earth.
Yeah, actually, I sell
weekends.
I sell real
So
estate on the
true.
flat Earth. I sell real estate on the flat Earth. That's what I do.
I sell real estate beyond Antarctica. You interested or what?
I actually am. Yeah.
It's a little tricky to get there, though. It's a little tricky to get there, I gotta say. And you gotta.
You
can buy the
got the
bridge.
deed and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
That would be a great little area for flat earthers to get into. Is just sell real estate on the moon to globies.
No one's already done that, but the Antarctica thing.
I heard Santa's selling his house up at the North Pole, so.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Get in
dibs.
Because the sea
Wouldn't wanna-
level, because the sea levels rise 1,000 years ago. Yeah.
I wouldn't want to do it because there'd be bad karma for it, but we could sell some land on the globe. And first they'd have to find the globe, so we'd be all right.
No, but Antarctica is not a bad idea because the moon. Someone's already been doing that, and it's like already. It's already kind of like, if you try to say to somebody, they're gonna know you're fucking with them. But if you sold land in Antarctica, though is not. It's almost like because the countries can't contest it, kind of like on the moon. But if you claim something on Antarctica, there's no reason somebody can take that claim from you. You know what I mean? Because they can't. They're not allowed to.
I've never
take
seen
any
even
of that land over. So what?
Yeah, I just looked it up.
I said-
There's no law there. There's no real estate brokers. There's no nothing. You
Yeah,
just
of
go
course.
there and take it.
I said
Well,
I've
no,
never
but think
seen.
about it.
I've
Go
never
ahead,
seen
sorry, go ahead.
them stop them. I said I've never seen Reason stop them before.
Hey, Pumpkin.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
DM me. Let's collaborate.
All right,
Oh,
let's do
what's
it.
up? Let's do like a
Collaborators.
Let's do a three-way DM. That'd be a good idea. Because we're all in Austin.
I'm not in Austin. I'm in Fort Worth,
Oh,
but
yeah.
my brokerage is
Yeah. But I buy in Texas, so
yeah.
yeah, just DM me, girl.
All right, I will.
That's what's up. Hey, but
Kosho got so left out. That was so tight.
hey, I mean, as long as I get in on the DMs, and yeah,
I don't think you're getting it on the
has it.
DMs, dude. I'm sorry.
No, us girls, we're trying to make some money here, so
This is. You got to remember, we got roads to build, and we got to keep the power running. We got to keep the water running.
Yeah.
Leave the selling the land to the ladies, Kosho. Come on.
Yeah, but they're not gonna make it.
It's
Remember how they
Kosho,
say
it's their turn. It's their turn, dude. It's their let it go, bro. Let it
And
go.
no, honestly, it's so funny. You know, you're right. I can't put, if I ordered a table, literally, I ordered a grill because my refrigerator went out and I had just ordered a lot of meat and it was thawing out and my refrigerator broke. I literally ordered a grill because I'm like, I'm not going to waste all this meat. I got to throw it on the grill. And guess what? I had to ask my man to put the grill together because I cannot do that. So
I
you're right.
love doing that stuff. You're kidding. I love it so much.
I don't have the patience for that at all.
Don't they come put together?
No, but that's where it's individual. Like there's some women who can do that, but I have a man. I'm like, put the grill together. And on the other side, I'm in sales. Like if I find a property or a buyer or a seller, that's my thing. My man can't do that. He can't go out and close a $600,000-$700,000 property because he's not in sales. So we all need each other all around for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're getting rid of that guy probably.
No, because I would never be able to put. Well, I would, but because he's around, I'm like, put the grill together now.
I think my dad was a little bit disappointed that even though he had two boys, only one of his. I was like the only one out of 5 who was interested in like mechanics and like all the like little bits and putting stuff together. It's like a puzzle to me though. I love puzzles.
Yeah, and I think woman or man, if you're in a desperate situation, you do it. But, just like if there's a woman around, she could do certain things, and if there's a man around, he could do certain things. But if you're by yourself,
Whoa. I feel that was really vague what you said a second ago. You said if you're poor and desperate, you'll do it.
Kosho, get your mind out of the gutter, dude. Come on.
No, I'm just saying she wasn't very specific. She wasn't specific. You just be more specific on what you meant.
But I'm just
think
saying,
about Sorry, go ahead.
If you don't have the necessary means to do something and you're desperate enough and you're determined, yeah, I would have put the grill together. But it's nice to have a man to do that for me.
What do y'all think about the decision that Ukraine made at the beginning of the war, where they let all the women and the children flee, but they forced all the men to stay behind and fight?
I think that was a typical action of war.
Yeah.
Do you think they should have made the women stay too?
That was a bad
Well, no,
strategy.
because he was going to take care of the kids. They're just going to be a bunch of orphans running around.
Oh, so now when the war happens, now who's gonna take care of the kids? Okay, got it.
Okay, well listen.
Well, for real though, they'd just be orphans if you took away both their parents.
What happened to
And
your?
are
What
the
happened to the
women?
fighting spirit of the woman? Come on, you guys. What's going on now? Now the
Let
tune's
me tell
totally
you something.
changed.
If my husband got in a fight right now, say we're out in a bar, hanging out. If my husband got in a fight, I will guarantee you 100% I will be involved. As a woman, I'm not going to
That's
sit on the
fair.
sidelines. I
Even if
will
it's your
not sit on
fault.
the sidelines. I will be right by his side. And I know I don't have the strength of a man, but when a woman gets mad, she gains these strengths. That's why she's able to push, and I'm not a mom and it's very scary, but to push that thing out of her, vagina, how does a human being do that? That takes strength. So, and
Tell me
none of
about it.
you men, none of you men will ever understand that. But when a woman finds her strength, she will have the strength
Okay,
of a
but
man or more.
a war is not a bar fight or giving birth.
I've
And
been to
Yeah,
war.
I just want to say,
Well,
I just
women
want to say, we had this
women
like 30-minute conversation about how men and women are equal, and then we come full circle where I'm like, okay, well, what about the war where they made all the men stay? I was like, do you think they should have the women stay? And you guys were like, well, who's going to take care of the children?
No.
And it's like,
Wait. Did you
why don't
say?
how about the men take care of the children and the
Wait,
women
wait,
stay
wait.
and fight?
But you didn't say that. You just implied that we were saying that the men couldn't stay. We just said who would watch the kids. If you said, okay, well, some of the men can go and some of the women can stay, sure, fine.
The grandparents can take all of the kids.
All right,
That's what
let
they
me
did.
ask
That's what
you
they
a
did in World War
question.
One.
Okay,
Wait, no,
let's
hold on.
eliminate. Let's eliminate all the women. Okay, all
Wow.
the women are gone. We're
Round them
done.
up. Round them
We're
up.
done.
All
We're
right, I'm
eliminated.
not down for that.
Okay. So what do the men do now? What do?
That's
There's
not.
no
Wait.
women available.
I think
What
that
do you
science
do?
they come of
might. I think
age.
science might be able to produce like an artificial womb, and at that point, I mean, some of these sex robots are starting to look pretty realistic.
It can never
Cabbage
be done.
Patch. Bringing back
You
the
guys.
Cabbage Patch Kids.
But women provide things beyond that. We provide.
I'm totally kidding. That's the most psychotic dystopian thing I could ever think of. I would never.
But it's the
That sounds so
opposite.
fucked up.
It's the opposite of that, anyways. It's not if women did that, if women or
Disappeared.
men if women disappeared and it was just men, it never would happen that way. It would happen the other way.
Men would just be like,
Sometimes I hear that, they've made a way so that
suicide though. That suicide rating though would be at 100% if women just disappeared.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, probably.
Oh my gosh! Can't
By
live
the
with
way,
them.
some of
Can't put
these
them in the
middle-
wood chipper.
That's a
the
good name
way-
for the movie. That's a good name for the movie. Can't live with them. Can't live without them. And then it's it's like there's
By the
no
way,
women
It's
on
for
Earth.
women though. We can't we can't live or can't live without men. We need each other.
No, women can't. No, women can though. I've written short stories about this, and also plenty of other people have. And also, there's already species that do this, like bees and ants. But, the honeybees, they're just a community of women, and they keep the men around only to procreate for a couple of days, really. And that's really so. If women just used men for a vessel to carry, sperm, but they were like the only, only part of the species, they actually could survive sufficiently like that. Or
That's
efficiently.
similar to like the praying mantis. When the woman gets what she wants, she just chews his head off, and then she goes about her business.
Well, here's the thing: is it mankind a special species because it's strong, or because it's smart?
It's smart. It's not strong. Yeah, exactly.
Right. And so, womankind being a slightly weaker version of mankind, we still would be capable of essentially the same things because our entire capability as humanity is to reach beyond our inherent strength.
Yeah, exactly. You're right about that. 100%. Like our human strength is like we can't fly naturally. We can't run as fast as a car naturally. We can't go as deep in the ocean naturally. But we have the ability to utilize these things because we have the intelligence to create them.
Right.
And so and that for that reason, yeah, you're right. Like women and men essentially would be equal in a world that technology was like ubiquitous forever. But but that's what I mean. That's why a future where there's only men and women are eliminated doesn't seem at all possible, probable, or in any way likely. But the one with women, like without men, like I made like a joking short story, or whatever. But it really is it's actual. Um, it's not a probability, but it's possible for that to happen because we have the technology for women to create people without
Well,
men at all.
no, here's the thing. Every once in a while, I hear that science has made a way for women to have children just with each other. And every time I look into it, it hasn't really been accomplished, and neither will it ever be accomplished.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Though. That's why, like, imagine if there's no men at all, and then in like a lab or in a factory, there was like male that were like made in the lab, and then they were made to like maturity, and then not maturity even, but just like puberty, and then the sperm was extracted, or even something that was quicker than that. That like other than that purpose, they wouldn't need men to make babies at all because they do all the work. They just need the sperm, but their bodies are the ones that create the humans.
Yeah, until somebody freaking tightens the pickle jar too tight, and then they all starve.
Well, they have tools for that too, you know.
That'll be the sequel to Children of Men. It'll be Children of Men, and it'll be like this young boy's only man. He was one of those sperm people, and he opens the jar. He opens the jar at the end of the movie.
He is the chosen one.
He puts it in the freezer. He puts it in the freezer for 10 seconds, and then gets it up.
No, I heard a really good joke. It's not really a joke. There's not really like a punchline. Basically, this guy's like, yeah, whenever my wife is super mad at me, I just go and tighten all the jars as tight as I possibly can tighten them. So she has to come up to him and like ask him to open the jar and talk to him.
That's not necessarily true. So listen to me. So I've been independent and I do have a man now. But if my man did that, I would literally go to the garage. I would get the hammer out and I would suffice like in my own abilities, like I've always done without him my entire life. And I'd figure it out. And I think every smart woman would as well.
Maybe jar with the hammer. That's a good idea.
Yeah,
Not
but
every woman is
whose
smart.
hammer is it? Is it his hammer or is it your hammer? Because I'd put my hammers on the top shelf.
It is my hammer.
It's called a stool.
I'd tighten the hammer too. You wouldn't be able to open the hammer.
My
Yeah, I
hammer's
have my own hammer.
behind glass. You
I
gotta
have
punch
my
the
own
glass
hammer.
I've got my own tools. I've got my own hammers. I own 7 properties with no man. So, I mean, this world right now, the woman is equal, not in strength, but we figure things out in a different level. Like, we might not have the strength to move things physically, but we have the capability with the knowledge and the research and everything today to figure it out without a man.
Oh,
land
but
of
I'll add to
opportunity
the
and
pickle jar. What about when a spider comes in?
Not every woman is squeamish, you know.
I'm actually
about 95%.
Scarlett. I'm actually curious.
If you live in the
what your-
country, you can't be.
Scarlett, I'm curious as to what your perspective is on women in combat. Like, did you see any women in combat? Did they perform as well as a man did? What's your opinion on that?
Okay, so are you asking that because you don't know I actually been to Iraq, or is this like?
No, you said earlier that you went to Iraq. So
Yes.
well, I've also heard you say multiple times tonight that like yes, women are not as strong as men physically,
Correct.
and we're talking about physical combat war. So I'm just asking if women
and I
performed as
will
well
be
as men.
honest with you. I will be 100% honest with you. In combat, no, we're not as strong. But I will tell you, because of my commitment to my family and the Army, I worked out 6 days a week, every chance I got to be as strong. Because if someone got shot or anything happened with my battle buddy, I would literally use every strength in my body to save them, to pull them, to put them over my shoulder, to walk, and I have done it. And so, and to answer your question, no, we're not as strong. We're not. And there's a lot of things, and I'm not an army anymore. And there is a lot of things that I have experienced and I've seen as a woman that I exited the military because of these things. But being over there personally in the moment, I found strength I never knew I had.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
awesome. I'm not taking points away from that. I just had to ask because I had a feeling that's what your answer was going to be. And I mean,
And
go
to
ahead.
add to that, I didn't have the physical strength always, but I did, as a woman, I did have the emotional impact and the ways to mentally stable the men around me with just little things like offering someone who didn't have a toothbrush or bringing food to a convoy or things of that sort that men need that emotionally, like that support. I was like the little sister. I was always finding ways to make the situation more comfortable with reaching out sources, providing breakfast sandwiches when there was no food available. I did that on my own. Or I actually paired up with a chaplain, and I'm not even religious, and opened an entire religious like thing out of an abandoned building where everyone could go to for safety and like peace or whatever. So there's things that women do besides just being physically strong.
That was actually surprisingly a great answer, dude. I was in the military too, but that was a unique answer. I think that I hadn't even thought about it that way, and that's actually true. That makes a lot of sense. Like that, not necessarily like because all support, even in the military, is important. Like any support role in the military is important. Not that would be a support role, but that's kind of like what you're saying. Like a chaplain, somebody like just like at home, like a woman's
Right. But it wasn't just
compliment
that.
is good.
And women can have great administrative ability too, which in the
Right.
higher
Right.
realm of ambition can
Because when a man is at his wit's end and he is exhausted and tired and physically strained, what does he want at the end of the day? He wants
food and rescue.
He wants food and rescue. And who better to do that than a good woman?
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's what I've been
absolutely.
trying to say all night. You guys came full circle. I asked the combat question, and you were
But
like,
we are
"No,
ca-
not
but
combat, not combat." But at the end of the day, what
But
does
yes,
man want?
it's true.
Let
But
him
what does
finish.
a
Let him
woman
finish.
want? But let me ask you a question. What does a woman want?
She wants a man that's going to
How would
provide
we
for
know?
her and
I know
protect
this
them.
is a crazy subject. What is it?
Security,
What does a woman
protection,
want?
care,
Really?
romance, those things.
She
No.
wants
Well, I guess it
emotional
depends on
support.
the woman. I guess it depends on the woman. Like the different type, because we're all different.
But
Here's the
we
thing
we need
I
a
don't
partner in
understand though.
life, and we want emotional support.
Yeah, security, stability, provision, protection. But the thing I don't understand though is what is the, and I'm not saying you, Scarlett, but what is the, it seems society now, ladies are compelled to present this narrative, anything a man can do, we can do, we're this, we're that. The reality is you can't. You're not as physically strong. It's just
And that's true.
it's just a biological fact. Like, stop trying to present, not you, but stop trying to present that you can do everything we can do, just as we can't do everything you can do. You've naturally got that nurturing, caring, soothing. That's what you guys excel at. We don't pretend that we can do that because we can't. But the society seems to want to make ladies think they have to be as good as a man, as in
No.
as strong, as fast, and as powerful. It's just
Hold on.
nonsense.
I'm with you until you said it's good, because women
Testing,
have
1, 2,
just as
3.
big a compunction to work hard to be the best human they can be as men do. So yes, women have to
And
try
we do
and
have
become
that
better.
opportunity for sure these days.
Hey, can I say something, Scarlett? You know, you're just cutting people off a lot, so you just got to be careful to let people finish, okay? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. I hear your test. You know, to complete really what I'm gonna raise my son to be, you know, like who you marry basically decides a huge chunk of your life, if not the rest of your life. It decides your path. So to me, that companionship aspect is so important. My parents told me to marry my best friend. That's what they did. They're still happily married. That's what I did. I'm not happily married. I think that's an important function of marriage, that companionship.
When you say married your best friend, were you attracted to your best friend, or did that come later?
Yeah, I mean, if he's not your best friend, don't marry him. Like, same to men. Like, you need to be able to put up with them your entire life, and the really best way to do that is to only marry your best friend. I mean, it just makes sense.
What if you're
Okay,
a
what
guy and
about
your best friend is a dude?
There's countries
What?
where there's arranged marriages where they don't even know each other when they get married, though, Scarlett, and they stay married for 50 years and they end up loving one another. So they haven't married their best friend to begin with. So whilst I get the essence of what you're saying, once again, it's not really a universal principle, I don't think.
I'm not saying that you have to marry your best friend to be happy in your marriage, but it's a really good hit because there's tons of unhappy people who got married forcibly or through an arranged marriage. There's unhappy people who chose their marriage too, but at least they chose it.
Yeah,
And
no,
I
that's what I'm saying.
think that's a really good way.
Nothing's a universal rule. Nothing applies to everybody. Like, yes, what you've said, sentimentally, I agree with it. If you can marry your best friend, that's great. But not everyone can, and it can work out just fine for people even when they don't.
Yeah, I agree.
Arranged marriages are more as you have to
Successful. You have to consider your parents know a lot better than you do, especially that age. So that's why arranged
Yeah.
marriages work.
Well, I
I
know
can tell you,
someone.
my two sons. I've got two sons that married people they shouldn't have married, and if my wife and I could have chosen wives for them, they wouldn't be in the mess that they're in right now. So exactly what Godric said. When you're 50, 60 years old, you've seen a lot more of life. When you're 20, you make dumb decisions. So
Well,
yeah, there's something to be said for both sides.
I know a girl, and I consider her my sister, and she had an arranged marriage when she was 19. Her father arranged a marriage with this guy. After she was married to him, she realized that her dad didn't know her at all. This guy was like terrible, like abusive in multiple ways, just like she had kids with this guy, and then she ends up like totally regretting it. She was raised to believe in not ever even having boyfriends, like only marriage, and she just trusted her dad to know what was best for her, and he didn't.
arranged marriage is a contractual requirement, so they have to be together. But then usually in those situations, the man is dominant in that relationship.
Mm-hmm.
It's unfortunate that women have to go through that, but in America, we do have choices these days
In
versus,
Canada.
the years that we've, and endured. Like we have choices.
Mm-hmm. And she had
Has
choices
anyone
to divorce him.
has anyone checked the studies for in the global context compared to America? Like you always hear that the marriages end in divorce. Is it America because of the population? Is that just a statistically big number, or is that just something that happens in America more than anywhere else?
Well, for one, they suddenly made divorce a lot more legal for like women and stuff, and so suddenly people started like getting divorced, and it caused a big spike in our divorce rate. It's a little bit overstated in the reality.
Honestly, I think it's a moral thing. In America, I think people have lost their shit in their morals and their ethics. That's what I think.
That's true. Well, it's the
Well, they
Christians.
get
I think.
Or atheists.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Terry.
I was just going to say, is the marriages not like we were talking about before with the friendship and the love part of the marriage? Is the marriage for Americans is the ones that get divorced the most? They're just not either in love with the person, or they're just not a friend with the person, or they're just more of a convenience, or
They
I
got
don't.
married
Yeah.
for the wrong reasons. They were not in love. They were not in love. Because when you're in love with someone, I'm in a relationship now. I've never been in love before. And I'm not married, but we're engaged.
Nice. Congratulations.
I would literally try and stop a car from running over a husband. But that's not where everybody's head are. They're not in it for that. They're in it for like the status maybe, or
Money,
or a measure of
title,
money, or
all that.
Safety,
or
comfort.
hey, we have kids, let's
Yeah, it's a
do
measure
it
of
for
success.
kids.
Be
Yeah.
married and have kids.
And
Sex
so
sometimes.
people aren't in it for the right reasons. That's why.
You know what? Shit, hold on.
Is that why
What did Pumpkin
Kosho
just
is
say right
not
before
married?
that?
Is that why you're not married, Kosho?
Well, no, that's what I was gonna say. That's the thing about marriage is what you asked Terry. You said about in America, like it's so abundant. I think ever since Henry the Eighth? Was that the guy who got divorced or and then
I think so, yeah.
killed her? Yeah, it is. Yeah, and then so if you think about it, he sort of set the precedence for people to have that option, and it's having that option of because if you think about it, marriage is supposed to be like a such a sacred conjoinment. It's like making somebody part of your family. It's like you were born with brothers and sisters, and you can never sever that, right? And so it's like you marry somebody back in the day. I think it was supposed to be like you're literally conjoining your family, something that really can't be severed. But it's like now that we have that ability in America and in other places too, I think because it's like you see it's not a sacred thing anymore. It's something that you can turn on and off. And I think because people have that, it's not because marriage it's hard. Like you're in love with someone for 2 years maybe, like they say, like chemically, and then it's actually hard to actually be there for somebody when you don't want to be. You know what I mean? Like a brother or a sister. It's like you're there for them even when you feel like they don't deserve it or like you don't want to be. You know what I mean?
Well, that's a very
Honestly,
biblical way of looking at it because in the Quran, the method for divorce is very clearly laid out. There's nothing wrong with divorce when you're certain that you want to separate.
Well, then you get the marriage context with the religion side of it, as well as the contractual side of it. Now, do people look at it in the religious side of it more, or do they think of it as the contractual side of it?
Actually, according to the scripture, the marriage is the contract. So, he actually has to give her something of value at the onset of the marriage and on a continuing basis, and he has to outline her responsibilities, or if he has a specific thing he wants her to do. I don't know. It's a little bit vague, But it's an actual contract.
Yeah. Well, in America, I think honestly, even before marriage, I think it's determined by the real or the fake. Like you're either real with it or you're fake with it at the beginning stages. And if you're fake with it, that marriage will never last. But if you are real and sincere, then you got to be real and sincere through it all.
Well, if you're going to be sincere with it, do you go with your own vows or do you go with the normal vows, the religious vows?
Well, I'm not religious.
There are no religious vows in my book for that.
I'm not religious, but if I'm going to commit my life to someone, it's going to be real 100%.
What does marriage mean to you if it has no religious connotation? Because they call it holy matrimony for a reason, you know?
Yeah. I mean, marriage is when you've contractually agreed to cooperate with one another, basically in a household as husband and wife. Or actually, I think if you had multiple wives, you would have multiple houses.
But how is that any different than like from what gay people do, or like, you know, just getting like a dog or something?
Well, a
Because it's
dog
not.
can't be, a dog can't contribute to the household financially.
He can. If he's the
My
dog
dog.
that played in what's it called, Air Bud or something, he's probably making more money than the man
Well,
in the
like
house.
YouTube and stuff, yeah.
Yeah. But regardless,
Well, it
sorry, go ahead.
depends. It has different things on like inheritance and stuff. Like basically, you know, she does become your family in terms of inheritance.
That's just to say it's not so much that it's contract. Like I said, it's supposed to be like a actual sacred conjoinment. So it's like it's almost magical in a way where it's like, you know, someone who's born your brother is in your family, and that's like recognizable by everybody always. You know what I mean? And I think that when you get married to somebody, that's what it's supposed to signify is you're actually joining families with this person, and you're becoming like
Right.
you know
Well, you're
as
becoming an
conjoined as a
item.
sibling almost.
As a partner, a family member, yes.
Yeah, your
Yeah.
families are conjoined now.
You become a lot
You're-
of roles to one another when you become married.
Yeah, that is your family at that point. That's your immediate family.
That's what I mean. That's why I think it's the fact that you can get a divorce is sort of like contradictory to that idea, because that's the whole point of
Yeah, you're pushing
the
your
significance of
family
being someone's
member.
family. Yeah,
But
they'll always be
how
your family
could
member no matter what happens. You know.
but how could God forbid it when He knows so many people are going to choose the wrong person and go down the wrong path?
Well, that's when your intuition and your heart comes into play. You know, you can't just go out and marry, you know, someone off the side of the corner. You've got to really
Well, you've got to work to resolve your problems, and that's in the Quran. So if you go through the steps of like, you know, how to reconcile, and you still can't come to an agreement, actually the Quran limits how many times you can get together like in a row. Like I think you can get the third divorce is final.
mhm. My thing is, I'm in a serious relationship now. I'm engaged, and it's hard, hard as shit. But
Yeah,
I'll tell you this: when I wake up and that person's not laying next to me, I'm upset because I want that person in my life. I cannot live without them. And if we get in an argument,
it hurts.
It does hurt, but we have a way about ourselves that because of the love, we toss it up and we're like, hey, you know, let's figure it out. And let's not be mad at each other and let's just figure it out. So if you have like two parties communicating in a way, it's not immediately because there are arguments, but if you could come together and, you know, communicate and figure things out and be like, I'm so sorry, you know, I'm sorry too. This method isn't what I was trying to do, but we've talked it through, and I think we're in a compromise now.
That's what's up.
And you know, yeah, and then that's what a good partner is. You know what I'm saying?
To me, pregnancy threw that off. I could no longer communicate. When I was upset, I couldn't like properly put words to what I felt or how he should understand, like how he could understand me. I just couldn't do it, and it like there just grew misunderstandings and resentment, and it was definitely a hard challenge. If we didn't love each other so much, we would have broken up for sure.
Scarlett,
Yeah, communication is the number one key. It is. And if that fails, the relationship fails.
Scarlett, I'm curious. Did this guy that you're crazy about, is this the first person you felt this way about?
Yes. In my entire life, and I'm 40 years old.
Okay. I guess I don't know if I should just ask everybody else, or I mean, what do you think? Do you think that you can only feel that way about one person your whole life? If you feel that way about somebody and it doesn't work out, that's your only chance. Like, you won't feel that way about anyone else, because it's kind of like the fresh new love when it is love, right? Whatever. Or is it possible years later to run into someone that you feel that way about?
I don't think that love is ever the same. You know, no person is just the same, and the love you experience will not be the same. But I mean, I had a first love. I was so into him. I was ready to, you know, wait out for him to go to the military and back, whatever, you know. And he turned out to be a compulsive liar, and I had to break up with him, or you know, all this stuff. But you know, years later, I find my true love, and it was way better. I think if something goes wrong and your true love does something wrong and makes it so that you can't have them in your life anymore, you know, God willing, you'll find someone else who's ready to love you like you're ready to love them.
Because I think that's how it should be. Is you should be crazy about one another. And so
I don't know.
Hold on, let Truth finish real quick. Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is that, you know, that you should be crazy about one another. That's the way it should be. Like some people want to, some people want to think about, like you said, status, and it's like a business, or they think about the future, and if they can see the same plans, they're not crazy about one another. And I think it should be that they should be crazy about one another, to where, you know, that they're pretty confident that the person's always going to honor them. They're not going to, like, you know, be disrespecting them behind their backs, or
Yeah, there are some
lying
practical.
to them. Yeah, lying to them or things like that. But this is my concern. The only person I've ever, but see, it was my naivety. It was me being gullible and young and not knowledgeable enough to see the things that was actually there. In hindsight, I know they're there. Like with the very first person that you ever hook up with, and you think, oh, I'm going to spend the rest of my life with this guy, you know, and yeah, that one you're crazy about. But if it doesn't work out, and then after you learned it, like, is it possible after having gained knowledge to be able to, you know, see some things? Like, is it possible to ever feel that way about someone, like, after? Or is it just a one-time thing?
For sure.
Being crazy about a man is totally acceptable because we're women, and we are, you know, naturally, you know, impelled to, we have that way about ourselves. But me personally, I've never been crazy about a man in my life, even the one I'm with now. But
Do you say that
no.
you're naturally? Do you say women are naturally impaled?
Well, yeah, they
I think
are.
that's a little bit. I think that's a little bit adult for this chat. We keep it to PG-13.
Shut your mouth, whoever you are.
That's
So,
not
so, anyways, I think that just growing up and women, we are emotionally you know, we are naive creatures.
right. We embrace the emotional side of things.
Yes, and when we're told certain things, especially if you're a good woman, you'll believe them. But if you're smart, it's not being about crazy about somebody. It's about when you get older, everybody goes through that through their 20s, 30s or whatever. I'm 40 now. And at 40 years old, the man I'm with, I'm not necessarily crazy about him, but I do know for a fact that this man and I'll give you reasons for it. So growing up, you know, you've got to do the whole persona, the makeup, the hair, and all this. This man doesn't give a shit. He's like, "You're beautiful, whatever." I'm like, "Okay, I look like a train wreck. Okay, well, I'll accept that." Or if we get in an argument and we cuss each other out and we walk our separate ways, either I will apologize or you will. And we'll wake up together the next morning. So it's not about being crazy about somebody. It's about having the security of someone that you know is like a real person. Like they're gonna like be there 100%.
Yeah,
That's
partner.
what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Sounds like you got rattlesnakes in the background over there, though. I hope everything's okay.
And when I say crazy about, I mean like in a very healthy way. So, for example, like if the two of them go about their day, and you know they've finished what they needed to do for the day, and the first chance that they get, they think of, oh, what can I do? What can I plan for later that's gonna get me away from my wife? Or what can I plan for later that's gonna give me some space away from my, instead of just like, hey, I just need some space. You should be able to just talk. What I'm talking about is like whenever given the opportunity, you're trying to find time for one another rather than, you know, trying to find excuses to be away from. It's just little
It
things
should
like
come
that.
naturally. That comes naturally. If you're with the right person, that will come naturally.
So I guess this is the first time that you felt this way about someone. I guess I'm asking
And
if
this
there.
is why, because it's natural. Like
Yeah.
nothing's forced. Like it's natural. Like if I'm laying on the couch and I'm tired, he'll be like, okay, I'll make dinner or whatever. And he's like, what do you want? And I'm like, I want this. And he's like, oh, I don't want that. And I'm like, well, it's just compromising back and forth, I
Hey,
guess.
Scarlett, you gotta be careful to let people finish because, I think Truth was still trying to finish what she was saying.
This is women talking, so put yourself away.
Hey, well, I actually I am a woman, so.
Oh God. So I guess I'm asking her:
Call it Topanga.
is there anyone in here who has felt crazy about someone, felt like it was
Yeah.
their true love, and then they separated, went their separate ways, and later
Yep.
on in their life they found someone else whom they also felt like they were crazy about? That one could be the one. I know each time you do, but and in hindsight, be accurate, or does knowledge kind of feel that or experience?
I don't have experience in that because the only man I've ever loved in my entire life is the one I'm with. I've never loved anyone else.
I would say yeah, but the guy I'm with, it's not the same. It's not like the crazy, like, you say crazy about him, but I love him like crazy, but I'm not crazy about him.
Right.
You know, when you see them and you haven't seen, like, you get butterflies in your stomach still, and it's like just seeing them or hearing their voice makes you smile. It's not like a dread. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know if I get butterflies anymore, but I definitely
Right.
smile when I hear him, when I see him, like, we're always excited to hang out with one another. We don't like,
Right.
much time apart if we can help it.
It's just knowing that you have somebody in the same respect level, back and forth, and they're not out, running the streets or, playing games or whatever, and you have that person. It's not necessarily being crazy about them. It's just having that family member, that
You ever,
that person.
you ever heard that song "Crazy on You" by Heart? I like that song.
Well, it's like, that secure feeling when you're growing up of just having a home, being in a family. Like, that feeling originates with a parent, that person is your rock and you cling to one another.
And honestly, I don't think you should commit yourself to any man until you feel not crazy about them, but until you feel like that's your family. Like
Yeah.
you should feel like anything you say or do in front of them, it might not be acceptable at that moment, but you guys are able to talk it through. It's not beautiful all the time. And, until you meet that person, it's not being crazy about them. It's the feeling of the person that is going to be there with you through
Hold on.
whatever.
I have a
Yeah.
question. I have a question. What if you said the guy, like, he's not out running the streets? What if, because I have a girlfriend right now, and she's literally out running the streets right now. Should I be worried?
She jogging?
I hope so. I mean, she might be.
If you're in a committed relationship at this hour and your woman's running the streets without you, yeah, you should be worried.
Let me call her up. Hold on. I was thinking about you guys. You said because it was like lady talk. I was thinking like this could be like official ladies' night a little bit.
Culture is she making money like a woman of the night, and she brings the money back to you like you're the pimp? Is that what you're saying?
There's a lot of questions, man. Yes and no.
We should start
say
our
that.
own group. Hey, ladies, let's start our own group.
What
Yeah,
about
we
the
don't
guys?
accept mutinies in here or any kind of anything like that. So
What about the guys? What do you guys think? Like, do
I
you think
That's
it's
actually
interesting.
had a response for you. I had a response for you actually, truth, but it's in the form because I read this book. It's by this guy. He writes this form called XCKD. He makes like these comics, like these
Oh,
jokes or
yeah.
whatever. And you know what I'm talking about? He made
Yeah.
a joke about that in that book. What if he does like
Yeah.
a what if like everybody had a soulmate, and he just like goes through like the math and like the. I know it's like it's not something you want to hear, but when you really look at the you look at what that means and you look at the numbers, that would mean that almost nobody would ever come in contact with their soulmate or whatever. Like if there's only one person for everybody, right? Then like they were preordained. They would almost, it would almost be the most unlikely thing ever that they would ever meet.
But is that assuming that soulmates are scattered across the world?
Well, no, I think what that means is that the answer to that question, is there only one person ever? I think the answer is no. I think that there's it's a matching. Like there's certainly like a matching that has to happen, but it's not like a 1-for-1 matching. It's like there's a lot of things about you have to align with a lot of things about them. But I think that can happen multiple times for multiple people if you're lucky, you know.
You know, the Quran actually said that God created mankind as one soul and split it into its mates. So that definitely supports a soulmate idea.
Honestly, ladies, it's all about, if a man's gonna put up with your bullshit or not and still love you
ladies.
unconditionally, and vice versa. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, well, the love incentivizes that.
Yeah. So it's not about being crazy in love or anything else. If you guys can overcome, the bullshit together and still love each other and not want to like walk away, then that's a good partner. Just like in business, that's a good partner. And of course, you have to be attracted to them and everything else. But in my experience, the only guy I've ever fell in love with, that's why I fell in love with him. Because he puts up with my bullshit and I put up with his. And
Yeah, but a lot
we
of people
still
can put up
love
with
each
stuff.
other. We
I
still
guess, I
love
think
each other. And we
My husband says sometimes love is not putting up with each other's bullshit.
not putting up with each other's bullshit.
No, it's
Sometimes.
definitely and
That sounds like an excuse.
you have
No,
to
it's
be an
like
adult about it. It's not like, everyday bullshit, but like,
because you're gonna live your
someone
whole life with them, so you're not always gonna be on your best behavior. And sometimes you have to
right.
be like, hey, man.
Right. And then, there might be some friction or whatever. But if that person doesn't walk out the door and they soothe you and they comfort you as a man or a woman, you know they love you. You know they love you.
I think we got to be careful though, because I think Truth was trying to say something, and we just got to make sure everybody gets a chance to get in. I don't know if you still want to say something, Truth. I'm just trying to make sure we all make room. That's all. There's a lot of people who.
I appreciate it. I'm good. I think I started too, but I don't remember. Oh yeah, I started to say that I think. Well, first of all, I am a hopeless romantic, so I guess it just has to be that way. I don't know. I guess it's maybe what it has to be, but I think it makes it easier when it's like that. When you're crazy about someone, and because then there's not really much work that you have to put into, as you call, putting up with their bullshit. Like it's easy because
Right,
you're
it's
crazy
worth
about
it.
them.
Yeah, exactly, it's worth it. It's worth because it's like an exchange. It's like they'll put up with your bullshit, you'll put up with theirs, and in exchange, the positive both of you get out of it in both cases outweighs the negative, and so it's an agreement that is mutual for both of you. And
Yeah, that you both have value.
yeah, well, yeah, exactly, and that's why I said so. It's like if you appreciate that person and you actually like enjoy their company, it's this is why, because that's why true love feels like a great thing, is because it's a mutual, perpetual, like joy. It's like a joy. Like it's work, but I mean it's like it's like an outcome where there's the joy outweighs the
It's like
I
when
guess,
they kick their. Go ahead. You were finished.
I couldn't think of the word, but whatever word I was going to say, but no, go ahead.
Joy, for a synonym for joy, like.
Oh yeah, an antonym for joy. Yeah, that's right.
Like when he kicks his shoes off, if his feet are a little smelly, if you're crazy about him, Like little things, or if he leaves the toilet seat up, like those things will seem cute to you. You know, they're not going to bug you so much, but if you're not crazy about them, then those little things are going to get on your nerves so
You know,
much.
I don't mind if a man leaves the toilet seat up as long as he doesn't leave it down when he pees. Because that's
It's
where you get sticky
it's
toilet
always
seat.
a compromise.
I don't know. I grew up with
No.
sisters. So it's like I kind of already like. I guess I don't want to say trained, but I was already conditioned to not leave it not for a woman. You know what I mean? Because she'll get mad. She would have got mad either way. So it's like it. I would it always have to be down and clean. You know.
That's
Yeah, 'cause
nice. But we thought my little brother, being the little brother of 3 sisters, would have gotten that. But then by the time he was an adult, it came to light that he has just been leaving the seat down the entire time. Like, gross.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess for a woman, yeah, of course.
What it all boils down to is, it's all about compromise, but there is a line between disrespect and respect.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are being disrespected, that's not love. But in compromising, yes, it's there. You've always got to, but don't ever be disrespected.
I don't know. Sometimes people disrespect people that they love. I don't know. I was watching this show called
Yeah, but if you're in
Squid Games.
if you're in the wrong relationship and you're crazy about that man, a
I'm not
woman
into men.
will be blinded sometimes. And that's what I'm telling them. Like, don't ever be disrespected. There's compromise, but don't be disrespected.
Whereas I saw a show called Squid Games, and anyways, there's this dude in there, and this old man, and you can tell he really cares about the old man, but he still tries to trick him. Yeah, exactly. So he can make so he can save his own
Life
skin.
was on the line.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Though that's what I mean is I don't remember
Yeah.
what the point was, but
Sins aren't as great when there's mortal danger.
right, yeah, right, exactly, yeah. Like you know, even if you love somebody, you disrespect them. It doesn't necessarily mean you don't love them. It just means that maybe you're weak or you're just you have some flaw or something.
No, absolutely not. If you
Well,
love somebody, you do not disrespect them.
But
well,
in that show, do you think he loved that?
He did, but his life was on the line.
What I'm saying.
And that, yeah, but that's not the
you wasn't
scenario.
disrespecting him.
No, if you love someone, you don't disrespect them.
I think that people can get disrespectful. It even travels in families where people are disrespectful to one another. So it's quite common in households as well. I think that people have to work on themselves to grow out of that.
So what is your level of disrespect? Like, what is your line?
Being called any sort of name generally.
Like a cunt or a bitch?
No, like I don't know. Yeah, if I were to be called a bitch, certainly, or I don't know, punk doesn't bother me because it sounds more playful in my ears. But I know people differ on that.
Because it's fire where I come from. You call someone a punk, you're calling them out.
Where I come from the suburbs, so it means nothing to me. But yeah, I mean, just any name that sounds disrespectful to me, I just will question it before moving forward. Just wait for the apology, like.
But there's that discussion, like, hey, I know we're heated, but if you do this again, I will consider it disrespectful.
Oh yeah, he doesn't even do it when we're arguing. Only like as a joke.
Okay.
He just jokes too much, to be honest.
No, that's normal.
So I guess that would have to come down to intent. Like you can tell mostly if someone just does something without intentions of, being disrespectful and it just ends up coming across that way, or if they just are blatantly, it's not really giving a shit.
I think if you feel like it's disrespectful and you have a conversation with that person and then they do it again, then there's no more conversation. Like it's done, a done deal.
You don't think he could be helping you by like maybe, thinking, well, this like really shouldn't bother her that much. It's bothering her.
Well,
So
if
maybe
that person
well,
cared
hang on,
about you enough,
hang on just a second, because it might be like doing it. If they think that that's something that's going to like, do like self-destructive type thinking or whatever, or self-sabotage type thinking is what a person could have, which would make them receive something as disrespectful when it's not intended to be. So would it be something that a person should consider, that maybe they're just like, I know this is crazy, but that my brain even works this way, that they should consider, is it crazy that a person would possibly consider, well, he loves me, that's why he's trying to help me overcome this so that I won't, he'll perceive someone as being disrespectful when they're not, because I have this faulty thinking or what have you. Like or should they just come right out and, well, I'm answering my own question. They should just come right out and be honest, right? And talk to you and say, hey, I think this is,
right.
Yeah. So I'm sorry that I answered my own question. A lot of times you
No.
talk it out and it works it out and you can't answer your own
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
No. If you feel like, yeah, no, you're right. If you feel, and everyone has their own, acceptance level, but if you talk it out, I mean, and you reiterate to them that I feel disrespect. What do you do when they continue to do that?
Well, you have to make it clear that that's not an acceptable thing in your relationship. I mean, you can talk a big game about how no one should break a marriage, but there are certain things that need to be abided by because they're basically in the contract, like at least in your social contract between one another. If he starts being super disrespectful of you and won't stop no matter what, it's a problem. And so you have to address that problem. If he's not willing to address the problem, then, the relationship can't continue on.
Correct. And it should end immediately because that's not the person that loves you.
Yeah, well, after some counseling.
No.
Hey, do you offer counseling, Scarlett? Just curious.
No, sweetheart. No.
Sweetheart, I have a girlfriend.
Do you know they actually
What do you so if you have a
Hey,
girlfriend,
hold up. Pumpkin was talking.
So they actually did a test to see how effective couples like counseling was. So they had 3 groups of people. So they had one group of people who had no counseling, one group of people who did couples counseling, and one group of people who just like watched like rom-coms together. And by the end of the study, the people who watched rom-coms together did just as well as the people who went into couples counseling.
That is like couples counseling.
Yeah, basically you're like looking at relationships from an outside perspective that isn't like putting your relationship on trial, and you're like enforcing the ideas about it that you like by your reactions and your words, and you're both identifying behaviors that are bad, that are negative for the relationship.
That's fucking true. I never thought of it like that. That's actually a good point.
Yeah.
watching those kind of like watching other people's couple story as a couple, and talking about like the issues they had, talking about the trials and tribulations, all that kind of stuff, and talking about it together, like having a dialogue. Yeah, you're right. Actually, I mean, I can see how that's therapeutic for a relationship. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, so you don't have to like go to the extreme of being like, no, we need couples counseling, because that sounds so bad. Like no one wants to do that. It feels bad. But to watch some romantic movies together, it's not too bad.
I think if you're a realistic person and you're having troubles, yeah, a counseling is not a bad idea. If you love that person.
But apparently, you can just watch rom-coms together instead.
Which one do you recommend, Doc? You don't have any recommendations?
Hey, where are all the men on here? What is their perspective? They got real quiet.
They're learning.
They're learning. No,
Writing it down.
I would like to.
I was asking ChatGPT about all the stuff you were saying.
But where are all the men on this? Like, what do you think?
I don't know.
About what?
Yeah. I like girls.
I think a lot of men are now trying to get used to a lot of women talking here and maybe giving you a little bit more room.
Yeah, women often
Because
do that.
the men here are used to talk in a kind of way, sometimes attacking, sometimes harsh, and so if you ladies come in more, maybe you can help change the atmosphere here.
I come in when I can. I run a server myself, but I pop in sometimes.
Yeah, this might not be the right group for this conversation.
Hey, whoa! We talk about all that type of stuff in here. This is Earth awakenings even to women's perspective. Right.
Yes, exactly. Because here's the reality: women get tons and tons and tons of like incoming like feed basically on men's perspective. Everything's written in a men's perspective. Most stories feature a man. It's just how it is. Men don't get to hear women like really voice out their thoughts, especially in front of one another, like to one another.
But that's because they're hard shelled. Let me tell you something. Men are
We're not gonna allow any sexism in here.
Listen, men are sweet. They're just hard shelled. They're like a tortoise. So the men in this group, you know you're sweet. What do you think about our conversation?
I don't think all the men in here are sweet.
I think that the men and the women are sweet, and I don't even see gender. So
no, they're hardcore because the world expects them to be that way. But in this conversation, if you want to be real and you're a man, just get rid of that hard shell and speak up on the conversation.
Yeah. That's something that I think a man often gets from his wife is how to speak while being vulnerable and yet at the same time lose the vulnerability.
Right. And that's understandable because that's what's expected of men. And the same for women. We're expected to be a certain way. But why not have a conversation about it? Why are the men so silent?
Can I say something? Actually, I don't.
Silent?
I'm not trying to. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, I think men are not meant to be vulnerable to everyone all the time.
Right.
You know, I think my feelings would be hurt if my husband were to be vulnerable to someone else, especially
women wouldn't be attracted to a man like that.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I just want to say, I know I said earlier that I sort of like am a woman, but I was just kidding, right? I actually am a man.
Do you wear pantyhose and lipstick?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm not a man, because I am a man. And I'm just saying that I wanted to speak on what you said, and now you got me thinking about the pantyhose. I forgot what you said.
Oh,
Hold on. But I was going to respond. You said, "How come no men are responding?" What were you asking them to respond to again? I forgot.
I want them to jump in the conversation.
I just forgot because I was going to say something. I was going to respond to it, and I just forgot because somebody threw me off.
Well, the only man that spoke up was literally saying,
That's what I was going to say. Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you so much. Is Platypus? He started out this conversation by asking you a question, and we're talking about the woman's perspective, and I think that's how we got here. Is trying to get the woman's perspective. And actually, I thought your perspective from his question was valuable to me, at least. And anyways, my point is, we also were talking about the role in Ukraine and how there was a policy who was it? He said the Ukrainians had sent the women and the children away and forced the men to stay and fight. That's, I think, what he said. And he was asking about y'all's opinions on that. And what the right thing to do would have been. Somebody had to watch the kids, I think you said, Pumpkin, or take care of the kids. But I was thinking, wouldn't a better strategy be to send the women away and leave the men and the children? Because, that way the children, you can kind of train them to fight and replace you. And so it's almost like a perpetual army if you do that. Whereas sending the women and the children away, your army's depleted and you're kind of done.
Yeah,
I want to know y'all's.
I think the girls, we really got off subject.
There's no way women are leaving their children to fight.
No, not to fight. No. They're there just basically as a squire. You can think of them as squires, and they're there to help with the food and like she was saying earlier about the women on the they bring like the breakfast in the morning. So it's like these kids would be kind of like squires, bring them food in the morning, prepare this stuff. The men go into battle, they train them, and then as they die, these children they get of age and they're now ready they're hardened for the fight.
Well, you're thinking that the fight is for the land, but it's not. It's for the children. And what the partnership is for the safety and security of the children. So when the men fight, they're doing so for the safety of their families. So it doesn't make sense to bring the family.
Well, yeah, bring the women and maybe the babies, maybe. But I'm just saying, like, it makes sense. Because I just think if you're gonna have a policy where you let the women and children leave, you're kind of cutting your feet off a little bit, shooting yourself in the foot. I mean,
so what do you? So I know you're in a relationship. You mentioned what
with God
is your perspective on like the woman in all of this, and say we're in that situation.
I think she should leave, like unless she joined the military. Maybe or should be in the military, but like you said, like the men are staying to fight the Russians because they're being invaded. The women are leaving for safety. I think that's perfectly reasonable because you need somebody to, carry on, your people or whatever, right? But I think taking all the children is not necessary. I think some of the children should be required to stay even.
The love of children is what makes the world go round. I mean, that's the reason why, like, housing prices are the way they are. That's why the housing market works the way it works. Am I not right? Like, that it works based on people moving so that their kids won't have to, like, move in the middle of the school year. Like, everything revolves around kids. They're not going to sacrifice the kids to the cause.
Well, it depends on what country you're in. He's talking about. What are you talking about?
Ukraine.
Yeah.
Ukraine or really any Slavic country, but specifically in this scenario, Ukraine specifically because it's happening. But yeah, regardless, I'm somewhat. So I don't want you to think I mean like actual children. I mean like younger people. And I don't mean keep them to fight on the front lines. I mean keep them in the country so that they're taking care of the soldiers.
If you had a household and your household got attacked and you're in Ukraine and you've got, 2 boys and a baby girl, What are you gonna do?
I'll probably be the one invading.
Why? Why would you say that?
I'm just thinking of the scenario. So I might be in the.
But no, someone. So there's a war in Ukraine. You've got a hut in Ukraine. You got two boys. One's 12. One's 9. You got a baby girl. She's 2.
You
And
live in a
someone.
hut?
Yeah, and someone kicks in your door.
Okay, well, I don't think you have any doors in your hut, but keep going.
Yeah. So what? So what do you do?
Kicks in your beads.
What do you do?
Kicks in your beats. Hope they trip and get tangled up in it.
I think what you're saying right now, comparing Ukraine to like whatever, is completely different. Like those people, they don't have the opportunity to like think what you're saying. They don't have time to plan that shit.
All right, guys, it's been real, but I gotta go. It's 3 a.m.
Is it really 3 a.m.? It is 3 a.m. And before you go, I have to say I think though. Well, I'm good night anyway. I don't want to say before you go because it's just in response to what Scar said. I mean, we were talking about how they planned to send the women and children away, so they did plan for it. I'm just saying that they could have planned differently. But good night, Pumpkin.
Good night, Pumpkin. Good night, everybody. Great talking.
Catch you later.
We should do ladies' night more often. Actually, there was a lot of answers that were given that were very unique.
No.
Perspectives. Yeah.
Someone said no.
We'll call it something different. Let's just call it like what do you call that? $2 Tuesdays or something like that. Because usually $2 Tuesdays and ladies' nights are the same thing.
Yeah.
Or $2 you call it.
No, actually, this conversation is definitely for another group.
Hey, no, for real. Don't let my behavior represent the group. Like I said, this truly is Earth Awakenings because, we get all perspectives awakened, right? So women's perspective we got tonight. So some nights we have the Australian perspective. Other nights we have, just different perspectives. So I think it's this is the place to do that. Yeah.
So, what do you think about all that stuff going on in New York with like the haze in the air?
The hazing, the military hazing in New York.
No, from the fires.
Oh, in Canada. Yeah, I think New York's just getting the smoke, which is kind of like if you're in a relationship with fire, that's it's not the best relationship, but it's not as bad as being in the fire. But definitely
But
Canada.
It's weird that people in Canada say like, we're not experiencing all of this, so we don't know what's going on.
It's because they're sorry about it. You're saying all this now that the Canadian left, but Pumpkin's from Canada. So she probably could have gotten her perspective on it. But regardless, I've looked at a map that showed like the fires, like where they were and where they're at mostly, and it looks like it's pretty abundant in Canada. But you have to remember that if you look at the continent, we have a lot more people who live here in the United States than live in Canada. But Canada is much bigger, right? So it's like there's a lot of area in Canada that is just forest. You know what I mean? Scarlet. I'll take that as a victory.
Finally.
What?
Hey, man. I'm being honest with you. It's nice to have the woman's perspective. Are you up? You sound like you're down south, Truth, or in the southern. You're not near Canada or anything.
No, no, sir.
Yeah. I have seen, like I said, I've seen it on the maps. I've seen videos where, at least my girlfriend was showing this to me, where it looked like a helicopter was actually dropping a fire onto the forest fires, like onto the trees. But it was actually a Canadian, or who was it? It was actually a news network that had posted that. But I was just curious, like I'd never seen it before, where helicopters are dropping fires on the trees. I don't know if that was like a. Yeah, go ahead.
I was listening to Platypus talk about the guy that he talked to, who was a firefighter, and all that. Really, it really does sound like they intentionally said it, and that's like some known behavior of the past. However, as far as the fire being dropped out of the helicopter, would need more context because
Yeah, I'll find the clip. I gotta tell you the truth. I know about that though. I know setting fires. That's a very practical practice in preventing forest fires, like that, especially in the South with like the brush and the dry forest area, because then they help prevent forest fires from happening. So they burn it, controlled. But yeah, I'll show you the video I'm talking about because it looks like they're dropping it from the chopper.
yeah, well, you have to like it has to be a planned thing, right? I mean, you have to go ahead of it and create this boundary line before you drop the fire, and it just like you're fighting fire with fire, literally, because you're burning it out, you're burning up, making a fire line to burn the fuel up, so that it can't travel, like a wide enough one, so that it won't jump across it. But I doubt that's what they were doing. Too many coincidences, non-coincidences, I guess I would say, and a convenient. The timing was convenient. It just distracts.
I'm sorry, Truth. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find that video. So
Oh, you're
something I'm
good.
not
Go
trying to
ahead.
do. I'm trying to find that video, but you'll think the video is just as eerie as I. Yeah, I try to find some background to it and see if it was part of a different story. But so what my girlfriend showed me was a video from Facebook that had this clip, and on Facebook they had a caption that said that this looked like a malicious act, like, oh, look, the helicopters are the ones dropping it, like, look at this. And I was already sort of assuming that was a part of a a controlled thing, but then I looked into it. I was like, and I thought about it. I was like, that's not really anything I've ever seen as far as controlled fires, is them like dropping flames from an airplane, you know what I mean, or from a chopper. I've only seen them control it like in a as they walk past the brush, and then it's very controlled.
It's really eye opening though, because if they're going to go to that kind of extent to cover something up or hide, and there's probably far more than what we are aware of to the story. Like what we're aware of is probably true, and then there's probably like a whole nother bucket that we don't know about.
That's why I like to look into it, is because at this point in time, I'm completely in the dark about this thing. Like I don't know what to think about it, because I didn't find anything that showed any background to this video, to this footage, other than like it was a part of a news short, like a 60-second news short, where they're just talking about how the fires are spreading, and they're just showing, it's like a clip. It's like a clip without any dialogue or anything. There's no one talking. So it's confusing. Yeah.
Do you think it's like the beginning of, the what do they call that in the sky? Like the fake stuff they put in the sky for
Flying whales?
like
Jet
alien
blue beam.
stuff?
Jet blue beam.
Clouds?
No, like
I'm kidding with
the
you. Chemtrails. You're talking about chemtrails.
Geoengineering.
yeah, so they're like, oh, there's stuff going on, and they put these fake things in the sky. and then
Huh?
all of a
Like you're talking
sudden,
about chemtrails, right?
everybody's
Chemtrails.
no, the
Project
I don't,
Bluebeam.
no, like say one day you wake up and
Yeah.
there's like a spaceship in the sky,
Okay. So like
and
Independence
then
Day.
there's like a bombing.
Holograms. Well, holograms, maybe.
Holograms, yes, holograms.
That's Project Bluebeam.
Yeah. That's what I say.
Yeah. So, do you think this is assertive, or
Well,
that's
go ahead,
definitely
Trish.
a real thing? That's definitely a real thing.
Which
Are
movie
you?
have you?
Say what? Go ahead, whoever was saying that. Who's trying to get in just now? Just
Sugar Cookie. It was Sugar Cookie. I don't know if he meant to do it.
I love sugar cookies, by the way, but I just really do. But regardless,
Sounds
yeah,
like
you know, he's. I think I heard him say what movie, but you know that my favorite books, one of my favorite comic books, is Watchmen, and they made that into a movie. But it's funny in the movie, it's different than in the book. In the movie, they make it. I don't want to spoil it, but Doctor Manhattan is they use him as a I guess a scapegoat to unite the world into. Yeah, so I don't want to spoil it, but anyways, regardless, in the book it's different though. They use aliens. They use a fake alien invasion to basically unite the world, and
That
they
was
kill
the
like all these
stupidest
people.
thing they did in that film. I was arguing in comments all the time because the stupid kids were saying how it made more sense, but it
In the
didn't
movie,
because it meant the enemy was homegrown. Therefore, you couldn't unite people under one big tent. That's the idea
right?
of the blue beam is that, oh, it's an outside threat.
You're
Therefore,
right.
let's all make one big, planetary government and X, Y, Z.
You're right about that. You're right about that 100%. Because then you can argue, like in the movie, like it's kind of lazy because you can argue that would be they would all rally behind this superhuman thing, but in actuality, like the Manhattan Project, which he's named after, and him in general, he was a United States weapon. So he was.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be. It would auto, even if it was like he was doing all these things to the world would use it to blame it on the United States anyway, even though it was Dr. Manhattan.
The other really sort of, well, not very nice, but what they did in the comic book was to layer in some other factors into the alien creature so that when it went pop, it put out a psychic burst to give people nightmares for years to come about, alien invasions and stuff. So, yeah, they really screwed up. You can watch the motion comic of it.
Exactly, dude.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's so good. It's like 2 hours long or whatever. But yeah, it's like it's on YouTube. But it's like it
whole
shows the
series.
comic. Yeah, exactly. And it's like animated. It's
Really
legit.
good.
So,
Do you find it strange? It's called Manhattan.
Mad Hatters.
Fucking no. You know what I find strange? Earlier we were talking about women. Earlier we were talking about like what the men should be in charge of, and the women should be in charge of the real estate. And then I remembered that the Native Americans sold Manhattan for like $27 and a bunch of beads or whatever. And I think that's what would happen if you let the women in charge of all the real estate. Like they start trading like beads and shit for property.
Yeah, you've lost your marbles, dude.
I just messing with you.
Let me ask you a question.
We don't
How
even know
much
if
real
that story is
estate?
true.
How much real estate do you own? Honestly, how much? do you
In Monopoly, I own hotels and all.
All right, well, shut the fuck up.
Kosho,
Yes, sir.
can you restate the thing that you said, just so I can have it like in my spank bank of memories? You said you love sugar.
I love what shaking? Oh, sugar cookie. I love sugar. I mean, I really do. I'm not gonna lie. I went shopping the other day for groceries. I was walking out and I went past the ice cream section. I wanted to get ice cream, and I saw they had an ice cream sandwich, but there's like a sugar cookie ice cream sandwich, and I just had to get it, so it was delicious.
Okay, good.
Sugar
I'm
cookie,
glad-
yeah, it was delicious.
Anyway, what else? Guys, you being weird now or what?
You ruined everything, Sugar Cookie.
I'm sorry, man. I got hungry and I wanted to see if I thought I had chocolate still, and I don't have any left. So. But yeah, just talking about that made me hungry.
Yeah, I think when they did that film Watchmen, they should have focused on Rorschach alone. It's the only important character in a film, you know.
Hey man, that's a good point, dude. I've always wanted to be Rorschach for Halloween because if you get that costume right, it's like an awesome Halloween costume. But yeah, he really is like. If you look at the whole like the comics, Alan Moore is actually fucking fantastic at writing. But if you look at the comic book, all the characters had these like archetypal roles in society. Like there was like the owl, which is like the liberal sort of like mentality, and actually no, more like Ozymandias was more like this liberal mentality. But
Dude,
even
who were you for Halloween last? Who were you for Halloween last year, Show?
I haven't. When I was little, I wanted to be, Rorschach for Halloween. I wanted to be like, I wanted to get like a sand armor, like get that sand armor. Yeah, I know. But ever since like I've been wanting to do these characters, it's for Halloween. I haven't been anything for Halloween, dude. I just like I always plan on being those dudes for Halloween, and then I don't have enough preparation, so I just like put on some bat wings and.
You know what? Okay, so the reason why I asked you that is because I'm a dead ringer for Napoleon Dynamite.
Napoleon Dynamite? So you always do that for Halloween?
I had the fucking wig and the glasses and everything, and so I had to vote for Pedro and all that. Good to go.
You should do fucking what do they call that? Like when you do like when you impersonations, like you like do like impersonations in Vegas and on like New York City.
Oh yeah, I could totally just stand on the street in Vegas and like have a hat out or a guitar out or whatever, or a llama, eating people's dollar bills. Yes, totally do that, 100%. I had people taking my pictures with me. It was the weirdest thing ever. Like, oh my god, you're definitely Napoleon Dynamite.
You live in the South. You live in Texas.
No, I'm in Kansas, in the Kansas City area.
Okay. Kansas City. I thought I guess Kansas City is near Kansas, but
yeah, it's kind of like like Atlanta has the it's the 435. It's like in Kansas City, like there's a 435. It's a beltway, I guess you would call it, or like a highway that goes around the city. Yes, it's like goes in a circle.
They have that in Houston, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So like you could consider yourself in Kansas City if you're inside.
I see.
And like if you're in Kansas City proper, that means you're you're like by Troost.
So that belt loop like wraps around. It's like wraps that whole area. It wraps around Kansas City and into Kansas and all this shit. Okay.
Basically, yeah.
I see what you're saying, because actually that's how I would think of Houston. Like I hate Houston very much, but it is like a belt loop. It's like a belt loop inside of a belt loop inside of like another belt loop almost. But definitely, if you live in that circle, it's like I consider that Houston. You know what I mean? So.
Well, yeah, and you got to go through goddamn toll booths after toll booths after toll booths to just get where you want to go. Ridiculous.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because I was trying to see. I don't remember. I forget what you're saying now, because I was going to say something about Texas. What were you saying before that?
Oh, I was saying that 435. If I'm in Kansas City, is like
No. Before that,
includes a city, and I was listening to 85 South, like they have a new special on Netflix or what have you. It wasn't that funny, I don't think. But one of the things they did say about like Atlanta is like if you're in that, kind of like what we would consider in Kansas City, the 435, or in in Houston, you consider that whatever it is that goes around that's a 4. You know what I mean? Because they have that in Atlanta. But so
What were you saying way before that though? Like before we got talking about, I asked you if you're from the South, but right before I asked you that, I forgot why I asked you that.
yeah, I
I
don't
was going to
know.
ask you.
I do know that North and South is even, or I'm sorry, odd numbers, and then East and West is even numbers. Obviously,
Where's that?
like
Where?
I-70 is East and West.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's what you're saying. Like you're talking about the highways. Yeah. The north to south is odd, and east to west is even.
I-35. I-35.
Yeah, I-35. Yeah, I-10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you take that 4. That 4 means it goes around, and then a 2 means it cuts across. You ever done any traveling? That's what that means.
Oh yeah, of course. Like I said, I think I-10 and I-35, the two biggest highways in the country, probably.
Yeah. Well, have
And
you
then
ever
up
taken
on the
like
East Coast, there's 495 and all those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like a 210 or a 435, it means 435 goes around 35. And then you got like a 270 that cuts across 270, between the 430. You just have to know how maps work and streets and roads work. Like that's how they name them. They name them in particular that way. So, I don't know. It's kind of interesting thing that people don't necessarily think about.
Well, I only use numbers actually because, like, at least where I'm from, like I-35, I live like, I-35 runs through everywhere I live, and there's numbered.
Did you ever get caught up in 635?
Where's that?
Don't worry about it.
Where is that though?
It's a 635.
Yeah, but where? Like, where does that run to?
Well, it's also a highway.
Yeah, wait, no, but so what I'm saying is like, what part of the country is that?
Kansas City area.
Oh, Kansas City. Okay. I probably have been through there, but I don't have memory because I've driven through Missouri, and I've driven through St. Louis. Wait, hold on. Kansas City's on the west side, and St. Louis is on the east side.
Yeah. Kansas
Okay.
City's. So if you're going to compare, like if you had a reference between KC and St. Louis and the STL, St. Louis is basically hold up your left hand and then hold up your elbow of your. Okay, hang on. Hold up both hands, and then your left hand is Kansas City, and your left elbow is St. Louis.
Wait, so St. Louis is south of Kansas City?
Yeah, it's south and.
Okay. I think that does. Yeah. Okay, because Kansas is further north than I think. Kansas is north of Oklahoma, right? Is that right?
Yeah. Kansas is above. It's the state above Oklahoma, and Oklahoma is below or above Texas.
Yeah, right next to Louisiana.
So if you're going to take I-35 from the northest place you can go, it would be basically from Minneapolis to Dallas. So I-35 goes right up and down the middle of the United States, and you could basically go to Mexico on I-35. It goes through
Of course you can,
Minneapolis, Minneapolis, Kansas City, Oklahoma City, Dallas, and then whatever happens after that.
Well, if a 2 means that you cut across, then a 4 means that you go around. What's the 6 mean?
Yeah. Yeah, if it's a 4, it means you go around.
And if it's 2, it means you cut across. Well, what's the 6 mean?
Yeah.
You know, instead of 234 or 435, it's 635. So what's the 6 mean?
Yeah.
Does it go
It's
around and
6:30.
cut across?
Yeah.